Welcome, NECC viewers of the past, present, and future. My name is Foof, and I'm the host for this weekend. And I gotta say, we are up in the wonderful Worcester, Massachusetts, and it might be a bit gloomy and rainy outside, but it is gorgeous and wonderful here inside the All Systems Go Esports Bar. And I gotta say, even though we do have a bit of an overcast and it is a bit gloomy outside, the action, the excitement, it's starting to build here as we have two teams preparing to face off one-on-one against each other. We have the number one seeded Champlain College sitting at 8-1, coming back off of a 2-0 victory over U Ottawa Black, going up against that number 5 seeded team of the Beacons of UMass Boston, who won the Battle of UMass last week by 2-0 to find themselves here. But now we're here, we're live, we're in person in the venue. Both of these teams have prepared all the way throughout this season to get to this point. But all that matters now is a best of 3 to see who moves on, who continues that march forward for this NECC championship. The question really remains, especially when I got to talk to both of these coaches beforehand. These teams are excited, they're confident, and they're ready to take that step towards perhaps a moment in glory. But all that matters now is one chance, one shot, one moment. We're here, it's live, and this is the NECC playoffs live in Massachusetts.
In goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's 2 for the Chamber. Chamber looking for a few more. Get the 3rd. Looking for a 4th, and you get it. And Ace to kick things off. All right, I see you. I see you.
The refresh is live. The right click will come through as well. Volan from behind. 1, 2. Sybil gets it to half though. Looking for a 3rd. It's Volan to keep them alive. A 1 versus 1 as it stands. No updraft available. Bowkeeper, the shot misses, but they still have the spike to half. The
Oh my
around.
God!
It's a 4K from
management on the likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water.
Oh my goodness! Galleon, did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like just the air off the side of the ball to safely navigate those waters, and it becomes a 2v2 in a hurry, trying to be able to get straight off the rip. It's going to be chilly that is oh so hot. That's 2 in a row for the Lancers.
Hello and welcome everyone. We are here, very excited to be your casters for this lovely day of Valorant. We are here with the Northeast playoffs, and I think that's going to be so much fun. My name is Orbital, with me is Soav, and we'll be running you through 2 best of 3s as well as 1 best of 5 to figure out who is the Northeast champions here in the Challengers division. Soav, how you doing?
Feeling good. It's great to be on location. It's great to be around all the energy that these teams are putting out, Orbital. It's been a long journey to get here, but I mean, Worcester's beautiful, and these teams are feeling ready, especially because of the heat they're bringing, keeping us warm here going into these chilly months of December.
Oh yeah, we got 4 amazing teams lined up for you here today. It is Champlain Varsity, UMass Beacons, UML Red, and Bryant Gold. All 4 teams having won their respective quarterfinals matchups. 3 of these teams having won in 2-0 fashion, and then 1 winning in 2-1. But no matter what, you made it into the semifinals, and you are now here in person. And I think this is going to be a great time. Kicking things off will be Champlain Varsity, the 7-1 first seed from the regular season, coming in against UMass Beacons, who I'm not going to lie, on paper, we're a little bit of an upset beating out UMass Aces in their quarterfinals matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fifth seed here at 4-4. They had a really tough season, but you can tell they definitely want this, right? They really want to. They definitely earned their way here, and they're continuing to prove they do stand here. My concern going into this orbital is that the last time we saw these two teams play back in week 4, Champlain took it with a pretty dominant-looking 2-0, so I don't want to see a repeat of history. I know Champlain really wants to keep their run going, but I mean, Beacon stand a chance to really put some pressure on them here.
Yeah, this is going to be so much fun. And again, for those that may not have seen the Northeast Division as much, Champlain are an extremely strong team. This is a squad that so far, I think I've only run into, I want to say 1 or 2 2-1 scenarios in their wins, and then only 1 loss, of course. So there is a reason they're at that first seed position. I think that's very fun to see. And to see them come out and play here today, it's going to be a great time. Again, the map rotation hasn't come in just yet. So we're still on the regular rotation, still on that fun time. And we do have the maps for you as well, as we can most likely bring them up here shortly to give you an idea of what maps are going to be given us here today. As you can see, we are getting a plethora of fun here. We are not going the standard collegiate route. It is going to be Band Out, Ascent, and Fracture. Then we're going to Pearl and Haven. And then, of course, Icebox and Bind were banned out. So we get Breeze as a decider. And I mean, Soav, this is by far the least collegiate map pool I think I've seen before.
I mean, I'm excited for that. Exactly that. I mean, the interesting thing about some of these picks, like Pearl and Breeze, are huge, right? When you really look on paper, these maps are big. Pearl gives you a great range of lurking. So it tells me that given that Champlain picked that, they really understand this newest map in the pool, and they really understand we can get value off of lurking, or we can get value off of these high value, high space maps. And Haven is a pretty standard, I would argue, in a lot of ways. A lot of people also haven't seen it, so maybe they're just excited to play that in a lot of ways. But like, let's be real. Everybody loves 3 sites. There's so much to keep an eye on them, and there's just so much to be good. There's so much good play to be had from across these maps. So I'm excited to see all of this.
Yeah, and of course the players are just as excited. So let's go ahead and break down the players that have come onto this match. They're going to be giving us a grand old time. Coming in for Champlain Varsity, it is going to be Sebi, Omega, Teal, Webby, and Luxy. I believe this is a little bit different than what we saw actually in the quarterfinals matchup, but all the same, it's going to be a very strong team coming out here.
Oh yeah, and I mean, the other thing you can kind of, I think is always interesting, I always love to look at what are these players doing in college here. A couple game designers and a lot of computer based stuff always tells me that these guys understand a lot of the nuances maybe on the technical end, so there might be a little bit of an advantage. I'll never say that there is, but I'll say that maybe they have a little bit of understanding given that they have a game programmer and designer. You never know. But let's jump over and see on the other side who they've brought for us today. UMass Boston, the Beacons have brought Shadow, Peachy, Sad Girl Hours, Murphy's, and Milk Tea. I mean, quite a fresh team here, honestly. Just looking at all of them, a bunch of freshmen and sophomores, a very young talent to make it this far is still pretty impressive, Orbital.
Yeah, and again, this is a team that is tried and true in the best sense as well. So in the regular season, when they were fighting against UMass Aces, they went the distance in their 2-1. And again, regular season, it came out 10-13 Haven, 13-10 Breeze, and then 13-7 Bind. So they did win against the Aces there. And then in their game 2, or in their playoff series here in the quarterfinals, they looked even better. It was the 13-8, 13-9. So they've improved, but they are a squad that, again, are always looking to improve, always looking to continue forward momentum. And I'm very excited. I was listening to them earlier, getting prepped up and ready on stage, and they were hyped. They were getting the reps in, making sure the headsets and peripherals work. So can't wait to see what they do bring out here as we are getting underway with map number 1. Of course, you know it, love it, or hate it. You know, no matter what, you're going to see it. It is going to be Pearl.
I mean, Pearl, it's such a fun map, and I think in a lot of ways there's so many different things speaking of that, it's going to be a lot of the new students of Valorant, as it were. We'll probably see a lot of Fade, we'll probably see Neon, we'll see Chamber as always, because you know, those nerfs incoming, those changes, I still think Chamber's still a lot of value to be had and a lot of spatial control. So, I mean, keep an eye on a lot of those newer agents to continue to run rampant in these tight alleyways as they show up, because it's going to be so important to maintain not just the spatial control control of the site, but also the space control of mid and a lot of these back alleys. So expect a lot of utility to go into just buying time and buying space here.
Yeah, and a couple players that we do want to highlight as well, taking a look and moving into this matchup, are going to be fairly key. Number one is Ogi. If I'm saying that right, I really hope I am, because that is an amazing name. Ogi, for the side of Champlain, in their quarterfinals matchup, posted amazing numbers. Had 220 bombs in their matches, so a very strong fragger to come out here, whether it is on that util or the priority duelist. And then Teal being another player for Champlain that I really do want to watch and see if they can step up. I believe Teal had a 30 bomb in the regular season moving into week 7 or 8. So a lot of players that we want to watch, but again, Champlain are going to be giving us hopefully the best time around.
And that's what you really need to watch for, and that's what made Champlain a 7-1 team, right? Is those players that can go in, frag, and also just not need to worry about being traded out. If you can go in and continue to win your duels, especially in the neutral, you're just going to end up, just carrying yourself along, carrying your economy along, and then just committing fewer resources, making fewer mistakes, and winning out that way. And yeah, if you have two very strong carries like that on your team who can just consistently go 2-1, yeah, you're no wonder they're the first seed. So I expect this younger squad from the Beacons to really just try to find and isolate those two players. I think on their end is just try to look at that. And speaking of looking at that, let's look at who they are planning on bringing in. Sebi locking the Astra, I think is pretty solid. I think this roster from Champlain looks very standard for what I see. I do kind of think. Pretty much like you could probably have even brought in the Rays versus the Jet, but I do think the Jet is the correct duelist pick here. The double initiator looking pretty strong, as it were. So I see nothing. I see nothing to change. I see no odd wild cards coming in from either side just from that quick peek.
Yeah, just keeping it standard, right? Keeping it standard,
No
keeping it meta. There's no reason to go different or crazy. So I like it. I like the point that you were bringing. It's very stock standard, and this is very Champlain. Like, why go crazy, right? And we are expecting, at least moving into the finals, I at least want to see some crazy picks. I want to see some people have a little bit of fun here. So, if we do get those interesting moments, that'll be great itself.
Oh,
but
hey.
We do get a Phoenix.
Yeah,
okay,
there's your wild card, Phoenix. Yeah, first on the Phoenix is going to be the really interesting one. I like that. Yeah, there you go.
It's and I mean, and I said this before, Phoenix. I mean, people are still trying to figure out if it's actually like situational or not, because of the changes, right?
Yeah.
The changes came out a couple patches ago, so it's good to see. I don't know how well it's going to do. That's the only key thing. So getting underway with round number 1, stock standard as best you can see it. Champlain on the defensive with UMass Beacons going to be trying to light up a lighthouse here on Pearl on the attack.
And they are going to push aggressively with that B site. The Astra smoke will come down, and Teal is there ready to hold that ground.
Oh.
No shot there, but we'll now make that call for the rotation. They're going to do a quick burst, throwing up that flame wall just to buy the space. And I think that's what you wanted out of the Phoenix. Buy that space from that kind of all-around position there, Orbital.
Yeah, it's a very, very smart play. And again, I love the skill checks at the beginning. Just rush, push, do whatever you need. It is going to be a snipe. Peachy's going to find one. Teal is going to fall. And now taking a look on the back end, we're waiting for just a little bit more. Great job by UMass to kick things off, though, here in round number 1. Waiting for a bit more, though, as it is going to be a blind. Sebi finds one. Murphs is going to find another. So trades back and forth, blend to a 4v3. Peachy is now going to slam home 3K, and Murphs finishes it off for a full house. Beautiful round number 1 for UMass Beacons.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all you could ask for, right, is being able to go in. I think this Phoenix wildcard is actually going to pay off here in a little bit, considering that Murphs went in, got a lot of value 2-0. They'll buy up a little bit, and that's kind of all you could really ask for. No real losses there. Shadow being the only true loser in some senses, coming in an 0-1. But, it's their economy's up. They should be in a good position, so they just need to play a little bit careful here. Just make sure they don't make any critical mistakes, give up any guns going into this. And they're just going to swap sides. I think this is a great call. I'm a little hesitant because they don't have a lot of aggressive, they don't have a lot of play. You can see that push is coming in aggressively, almost like careful now.
Yeah, they're making sure, and again, it's a test of A or B, and I think this is appropriate. So Champlain, they were giving themselves an opportunity. They're chasing all the way and pinching. Again, that's what you have to do when you're rocking only really the pistols. You're just kind of waiting and seeing, but a little bit of time, we'll see what they can do, and that's going to be the spray down. Ogi is able to find one, but it's still clean up on aisle A. It is Peachy taking another 3K on set, getting a piece there too, and it is stock standard. The anti-eco goes the way of UMass.
Yeah, I mean, It was to be expected in some ways, just simply because they have the guns, right? It's easy to write this off as gun advantage. But at the same time, I mean, Peachy's already crushing here. 6-1, looking incredibly good, already on their way to the Tour de Force, and probably not even needing to buy up. They're expected to be looking pretty good going into these further rounds. Already a couple ultimates almost on board, so just these great aggressive pushes just from UMass Beacon looking really good. Yeah, they're hungry. They really want to keep this going. But now that rifles are in both hands, I'm very curious to see what swings as they push this B site.
I mean, I think they're hoping just for that that nice moment, get a couple, and you can see him taking a little bit of time here, which is, again, very appropriate. But Teal is going to try and lay into it. Still can't find that early frag, and that means you are flushed out of this opening. I think that's why they're using that Phoenix to great efficiency, right? Already had to run it back, and might as well, right? Might as well, but Shadow gets planned down, takes a little bit of damage. It will be a retake attempt by Champlain Varsity.
Yeah, but there's nothing really, no action yet. The rest of the utility will come up. Astro Stars will be there, so the rest of this will kick off. Hold gets nothing, and they're finally taking sight here.
Oh, yep. Teal is going to open up with one. Great headshot to kick things off. UMass falling a little bit behind. You can actually see the Phoenix hiding all the way in mid. Going to try a flank of their own, but the kills are going quickly. Japeth and Teal find a few more. Teal getting a 3K of their own. And they only lost one. And that's the cleanup. Teal with the 4K, making it look nice.
Huge comeuppance. Yeah, the rifles were in their hands, but you got to give it. They gave up that space, and that was a smart retake there. They just kind of acknowledge, all right, they're rushing us down. They're giving the advantage on that, so let's just play smart. Let's play, draw out the utility, and really take advantage of that. So now that the board's kind of clean, there is a Tour de Force on board. I would expect Peachy to pull that out here just to kind of give themselves a little bit of an angle. And again, they've been rushing these B sites down, so if that's the case, I really do want to see Peachy play a little bit more to some of these counter angles that are come in. They realize that the counter aggression is there, and I want to see them adjust to that and accommodate for that coming in here.
And I mean, for the first time, we're actually getting them in the gun round, and I think that's where, you know, I always like to say, you know, first 3 rounds are pretty much there, but Teal this time is able to find it, hides in a little different angle, a little bit more forward, and is able to find one. Merce is going to chase, though, and say, hey, give me that aggression. Unfortunately, runs straight into Luxy, and Luxy says, I'll take her head. Great 2 frags to kick things off. Plant still goes down, so it is Champlain Varsity. Just got to clear out 3 and defuse.
I mean, they're up 2. They're fine to give up sight and just play the retake here, and I think that's the smart play. All their utility is still available, but Peachy does find one with that Tour de Force to kick it off. So again, making this a little bit easier, more difficult for the retake here.
And they're going to look. That's going to be Ogie and Teal laying in well. Very nicely done, and I mean, Peachy with the Tour de Force, you don't have too much working for you. So it's a 3K again for Teal, and this is one of the players that we said we were kind of watching, and again, on the chamber, very important, holding down sight very well.
Don't count out OG too. OG looks very good there, put in a couple bit of work. So with both of those players we were keeping an eye on coming together, yeah, I mean, this Champlain team is looking good to turn this back. They'll keep those rifles in hand. Teal will have that ultimate of their own, no need for it. They'll probably commit it here, but you know, they'll save the money and just keep that rolling. So I do think UMass Beacon's a little bit of a struggle. They're going to go into this half buy and force. I'm not fully sold on it yet. I kind of almost wish we'd take a full save. We don't have any ultimates to kind of back that up. So they're feeling the pressure. They're starting to feel this pressure on them on this attack. So really, they need to come up and play for these picks before they move in. They can't afford to rush just simply because they're getting a little desperate on the economy end here.
There's plenty of rounds to play as well, but I agree. If you're already sweating here, it's not a good time. So we'll see. And for the first time, UMass taking things a little bit slower, saying, hey, let's wait, let's default, and you know what? Maybe don't go B this time. You know, you don't have to always go B. I know A, it worked well last time, but mid maybe is a good attempt. And again, it is the feeling out period, trying to figure out where everyone's situated. But look how far up A is contested. So the flank coming out, Champlain already getting their aggression on, and I love it. UMass still trying to find a chance and really can't spot anyone.
I gotta give it to the Beacons here. They're trying really hard to find this information without giving away too much of their own utility, and that's really important going into these plants and these takes, is just being able to kind of force out whatever they can get. Peachy does find one, a great off angle, and that's gonna be the go button to take A. Yeah, now they're getting set up. Peachy is already set to go, so this site is basically
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal pinch, and then a great blind to the two swing. Merce lighting up that kill feed right now and saying, give me that chance. The crazy thing as well is they're doing this actually on a half-hearted buy.
Yeah.
It's not really the buy that you're looking at, so very nicely done. Champlain sitting with 2. It's not completely impossible, but it is very difficult if you're not able to find. There you go, Luxy able to find 1. Now need to do that 4 more times here. Unless they just want to save the weapons. That is an option as well.
I don't think that's the worst idea. Maybe force some utility out. The spike's already pretty much down. We're at the halfway point. I don't think you're really going to make a play at this point. Especially not with Teal there. Ooh. The tour de force is forcing its way in. Misses that second one, though. Just going to try to get some shots. Finds another one. That's something on the way out. The fuse is there. Is it going to... Oh, no. Is there a contest? Flash.
I mean, there was... You know what? I give that. Luxy did the most and still got an extra ult charge out of it, which is nice.
Yeah.
UMass, though, that was a phenomenal pick. Peachy finding that one with a pistol. There's a reason Peachy is 9-4 right now.
Oh,
very, very nicely done. But the retake value that Champlain laid down, I think, cannot be understated right here.
Oh, agree. I agree completely. That bought so much out of their economy. We were talking about how that was a forced buy, and they were really putting the pressure on the Beacons to make this work. And granted they did, but it cost them a lot, so they need to continue to play perfectly here. Both of those ultimates, they run it back probably for information, and that Nightfall is gonna have to come up and find some big information on it to keep themselves alive.
Right now, with that running back, they're going to send out quite a bit. Luxy trying to stall out with that Nightfall. And actually doesn't get too much information, so I'm surprised you actually launched that so early on. And it also went over sight, if I was seeing that correctly. So a little bit of an awkward Nightfall, didn't get too much information. And, you know, for UMass, you'll call that as a win. You don't have to deal with the Nightfall later. You don't have to deal with it on the retakes, right? So big PC utility that has been used on set. Taking a look and saying, hey, we're still trying to find our way into sight, but going through the mid is always a little bit rough here. So all lineups set up. Champlain varsity just waiting. Okay, on the edge, and you peek that corner and just nope, that was a camera free fake. You know what? Give me a break here, but it is just you can see it, right? The lineups here are very rough for UMass because no information has been given. Yeah,
I mean, that knife is going to be the first piece of information. We didn't find anything with it. And, you know, continuing, we're still just kind of waiting. No one wants to commit that ever-important utility to anything, but it looks like Japeth is getting antsy, and you can't afford to get antsy in a moment like this.
Japeth waiting off. Luxy giving a little bit of space, and now letting him in. Merce is able to find 1. Shadows and Merce go ahead and annihilate 3 total. So well done again on the entry. It is UMass taking it slowly and methodically, and Merce lighting it up with the Phoenix. We said it, right? We said we wanted to see how this Phoenix was going to perform, and it is performing phenomenally here at the start of Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, a 5-1, it's just, this round's kind of over in a lot of ways. There's no way to get this. Teal's just playing for picks, does fine too. Maybe I spoke too soon here, Orbital. Maybe there's still a chance. I doubt it. Spike's down, but I don't think Teal's surrounded. I don't think there's gonna be a lot they can do about it.
Well, it is gonna be a chance though. You get a 3K, need an ace to finish off, but 17 HP, marked for death.
No,
that's another headshot. Teal almost makes it. That is the second time Teal has put a 4K on the board and made it look so spicy.
Oh, man.
But at the end of the day, UMass Beacons take a 4th round.
The backpack was just too heavy, Orbital. It was just too heavy to put on. I mean, it was an impressive. That one's for the books if you could get it. But you got to shout out Teal there, 13-4. That's still a very, very impressive. You can see they're just putting in so much work trying to hero save these rounds, but just falling a little bit short, leaving them down 4-2 here. So, I mean, it's a rebuild point. It's going to be probably a half buy to a save for the side of Champlain. And this #1 seed's looking suddenly killable here. It's very interesting. They're looking not as defined as they could. And OG has something to say about what I just said, apparently.
OG said no. OG said,
absolutely not.
Give me a moment. And again, Pearl was seen as an attacker-sided favorite for a long time, right? I'll say it at the beginning. Right now, I would say it's leaning a little bit more towards there. So this is not outside of common sense, outside of the norm, right? So Champlain, the main thing you're looking at, maybe 4 or 5 rounds, and you're perfectly fine. If you can match it up, even further, if you can run the next set of rounds, even better. So not impossible, very, very doable here.
very reasonable still. And I mean, I still got to give it to UMass Beacons though, because they've been controlling the pace of the game, and that's so important in regards to Pearl and in a lot of these maps, is just being able to say, all right, look, we're gonna approach, we're gonna execute when we want to, we're gonna find and play the information we get. That Haunt not really finding much, so they're still hesitantly pushing this B site. And I mean, they're man down, so it's very, very hard. They have to kind of play almost for someone to get patient and impatient, and you can kind of see it on mid. The rotate's gonna come through. If they're lucky, they'll catch them out.
30 seconds left.
Well, there's going to be a quiet lurk. Japath right in front. Sees 2, hears 3. And they all run by, but there's going to be a local. Oh, Sad Girl calling it out, saying, hey, I spotted a rat, but there's a second rat following through. So, again, only 10 seconds. They have to rush this site. UMass for the first time being put in a little bit of a dire situation. Shadow, though, finds Ogie to kick things off. Sebi finding Shadow, so it's a trade 1-for-1, and now with the smoke down, this is going to be a chance. A lot of shots going out, and no time at all. So time running down. Champlain are allowed chance, and that's going to be clean up on Isle again, so Sad Girl not able to carry the weapon over. And again, the spike not going down either, so no extra money in there. Champlain, you know, you'll take it no matter what.
Yeah, at this point, that's the best you can hope for. You got the win on time. Look, it may not be pretty, it may not be flashy, but like a round win is a round win, right? You'll take that, especially when you were pretty much saving there. So good on Champlain for getting that on their hand. It looks like the rifles will start to be in play once again, but you know, it's going to be a little bit tough. They have to continue to get the pace back for Champlain and kind of buy that. They have that suppression. They have some ultimates on the board to get really out of there. Probably going to find something. So they know a little bit of pressure from that mid, and there is the wall to come down and buy that space for free.
Cosmic Divide.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And that chance then also using the run it back. So a quick drop of these ultis. I think probably not going to be choosing to do so. Ogie's able to find Murph's clone, and it's still going to give information away. Spike is down, all 5 alive. And we'll see if they can manage from here on out again. Champlain a little bit worried about chasing in super hard. They will have to if they want a chance at this refusal. Japath able to find one, and Japath again with that null command was sending it in on their own front. It's a little bit of a dangerous spot. Spray goes Lexi's way. Teal is able to find one, and it looks like Champlain had done it. They've broken through this kind of wall, this barrier, whether physical or not. Ogie able to find one, and Merce trying to spray it down. It's that onset with the clutch, making it happen.
Wow, great recover from Onset there. Beautifully done to keep themselves alive and keep this rolling. I mean, the Beacons, yeah, this is looking good. This is looking like a good set of attack here. They'll keep those rifles in the next round, and it was a bit of a force, but good for them. They'll be able to roll this over. They'll continue to buy up, and it's a little, the pressure's on. You can tell the Beacons are feeling the pressure through their economy, through a lot of that. Teal will have that tour de force, and we saw the last time Teal had that tour de force out, there was just a wave of death coming from them. So they have to get that pick, and they have to get Teal out sooner than later if they want to continue this.
This is going to be a chase, and I mean, it lends it straight to Murphs, getting massive frags at the start once again. And it was a read, right? UMass Beacons are like, hey, we know Champlain are going to kind of rush here. We know what they want to do. But that's going to be a snap. Teal with the headhunter able to spray down one. Looking for a bit more. Trying to find someone. But again, this is another opportunity. Champlain into 2v3. We've seen them do much more with a little bit less. So one can hope.
I'm still worried though. Teal's still alive and still has that tour de force open, and now that they're getting the angles, this is going to be a tough one to defend.
The fact that they're all pinched on the same side is actually quite dangerous. And they're going to go in very slowly here, still waiting. I mean, the time's ticking down, but Luxie is able to spray one. Really nice job and finding that one early. Teal makes it a 3K. Sad Girl Hours is going to try and change it. And the peak. Sad Girl dab it up 3K. 6 rounds for you, man.
It's not the first time they've gotten away with that trick too. They've just kept it in their sight. So you really got to think, what did they do when they get that down on A? Where do we need to get that? And they're pulling out the utility that they really should have for Champlain to kind of defend on that, but just playing a little bit better and coming up a little bit more clutch here for the Beacons. So they'll roll a little bit harder. It looks like Peachy is just going to kind of make the best that they can for the side of the Beacons, as they weren't expecting to lose all that. So Nightfall, Cosmic Divide of their own for Beacons gives them a little bit of an edge here, but they are behind. So any initial picks that they can recover rifles run will just give them the edge here. This could go the way of Champlain if this Nightfall finds out anything.
It's not going to, and again, You know, I always have questions about using that Nightfall so early on. Ogi, though, is going to find one. Onset is still able to trade back, and the quick plan gives value to UMass once again. Their retake defenses have been quite astonishing here. Even though it goes down to the 1v1 or anything like that, it's still so good. Champlain, the ones that we're watching, really they need to find a clean entry into the site. Their retakes have been a little bit rough. Peth able to find Peachy, and that's what you need. Again, quick picks, and now the question is, where is the peak gonna go? Doesn't look like they're gonna do so. That's gonna be the crossfire, and they killed the spike diffuser, but again, you're gonna go for it. Halfway done. And it is the finish for once. We do see Champlain carrying 2 after that retake.
That's really what we wanted to see out of Champlain, right? Is that in the beginning we saw them very much taking the space, playing aggressively, and really getting control of all those different kinds of alleyways. They've given up a little bit of that pressure here, and that's kind of where UMass has shined. They've been able to rush in, get control of the site, and then be able to hold those angles, or at least contest them as long as they've needed to. So Champlain's defense really needs to get a little bit more space control in addition to everything else, and they just kind of need to get the control of the game and the pacing back into their hands. And with that, it'll be a force up. They'll have to commit everything into this, but they feel they can put they can put it down. So they need to continue to kind of make a stand and put their heels in the sand here.
Yeah, I mean, we're considering the fact that even though UMass Beacons have won 6 rounds, I mean, their econ is kind of shot. I do have to agree. It's kind of rough for them. It hasn't been clean, so Champlain, they just win 1, and they're like, okay, we already put them on that save round or into that kind of bargain bin situation. And it's also why UMass, for the first time, aren't rushing anywhere. They're trying to use that little bit of long-range utility. They're going to try and find those picks. And, I mean, Teal's still holding down this B site, which has been kind of their bread and butter. I think that's why UMass have been, for the last 3 rounds, attacking that A site. Just don't want to deal with it. So, this time around, they're going to test it, and Teal's going to be put up to the test. You just hear a pistol. Shadow's like, come on, come on, give me something, anything, help. Yep. Around the corner, they look, and no shot. Okay.
Murph's flame wall just buys a little time. Space, still nothing really there. You know, the lack of information is just not giving them anything, but they will now take that space, and Murph's getting aggressive here. I like it.
Yeah, Murph's on this one twice and finds Peth with the util out. So well done. Shadow's able to find Teal as well. Top fraggers are down, and Shadow finds Ogi. Just like that, UMass have broken into the B site, and Champlain are left worse for wear. This is so impressive from UMass Beacons right now. They're doing so well. However, they're taking these nice and slow. 10 seconds left.
Oh no!
But Luxy is able to find it. They have to get it down before 4 seconds. Semi finds it again. The opportunity has been made. No matter what, Champlain get it. The second timeout round, and UMass are left stunned.
Last round in the half.
Wow! Just great awareness of the time and spacing from Champlain. Just overall phenomenal. Knowing that they were down there and kind of playing a little bit from a down position, they were able to make that work. So now going into this, you know, Ultimate's up on board. There's a Blade Storm. There's a Nightfall. A couple tools there to keep themselves going. But, you know, UMass, again, we're back. We have rifles in hand. Nothing really to go with it. But this is when they kind of shine, when they feel confident, when they have the rifles, when they know they can kind of rush and set the pace, they can good. You can see it. OG does manage to find one. OG gets out though, and that is gonna put a halt on this B push.
Yeah. Ogi said, Teal, you're not doing enough with your own op. Let me show you how it's done. Peth is able to find PG. Merce is gonna find Ogi in the back, but it's still enough damage. It is a 4v3, and the rest of UMass get caught by the Nightfall. Or is that their own Nightfall? Nope, that is Champlain. So this is a good little find. Information is tethered. I think only 1 or 2 got tagged. But Teal on the top ropes is going to watch as Luxy clears out that back corner. And Shadow now stuck in between a rock and a hard place. But he is able to swing on 2. Are you kidding me? The Colat is beautiful to still do economic damage, even though it's the last round. Champlain, 2v1. Sad Girl, are you going to do it? Sad Girl dancing back and forth, looking, peeking, still checking. And they got to clear. Champlain have got to clear this out as much as possible. They are going to find it. Sebi finds the final kill, and just like that, as we said, Champlain able to fight back, make it 6 and 6.
I mean, That's a good half, I think, for both sides. You're not really unhappy with either of that. Champlain's definitely happy with that, considering, like you said, this is always kind of viewed more attack heavy. So I think just drawing even is a pretty good place to be. But all right, reset. Everything's there. We've kind of got an idea of what these teams like to do and how it plays well. And you can kind of even look at the records there. It's been back and forth, but we've seen that the Beacons have played well in these pistol rounds. So another early take can roll the ball in their favor going into this defense, as long as they continue to just make the good choices, complete kills, and just play smart with their utility. They can keep those balls rolling into this pistol round and maybe pull away with this and kind of upset our #1 seed here.
There's always a chance, but again, it is a best-of-3 series. So many more games to be played here. And again, I will always say it, Pearl is a little bit more attacker favored. It favors those that are willing to be a little bit more aggressive and in your face. And so a 6-6 after your defense is great. Same on Champlain, same on UMass Beacon's side. Played it very well. Now the defense is called into question. A little bit of an orb going down. Ogie is chasing in. A little bit of a dash forward. Who wins that back corner? Ooh. Peachy with the shorty says, gimme, gimme, gimme. One more shot laid in. Might need to reload, but that's a stall that you want. And I mean, Peachy has been one of those pivotal shots. Sad Girl able to find Luxie. And Teal's gonna swing. So Teal's going back and forth. 3v2 now for against Champlain. Make it a 1v3. And what do you know? UMass once again, as you said, strong on the pistol, strong in the face of kind of that neutral trigger finger situation.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so tough because Teal has to come out 10 HP, suppressed, not really able to do anything, no way to get spike in hand. I mean, it's just kind of the waiting game now. Maybe you can get someone else out. Teal has come up huge before, though, so finding the information and finding the angle is going to be enough, but one spray, there it is, and Mercs will clean it up. And Mercs has been huge. You can see it. They love it. They're happy. Just, you can see it. They've been playing so well on that Phoenix, top fragging at 16 and 11. We were really questioning and looking at this Phoenix pick, but Mercs is absolutely making a case for Phoenix to be something going forward in this series.
It allows just for so much aggression. Yeah. It is really what it is, and I think this is. I do think the situation called for it, right? On Pearl, you got to be aggressive, you got to move forward, and that's what the Phoenix wants to do. So very well called out. Teal though sitting with a 20 bomb already, ridiculous scoreline on their own. I mean, but the thing is, it's not translating as well as they would like into round wins. Hopefully, trying to lock it down as Champlain. Checking and peeking inside of this mid. Again, they are saving this round. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, I do like this, though. They are playing for that very, very important mid control. They've gotten spotted out, but it's important to get control of mid because now you just have so many more angles you can play from. And as that first initial star will fall, it looks like they're going to choose B here.
This is appropriate again. Not out just yet, but Peachy and Murphs go ahead and shut that down before they can even enter sight. Peachy with 2 shots. Doesn't even get one more off. Great kill by Luxie, but it is going to be cleanup by Onset with the 3K. Beautifully done here on B as UMass move to 6 and 8.
All right. I mean, we were talking about it being attack-sided, but I think UMass has something to say about that. They clearly prepped Pearl here, and given all things considered, they looked very strong on it. So, they'll have the econ advantage going into this. They'll have a little bit more, and it looks like now that rifles are out for Champlain, they're going to have to they're going to just need to continue to do what they do. They're going to need to get those clicks in. They're going to need to play to their advantages and create something on this attack because they don't have control of the pace. But even if they do have these rifles in their hand, they're going to push aggressively onto mid here. And I like that to start. Just draw some attention, draw some utility out, and then decide from there.
I mean, this is that point that we need to see things turn around, right? Again, they're on the attack, and I want to see their aggression come out. As you said, same thing, but this is also the bonus, so it's like, okay, give a little bit of time for UMass. We'll wait one more round to see if things actually shape up the way they did before. Shadow, though, hiding behind the box, finds Ogie sleeping and is able to find one. Looks for another, can do more than just body damage, but it's enough for Merce to come in and clean up.
I mean, Champlain going down 1. It's 3 to 4 here on this attack. Not really in a great position to even have a sight. You might be getting a little worried. Does catch 1 with a Phoenix Flash and trades it out. Merce comes up and Sad Girls to match up with 2 more to bring it home.
Lord.
Oh no, Orbital. I think if you're Champlain here, you're getting a little worried. This was your pick. You chose this. You thought you were going to be able to win on Pearl, you might be starting to get a little scared. And yeah, there's a timeout. You know, I think that's fair. I think that's a really, really good choice. I think that's a smart.
Yeah, it's rare that we see 3 O's to kick off a half. It's difficult to do, right? The gun disadvantage that you're usually sitting at is just not favorable. So you're just like, okay, we expect to lose it. And that's why I always say the first 3 rounds of Valorant almost always go the same way, right? 2 rounds to the opener and then 1 round back. That's
pretty standard.
That's Valorant. That's why I say Valorant starts on the 4th round. That's what
I agree.
always say.
I agree.
And everyone does, I think. Yeah. But when you take a step forward like this, it gets into the opponent's head. It is so difficult to deal with. They're sitting there going, how did they pull that off? And honestly, it was the hiding. It was that individualistic situation. And honestly, UMass Beacons look like they are on point. They have been practicing. They've definitely been sitting in and going, okay, we got to hit those shots. Just get the damage in. We'll follow up afterwards. And Merce really cleaning up a house. I think Champlain Varsity are going to have to sit there and go, okay, we got to start targeting. We got to start figuring out what this Phoenix is, or pushing as a squad. The individual gun duels are just not working.
I agree with you completely. I mean, Merce, almost a 20 bomb of their own at 19 and 11. Just keeping up with Teal, and it's worth noting that like Teal did drop a 20 bomb, but a lot of those picks just came, you know, kind of in, I don't want to call it garbage time, but they came late. They came post plant. They came, you know, already basically when like a round was lost, when it was a 1v3 or a situation where they really can't win. So like the power is there and the players are there, but they just need to set themselves up for situations where those picks matter and the gunplay that they put in really goes the distance as opposed to these kinds of moments. So just kind of, they're just going to play it out here for Champlain, give themselves a little bit slower angle. We'll see the Jet over there against the Chamber on B site. Just try to see if they can buy a little time and find out any more information who's on where. But it looks like it's just going to be this A site orbital. And given that there's not really much of a contest, they might just be able to rush it down if they move quickly enough.
I mean, that's something that you definitely watch for and hope to see. It's going to be 4 and a lurker. But again, you only really have pistols, so it's like, are you going to give it a shot? No, Merce is going to stat pad so hard. 3 frags with Side Girl picking up 1. And I mean, that's what you like to see, right? In a round where it's only pistols, you hate watching more than 1 player fall. So very, very nicely done. Spike is down. Only the lurker left. And it's going to be this Jet just going, okay, what do I got to do here? You know, how are we going to deal with this? Do I just walk to my death? Yes, that's an option. It looks like you are going to do so. Onset picks it up. Nice headshot to clean it up. And it is double digits for the Beacons, who are 10 and 6. 3 rounds to take map 1.
I mean, Teal got the 20, but Merce got 22. Run it back available. I mean, yeah, like you said, like that was kind of to be expected. Now that we're about even on both sides, we're in a good spot. But the one thing I was, criticizing the Beacons for was they were kind of, forcing themselves into situations where, all right, we know we just need 1 win to turn it around, buy rifles, hold them for another round. But this time, the money's flowing. They're in a good spot. They could even afford to lose a round if they need to. And it's forced Champlain onto the back foot. I don't think they expected Merce on this Phoenix to make an appearance and really put in the work that they were expecting here. So they'll have to keep that in their mind going forward, because Phoenix is a pretty good all-arounder. You can kind of put him anywhere and expect that kind of value on pretty much almost any map.
Question is, of course, here on the second gun round, what are Champlain going to do? And apparently it's die to Peachy. Peachy swings on 2, making it 3rd. No, Merce comes in with a headshot. Shadow is down. Japeth is going to find 1. Japeth finds 2. And just like that, it's turned around 2v2
Last
here. Spike's still not down, but Onset trades it in. Japeth is dead. And it's 1 left alive. Unfortunate thing, though, Spike directly on B site, and Teal is going to have to wipe 2 to carry them to 7. And if there's anyone to do it, it is Teal. Keep that in mind. Teal has been fragging out of their mind right now. But you only get 1. You get 1 and look for another. And Onset cleans it up. 11 rounds to UMass Beacons as they are 2 away from taking game 1.
They're shutting the door orbital. They're ready to close it. They're writing the book here, and it's about ready to call it and move on to the next map. So Onset holding on to suppression is going to be the next big thing to probably keep some sort of progress forward. And I mean, with how the Beacons have been hitting shots, how they've been playing, it's just only a boon in their favor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Teal again is just feeling the pressure. Luxy too. OG a little bit below on 9 and 14. We were looking at them to kind of perform, but they've just kind of fallen short here on Pearl. And this is not looking good for the #1 seed.
Not at all. I mean, they are working with scraps here. That's going to be a great blind, and Japan is able to make it out. So you are on 5 HP, but you found an opener. That's one that you were not expecting. Merce is able to find Japan, but it's the null command. So Sebi finds Merce in that trade. Spray through the wall, not going to find anything. Sad Girl hiding in the back corner. Peachy and Onset, though, swing right back. Champlain, they made a valiant attempt, but it is game point. UMass Beacons one step away from taking map #1.
I mean, it's the roughest scenario. Even if Beacons lose, they're basically sitting at full money. They didn't spend suppression. They're just in such a good spot to close this out. So for the side of Champlain, I mean, it's the Nightfall. They'll need to probably commit that on the retake if they really want to buy this out. And I mean, Sevi has that wall, but they need to get position. They really need to get a good space for them to find something to cut off, something they can get the spike down with, because they just haven't been able to find that spatial positioning they're looking for on the side of Champlain. And you know, it's just one more round stands between the Beacons and a first victory here in this series.
Get out of my way.
Knives, okay.
So
Face your
impressed right now
fear.
with what the team has done, and there we go. Champlain sending out their Nightfall, trying to bust in, but Merce swings again. And remember, this is the third gun round for Champlain. Champlain looked lost in the ocean as they are
One
getting
enemy
destroyed
remaining.
here. Merce
Spike
is able to
down
find
A.
Sebi. It's down to a 1v4. Ladies and gentlemen, Luxy is the last one alive. They are hunted and they are dead. UMass Beacons take game #1.
What an impressive game. Wow. You know, it was so easy to look and say, oh, there's no world the #5 seed. There's no world the 5 seed turns around and wins on not their map pick, right? But they did it. This Beacon team did it. They want to win. They have shown that they are ready to play for more, and they want to close out and cause the upset of the season here.
If this happens, I will be extremely impressed. And it's not just for the fact that they won it, but they won it fairly handedly, right? There was no oh, there's luck. And yes, some of those rounds went very close. But let me remind you, that entire second half was a 7-0.
Yeah.
It was 7-0. That I cannot state how impressive that is on defense on Pearl.
Yeah, that's actually unheard of. That's just wild to think that is how well they played that map, that they just were able to close that out without dropping a single thing. They looked immaculate going into that. So really now the pressure is on for the #1 seed here to find an answer and respond appropriately, because it's not their pick. It's not their map. It's not their map pick here. This isn't good.
It's not. So we'll go ahead and send it over to Foof to give us a little bit of a closeout and get ready for game #2 here in our first semifinals matchup.
Oh my goodness, 7 straight to end the first round, and a great showing from UMass of Boston as the Beacons now sit 1-0, trying to shine that light forward.
I just wanted to let
the
you guys
first
know.
win of the tournament. But you might not have heard it walking
so it's-
past, but
so
the
it's
coach has said
definitely
we
the
still have
feedback,
2
unfortunately.
games left, and they are pushing forward of that Champaign College, trying to equalize it here. But obviously answering back from 7 straight will be difficult, but we're going to be taking a short break just like the teams are. So stay tuned. We'll be back after a bit.
Okay. In goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's two for the Chamber. Chamber looking for a few more. Get the third. Looking for a fourth. Then you get it. And Ace to kick things off. All right, I see you. I see you.
The refresh is live. The right click will come through as well. Volan from behind. 1, 2. Sybil gets it to half though. Looking for a third. It's Volan to keep them alive. A 1 versus 1 as it stands. No updraft available. Bowkeeper, the shot misses. But they still have the spike to half.
Oh my God!
It's a 4K from
Management on the likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water. Oh my goodness! Galleon, did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like just the air off the side of the ball to safely navigate those waters, and it becomes a 2v2 in a hurry, trying to be able to get straight off the rip. It's going to be chilly that is oh so hot. That's 2 in a row for the Lancers.
Alrighty, and welcome back, everyone. We were just so enthralled by the video, taking a look here at Worcester. We've had a fantastic time so far here today at the amazing esports bar here, and it's been phenomenal, I have to say. I know a lot of the players have enjoyed it as well, and I think it's going to be continuing across multiple days because, again, today's just Valorant. We have Rocket League. You saw a little bit up there before. We are going to have Rocket League playing out tomorrow, and that's actually going to be the full bracket, I think.
Yeah, that's the whole playoff bracket, so that's going to be really good. But that's the future orbital.
Yeah.
Right now, we've got the UMass Beacons up 1-0 against
man.
Champlain, and as we go to Haven, you have to be a little bit concerned if you're Champlain. This was Beacon's pick. You kind of just got hosed on your own map on Pearl. Whew, man, then you need to pull out whatever tricks are in your bag to really keep yourself going on this, because Haven has to be this is their home turf at this point. They know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah. Granted, I will always say with these types of maps, with Pearl, with Breeze, and I would say Fracture, but of course no one really wants to play Fracture. Those are maps that tend to be very team specific, right?
Yes,
they are very much like teams will run them only if they have to.
Yes.
Haven is definitely one that I assume all teams have good practice on, right?
You have to have,
because any map, the older the map goes, the more shit I practice on. So Haven should be one that I think is well versed. We shouldn't see such a large disparity. I'm at least going to call it. I think this map is going to be much closer. I think we're going to see closer to maybe a 13-9, 13-10, and I would actually give it to Champlain a little bit. We saw some steps up, and individually, I mean, Teal has been still very astounding. And if the rest of the players can actually step up to Teal's level here, I think that's going to be great. But UMass are showing such excellent macro game utility. That's where it's really catching them out. And then Merce, of course, absolutely flabbergastingly amazing performance there. And now moving to the Rays, I think is still very dominant and very scary here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that's the change you're going to make and you're going to move Murph over to something different, and because, arguably the Jet is, your still most traditional pick for a map like this, but, the Raze is a good bit of utility. You just get a lot more raw damage across the abilities. Everything else pretty much makes sense across the board. But that is going to be the kind of thing we're going to have to keep an eye out for, is just Murph over on the Raze versus the Jet is really going to make a bit of a difference. You just kind of get more raw damage from the Jet. You do get a similar amount of just entry power. It costs a little bit more from the Raze in a lot of regards, but it's really going to come down to how do these different duelists really put their kits into advantage, and then who just kind of gets control over each other. Because again, we're looking at a pretty big map. Haven's pretty big. You have 3 sites to control, and it's going to be really hard to tell based on that last map alone really what's going to happen.
Well, getting ready for this game, and we can already take a look as Champlain get another chance here on the attack, and I think that's very important as well.
Yeah.
The attacking side, again, you get to dictate the pacing, you get to dictate a little bit more about what's going on, and I will always say the attackers are the ones with the conductor's baton, right?
Yeah.
They're the ones that get to choose. Is the orchestra going to listen to you or not, right? Do they want to go faster in the script or no? Are they going to take it slow? Are they going to listen? How does it work? And in this situation, the conductor is hoping to throw the orchestra off, right? It's one of the few times. So Onset saw it and immediately had to teleport out. So Ogi not finding that pick, but it does leave the side open. So a seaside strike. These UMass Beacons ready for a little bit of a tango.
A very passive play on that C-site too, just very much willing to give up the space quickly. But Merce kicks it off with 2 already. We were questioning if Merce was going to keep this fire going, and the Raze is still live, but the 2 fire back. Merce with a 3rd though. I mean, it's still anybody's match here. Semifinals 2.
Player standing.
One more. Just need a single headshot. Oh! Onset takes it. UMass come out again with a round 1, and this is now the 3rd pistol in a row that they have won. They're looking great. And again, these singular gun duels are coming down to the wire. And this is where I still say Champlain feel like they have a chance. Because again, that is at least the 5th or 6th round that has gone down to 1v1s at the end.
I agree with you completely. And that's kind of been the story here, right? Is that these 1v1s have never gone in their favor. So you just need to adjust to that. You need to create these tools and the space to give yourself a 2v1. Give someone a distraction. Set someone else up for success here. Because Merce has already just come out of the gates blazing. First on the Phoenix, now on this Raze. And with rifles in hand, it's looking to go their way. It's never 100% sure, but that strong defense is already working well in their favor.
Ooh, but Teal this time fighting Peachy, and I think Peachy is another one that has caused a lot of problems for Champlain. It's just very annoying kind of lurker there. So I think that's very important, but Onset is able to spray down 1, trade it into a 4v4, and that is going to be so important. Again, they are doing so well. Onset has also impressed us as well. UMass Beacons, they take that frag and say, okay, breather, how do we engage this one? How are we going to flank? Minimap though, in garage, Merce is able to find Luxy. What a challenge there. That opens up the sidebar. Teal though finds Merce, can't pick up the gun as Onset sprays down Japeth. Shadow becoming a shadow in front of Teal, disappearing and taking their life down to a 1v3. And Champlain go, what the heck can we do? Spraying through that star, and another star comes up. But Sebi finds it. It is going to be UMass Beacons to take it. And Onset with the 3K. Individually, UMass Beacons are looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, moving over from that KO2 to the chamber, it's a bit of a different skill set in a lot of ways. You know, this is very, it's a kind of a swing of styles. KO, very, very much an initiator in kind of hand. You're using KO a lot of the time to find that information and know how to play. But chamber is just very much a, I'm going to hold my angle, play a little bit tricky, and just giving themselves that. But I mean, Onset hasn't, 5-0, looking very strong. Hasn't really struggled. Has made this look very, very clear, and given Merce a run for their money for a player on this round.
And I mean, I'm loving it so much. Merce gets a swing, and Shadow's even able to find one. This cannot be happening right now. UMass, they want to do it so badly, and Champlain are like, we can't let this happen, right?
No.
We can't let another 3-0 start to a half happen. If they do, it is a devastating blow, both in the econ, in the static game, but in the mental, and I think that is a huge thing, right? Getting 7-0'd in the second half, you have to reel yourself back. But Shadow's absolutely popping off, finally taken out by Seb, but it's still a 3v2. Champlain have yet to even get the plant off. They do have the spikes, but they don't have to go chasing, but this is going to be the chance. Teal running the corner, it's going to be a spray. Peachy is down, great frag, and now this is now more doable. Divide is up, so Champlain Varsity say we're in a much better spot.
Yeah, they'll just play this and try to give themselves a little bit of positioning for when the wall eventually falls, but that's kind of all they can do. And Onset may take that first death here as they try to retake this. It's 2v2, and they don't really have the information to know much of anything, so this is a dangerous situation here.
I do like it, though. Again, playing it soft, playing it quiet. Not giving away any information, but this is going to be the check. This is going to be the sidebar. Sebi with the headshot. That was the one that they needed. Onset, though, with the headshot of their own. And Teal finds it. Teal picks him off, and that's perfect. You like to see it. You can hear Champlain here in the venue just going, we really needed that round.
Yeah, I don't know if Onset thought there was anybody else alive still. They may have thought that was the last pick, because they immediately went to start the defuse and maybe just assumed that was the last pick and just didn't quite look at the board. But either way, that's fine. That's, like you said, now the real game begins, as you said. So UMass has 3 ultimates on board, a lot. But we really do need to see Sad Girl and Peachy just kind of step it up and just kind of put themselves a little bit more out there. Neither of them a single pick between them, and that's a bit of a team. They are in the lead, but we need to see them step up if the Beacons want to continue to keep this pressure on to Champlain.
That is one thing that I've always been frustrated about in Valorant is the util, right? All these util, it doesn't give the assists as properly as you would
really
like,
doesn't.
right?
No.
So it's like, you can have 0 kills, but still provide so much value. But granted, you would like the kills nonetheless.
Yeah.
But I always give a little bit of credit here and there. When you have a duelist, though, sitting at 0, then you're just like, bro, like,
please.
Come on, please help me. This is like my rank up match. Like, why are you doing me like this? Right now, though, Teal just trying to spray through Garage, and I'm very surprised the Garage has not been tested as much. I love watching Garage fights go down, and some teams really just fight it all the time. But we're not seeing it here. It's a little bit of a fade over towards that A side, a little bit more split up. UMass kind of wondering what the heck's going on here, as we do get a connector chance. So Champlain setting up for an A site, just depends how much time they want to wait for.
I mean, the other part to the Beacons, though, is they're playing they're very quiet. They're playing very strong on this default. They're just not impatient. There's a Nightfall, speaking of impatient. They will get caught out there, it looks like. But the utility is in, and it's party time. Here's the showstopper, just going to send it out. No, it doesn't find anybody.
Oh, but Shadow, this is now Shadow's about to play. Merce is having a chance, but Teal, Sebi, and Japeth say not today. We are not allowing this situation to get too far out of control. Amazing sprays to hold off here. And Onset with the 2 of the force might as well get moving. Gonna be a chance. Snaps up 1, turns it to a 2v1. Might not make the same mistake. Swings, sees a body. Oh my gosh, no. And you only had 11 HP, but with a single shot, it's difficult. Teal brings it back with the Vandal. And it's now 2-2. Deja vu. We are tied with 4 rounds played.
I mean, that's what you needed for Champlain, right? You needed that moment to really kind of swing it in your favor, throw a haymaker and catch something back. So couple ultimates on board. We do have that Rolling Thunder from the side of Japheth. That will be something there to kind of give them an entry, right? That's hopefully your entry con, or at least the defense if you need to defend a retake. So getting through that and maybe even taking Japheth out early might be a key factor going into this round, because you're on a save for UMass. If you can get any advantage going into this and force anything out, you basically that's your win for this round.
See what they can do. Hard charge in. And Japheth is going to find Peachy, who took out Ogi. And now with a little bit more, the breach says, give me a chance. Quick planting down. That's 3v4. And you see Beacons just kind of all over the place as we get the lovely window screen. Give us a little bit of a breather, but it is going to be enough for Teal to find Murph's head. And this one feels a little bit more on lock. I did say Champlain, they just need that mental boost. They need to get right back in that same method that they've done before. And at least this time, at least these last few rounds have felt a bit more on the nose, a bit better in buckling down and getting work done.
Speaking of work done, that will be some amount out. Sebi will find one and get a little work done left, and it's just the lone chamber. Just going to try to find any exit picks, or maybe not. No, just going to get out of there. Spike's going to blow up, so probably just going to feed themselves in, maybe get some extra money if they feel that's an important thing. But they did come out with a rifle, so that's something going forward. And you know, Champlain does come out ahead on it. They'll come out 3-2, keep themselves alive, didn't have to commit anything into it. So they're sitting pretty good going into this. Their economy looking good, and that will be a timeout coming in.
And it's surprising, I think, to see it as I think we have a tech timeout here.
Yeah.
So that's actually what we're seeing here. We are not going negative time. That I think is very impressive either way.
Wait, wait, no, Orville, I thought you figured it out. Wasn't that what we did last night? Didn't we solve time? I thought we did this. I thought that was it. This was the moment.
Yeah, you thought you were watching Valorant. We're actually going like 500 level like college courses here.
Yeah.
Champlain, though, I do believe this is a tech pause, just giving us a little bit of time to figure out what's going on. And
there it is.
There we go. Okay,
There we go.
so game-wise, it was a tech pause. But taking a look here, it's surprising, at least to say, that Champlain are the ones calling this.
Yeah.
So this is the only reason I point this out. Again, normally you see the timeouts. Granted, specifically, you know, hey, regroup, figure stuff out. But the last few rounds haven't looked close, so I'm curious what this was for.
This might have been, you know, just something on the tech end. Maybe it's a mouse. Maybe it's a keyboard. Maybe it's even just like, hold on, guys. I need to wipe the sweat off my palms from trying so hard at this. Maybe it's just that moment of like, the pressure's on. We just need a second. Who knows? But I mean, either way, you have the timeout. If you need a second to just communicate like a plan, maybe there's something that they need to set up in their swaps and their attack. Maybe sometimes you just can't make those call outs of important information in the 10 seconds between a round. That's the only thing I could really think of. Maybe coach needs to say something. Who knows? Maybe coach just wanted to say hi even. Who knows?
Hey, you guys are doing way better than we thought this was going to go. After that game number one, this is going great, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah.
It is a tech. It is
we're
a
on tech
timeout.
pause. Okay.
It is a tech. So we, you know, we could go back to our lovely faces, I'm sure, if we want to, you know, while we wait for this tech. You know, you get to see us here. Yeah, there we go. I love it. So we are back, but we get to discuss this because, again, I think this is a great time to kind of talk about the fact that we are seeing something a little bit different. I want to dive a little bit further into it because everyone knows that the regular season is important, right?
Of course.
Regular season is important, how the game plays out, but playoffs is where we see teams kind of change, right?
Yeah.
Week 7, week 8 into playoffs is where we see change. And again, game 1 event very close, but for the Beacons, what do we need to see for them to take this one? Because it does seem like Champlain have gotten some things under control.
Yeah, you're right. They have. They've kind of fallen into their element. And I think if you're the Beacons here, you just kind of need to get control of the game pace back, right? Because in Pearl, we saw them really kind of set the mood of everything. They were able to rush down sites. They were able to feel confident in themselves. And I don't know what kind of happened between the games, but they definitely seem to have kind of lost their stride in regards to setting the pace of play and waiting for that. They were patient on the defense, but this isn't the 7-0 team we were seeing just then. So going even back into that orbital, we really just, I think that's kind of a bit of it, right? Is they just need to, maybe they're just a team that worked better under pressure. We constantly saw them just kind of putting it all on the line with those eco buys and really kind of putting themselves into these situations where they needed to succeed. So maybe they just are, maybe they need to bring back the pressure that they were under to kind of harden them a little bit more into the diamonds of success.
I agree with that. That'll be really fun to see if they can kind of hold on to that feature, because again, they are breathing easy.
Yeah,
right?
right now, yeah.
And I agree. They are breathing a little bit easier. They have the one map that I feel that they were probably most worried about, because it did feel that they went into that map with a crap ton of prep. Like that was very impressive. The lineups, the swings, the ideal situations for them. That is something, and that is something that I really do like to talk about, because we can always talk about, we know about gun duels. We know about, hey, we know like you can hit the shots and everything. But something that we see in competitive that we don't get to see in the solo queue is the macro game. It's very, very impressive. And learning what the team macro is versus, hey, just, your current standard of, 2 peak or 3 peak. There is a difference, and I think that has to be stated over and over again. We are getting back underway. I know that we look so glorious here in the booth, but you're here to see Valorant, not our faces. So, getting into round number 6 here, it is UMass Beacons chasing a little bit after Champlain, and Champlain opening up with a great pick on Shadow, who has been a thorn in the side of Champlain for a majority share of this game so far. Great pick, but Murphs sending Luxy into the Shadow Realm and doesn't want to chase for the second. DC1, but that's going to be util on hand, which means you don't have the gun out. Ogie finds 1 kill.
And that's enough of a pick. That's an important pick considering how efficient Murph has been when it comes to the value. And again, this is what we were kind of looking for, right? Champlain playing this at their pace. They're no spike in hand. They're just waiting and saying, look, they're going to get impatient. This is our map. We understand exactly what we need to do here. And now that they're just watching these angles and waiting for an advantage and waiting for a mistake to come in, they've already capitalized here. It's 4-3, and now they just have to decide, what do we want to do with this advantage? And it looks like they're eyeing this A site for the last pick.
And you can see here, if they get this flush, if they get this breach, which Peachy said no, it was going to be a rush. And they are going to do it here. Great blind, though, so it's going to be a jump, but he still finds it. And Peachy goes, that's not the way that util was supposed to work. I do apologize. But it's going to be 2 UMass Beacons trying to figure out a way to work this in. And again, it just feels like Champlain have the number here. Waiting for 1 or 2 more. Sad Girl going to send down a couple stars here. Try and activate them as much as possible. Misses a couple shots there in connector, and Ogie picks it up. 4K, give the ace. Come on. Onset hiding in the star. Ogie wants it so bad here. Do you pick left, right, middle, left, right, middle, left, right, middle, left, right, middle, left, right, middle?
Where is it?
And there's going to be... No! Onset, that's all Onset wanted. You're going to swing for another. It was a 4K. That's more than enough. And it will be the finisher. Sebi cleans it up. And Champlain moved to 4 into a much-needed difference from Game 1.
Oh, man. I mean, the ace denial was just so big there. That
Hey,
was so
welcome back,
important. We're
everyone.
back. Look, I guess we get us between rounds, but it's fine.
I know. This is great. This is great.
I mean, that ace denial was so big in a lot of ways, because we're talking about the mental of the game, right?
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. Nothing brings the mental of a team and a player up more than just knowing you hit that ace and you just absolutely looked clean, because that was a very, very clean play, all things considered. So I think... in a way, that was kind of an unfortunate but needed denial for that.
Yeah, and even then, I will say, no matter what, you're still happy you got the 4K, right?
Oh, absolutely.
We need to see these players from Champlain step up, get even more multi-frags, and I think that helps a lot. So to see them be able to route it out and really kick things off, I'm very, very impressed so far. And it is going to be on UMass Beacons, right?
Yeah.
UMass Beacons are now the ones that are kind of taking a look and going, okay, what do we need to do? How do we start kind of breaking this back in? Because the util is definitely not landing, right? PG had an unfortunate error in there. It ran a little bit roughly, and those situations cannot occur. They look so clean on Pearl. The util was on point. They were not blinding themselves. They don't seem to have that level of confidence here on Haven, or they might be being pressured. And that worries me a little bit.
I agree. So let's put it all together, Orbital. Yeah. Because there's a lot of things we talked about, but they all really do kind of coincide in a lot of ways. We talked about how these constant 1v1 battles haven't been going the way of Champlain. We've talked about how the team macro of the Beacons has just looked better. And when you put it all together, that's kind of a lot of it is just the use of the utility that the Beacons have been putting out there and really setting up for their teammates have allowed for several of those multi-kills to come up. So really that team play of just, I'm setting up my teammate for success, kind of like you had said with Peachy, set themselves out. They tried to set themselves up for success and ended up only, unfortunately, hitting the stumbling block on the line. But that's what you should be leaning on your teammates for, right? Is you kind of need to expect your team to kind of turn around, use the initiator utility, use the duelist utility to set each other up for success in a way that really creates the team environment succession.
Mm-hmm. And here on Haven, it's also very quick paced in terms of where you have to lay that setup. Because again, normally it's 2 sites or normally you're just holding one and you're fine with it. But the nature of Haven dictates that you don't have as large of a window to prep, right? That is something that is very difficult to do. You're talking about the likes of, you used to run Chamber and you used to be able to hold out on a single site. It was I think it's usually like a 2-1-2 is what your player, like a 2-3 and then rotate into B.
Yes.
But on Haven, it's so difficult, right? If you lay down all the utility, you're like, oh my gosh, now I have to run all the way to the other side. The team spotted it out.
While we are on this quick tech pause, I did want to take a second and let everyone know that the kitchen is open. They are selling pizza and wings, so...
And I'm very excited, right? Again, this is just the first half. We have plenty more gameplay. It was also in Pearl that we saw. It was a 6-2 at one point.
Yeah.
And then it was just a hard run back at the end of the half to tie it 6-6. So both teams definitely have that opportunity to create some chaos.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of chaos, I don't think anybody expected the chaos of even just where we are in this bracket in the overall, right? It's the 1 and the 5, and the 5 seed is up number 1, is up 1-0, like in the series. Like, I don't think anybody had that predicted so far. So I think that we can sit and postulate all we want, but there's still so many at any given moment things that can happen. But I think you've nailed a lot of the finer points to what is going wrong, and I think that there's still a chance for anything to change going into the back half of Haven here. And I just want to say, like, kind of like you said, because we've been talking about the Chambers, really their play and their ability to kind of control the space, but that's kind of one of the other things that we haven't seen a lot of. We haven't seen a lot of these kinds of set plays and set decisions. Usually you can kind of expect the Chamber to be on C and holding particular angles, but there haven't been kind of those counter attack side set plays. Usually there's kind of an idea before you even hit the round of, we're going to strike on C site. We know we need to set our smokes here and here. We need to set up our angles for entry at this point, and we know we can expect that. But we really haven't seen much of that from either of those teams, and that could be a part of the scenario here, I have to say.
Yeah, so much to think about here. Now I want to get into individuals, right? Because I think it's very fun to kind of identify where we're at, and we're starting to see the likes of Teal and Ogi have some amazing moments on the side of Champlain. I want to focus on UMass a little bit because these are some surprising players. In game number 1, we saw Murphs on the Phoenix have an absolutely stellar game. This game around, it does look like Shadow is now the one in that driver's seat. Do you think we're gonna have Shadow pop off as hard as Murphs did, or are we gonna see Murphs now come up on top? Like, which player do you think would be more fun to watch break out if UMass are able to take this?
I mean, everybody loves to watch a duelist, right? Like, that's not my answer. Don't get me wrong. Like, everybody loves to watch a duelist. There's so much flash from those kinds of plays, but I do think that seeing a Shadow pop off over on the Fade really would make for some more interesting play overall. Really just getting value, because like you said, Shadow is very quiet. I believe they were near the bottom of the leaderboard on that previous Pearl map. So really seeing Shadow kind of come to life has been a joy to watch, but also seeing them get more value out of the individual utility. We haven't seen too many of those seizes find a lot of value. We haven't seen too much Haunts really get the information they're looking for. So, seeing that kind of smart play, I think in a lot of ways for some people, especially for some people, me in particular, I'm going to be greedy. I want to see some smart play. I want to see someone, create a scenario and set themselves up for success in a lot of ways, because that's what Phoenix does a lot of the time. And that's where Murph had a lot of success, was that kind of flashy, I set myself up a wall, they can't see where I'm coming from, let me flash it, peek it, boom, easy, done. It costs a bit of utility, but I think the same kind of setup can be used with Fade. And I would love to see Shadow come and kind of rise like a Phoenix in that way from the bottom of the board to the top.
What we just identified is you and I both have no hands to play.
No, absolutely.
Like we are full setup players here. We're like, listen, set up all the traps that we can. I don't want to have to worry about moving and aiming at the same time.
No, absolutely.
Let me just.
No, look. Look, admittingly, I'm a Cypher player, all right? If I don't know anything every time, if I can't tell what happened across the map, I don't need to play this game right now. That's just me. If I can't hit you with a shotgun through a smoke, I don't need to play this game right now.
I hate the fact because I'm also a Cypher player. That is horrible. That is absolutely horrible.
This is the worst. I'm sorry, everybody. This is the worst desk for you to see in front of you right now. I'm so sorry.
That was so funny. You were saying that I'm dying over here, but yeah, the setups are great, and I'm very excited. For the same thing, though, I feel like Champlain are starting to branch out a little bit more. We're starting to see those individuals with the macro in there, but it really just does feel like this time around, those close rounds are going their way, and they elevated themselves further, right?
Yes.
And this is where I think the mental is going to be very important again and again and again. So far, it does look like Champlain, and correct me if I'm wrong, and this is why I want to bring it up, is do you feel Champlain are a more mental game team, or do you think they can reset fairly well? Because it feels like in game one, the mental went a bit rough in the second half, and it showed, right? Missing a lot of the gunplay. Do they feel like a very hard mental team, or mental in terms of that's like their core, or do you think that they are going to be a little bit better in kind of reining it in, right? If things go wrong, they can breathe, relax, reset. What do you think?
I think it's a little. I hate to like split the hairs. It's a little of both. I want to say they're a mental team in the sense of like bigger. It seems like when they're in the game, when they're in the round to round, they can fluster. If they lose and they drop, a big clutch, that does seem to hit them. But I mean, just look at this board. Like, look at how things have gone from the 5-minute break they had. Whatever happened in between those rounds really produced some results. They're up 4-2. They are sitting great in their economy with ultimates on the board, and it forced the Beacons into this kind of half buy onto a defense. So I think maybe it's just once they're a mental team in the sense that their stride is really important. Once they seem to be going, they're good. But Merce is absolutely not having that and will shut that down immediately and says, look, that break was plenty long. I'm ready to play. I am ready to click some heads.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone's patience out there as we are in the Northeast Challengers semifinals here, out with the ever so amazing Worcester area. For all those that are currently sitting in the audience, we appreciate you coming out and supporting all the teams here. So let's get underway. This is looking like a little bit of a breach angle. Peachy, with this is, you can't really catch yourself in this ultimate, which is a nice thing there. It is going to branch in, though. Merce is able to find one. Shadow sprays down, and it looks like the Beacons, as you said, that break was exactly what they needed. Shadow is going to almost go for the defuse, but Sebi says not today. Luxy is going to be able to swing, and this is UMass trying to figure out where the heck those attackers are. Where are they? Which angles are they currently holding? We haven't even gotten to halfway. It's going to be a pick. Onset is able to find it, though. Up in heaven, though. You got to find it. Onset swings for the second. Headshots galore as UMass clear out that round.
I think the other player that we neglected to talk about was Onset, right? I think that's the other player we kind of talked about when we were talking about players that had come to life. We talked about Shadow coming to life there in this half. But Onset, 10-3, absolutely looked phenomenal on this chamber. It wasn't bad on KO by any means in the last round, but has absolutely come to life here on this chamber. And you can kind of see it. Again, that's their second or third clutch of this game alone. So they'll continue to hold down to this C site a little bit better and just kind of continue to roll this down. It's a little bit unfortunate that Rolling Thunder didn't quite get the value it wanted. But there's going to be hopefully more out of this tour de force to kind of buy it up. Murphs does find one with the paint shells, though, and that kicks it up. Teal will trade that back. And again, these ultimates are just, and these utility are finding value, so this A push is executed very, very quickly here. OG in. Does not find anything with that rocket launcher, though, and the rest of the utility will out. Murphs does eventually get out of dodge, so they'll live to see another day.
Yeah, this is, it's getting spicy all of a sudden. This is interesting. Teal holding it down. Look at the little sweeping peek. Oh, the beat of the shot. Very nice done. And now we get to see, again, UMass, they stalled out the initial push. They're very happy about that. But they're still waiting. You can see over on C a single player just holding it down like, listen, I think we're going to see at least one or two. But for the side of Champlain, the characters and the agents that they currently have do not facilitate an amazing push in. So they're trying, yeah, they're getting completely smoked out here. Shadow able to find Luxy on the entry, and I mean, that's enough, right? 4v2. Sebi is going to get the plant, but it will not do a whole lot. We got to watch some of these shots go down. That's going to be a gun toss. And Merson Shadow with a 3K. Phenomenal way to kick back in. UMass Beacons are happily now tied up at 4-4.
I think Champlain is definitely, they're not playing well with the tempo, right? We were talking about how the tempo, like, are they a mental team? Are they a team that really needs to see themselves in a particular headspace to win? We're definitely seeing that they need to be in a particular tempo, just given those kinds of breaks. Like, it is unfortunate that they've had to deal with this tech break, the couple of timeouts, but you can kind of see that through those games and through those rounds. They've just kind of struggled. Like, a break just kind of throws them out of their rhythm. So I would argue they're a rhythm team as opposed to that. I think that's more of a better way to put it. Is they are, once they're in their rhythm and they're in the groove, they look great. But I mean, it's tied up now again. Rifles on both sides, and it's kind of a toss-up at this point, and OG is ready to toss themselves up with those knives on this A push here.
Yeah, I mean, the bobsled looking a little bit wonky right there, but it is going to be a chance. Ogi with the knives out. Gonna wait and see. Trying to check those corners, but Sebi, just, again, pre-firing, saying, hey, I might have heard a mouse on that back end. Might have found a Peachy, but it's gonna be nothing of the sort. And the fact that Champlain have actually said, okay, we can't even peek some of those corners. That's crazy to me. They aren't even swinging at all. They're just holding down these spots in the default and even back away. So A site, they push all the way long and are saying we didn't find anything, so no reason to chance. I almost feel like they're wondering if they want to go B just for fun, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't think they do. I want to commend UMass, though, for not, taking the bait and getting antsy. You can see Onset is got 2 in the sights. They are moving towards the C site, and I think the call will be made to rotate. But I got to respect Beacons for trying so hard to keep that. Oh, that was a great catch there, and there's the entry.
30 seconds left.
So well done. The call is made, and Champlain are able to find it. Luxy is able to find Peachy in that garage, and that was very, very important. So well fought once again by Champlain, investing a lot into this round, making sure that they continue to hold on to this lead, but that's going to be the Nightfall. Everyone caught by that. Now the question is, what can you do with it, right? The information is there, but can you follow up on it? The shots don't really land, and Shadow is taken extremely low. That one hurts, even with the Nightfall, even with all of it given. Onset is going to try their best. Zagirl has to reload, and Japan finishes it off. You can hear the cheers. They know that was a hard round, and they make it work.
A necessary round, too, to kind of pull this away. And again, they'll swing it back in their favor. Now they just need to get this rhythm again going for Champlain. If they can continue to run this, they can roll this rifle round into another success and get themselves back into that rhythm. They can pull away with this map, which again wasn't their pick. We're seeing a very interesting pattern form here, where we're finding success on other teams' maps. It'll be a save from the side of the Beacons. No, I'm sorry. It will be a buy from the side of the Beacons. They'll have pretty much everything on their side they needed, but they do need to find a few more picks. They may need to play a little more pressively. And Sagirl Hours, unfortunately, they will have the consolation ult on their side to keep themselves going because their stars have looked good. The Astra plays have been good. The scoreboard doesn't reflect that, though. I think that's just the sadness of it all.
Oh man, this is also why I always like watching certain players. It's just like you have to watch them to see what they bring to the table. The scoreboard will never tell the whole story unless it's a stomp, and then you're like, well, the scoreboard will tell everything at that point. Peachy looking off and holding here, and this is going to be a double up. Peachy has had a little bit of a rough time holding inside of this garage, so the chance of it happening again doesn't look to be true, as Champlain this time, they fade over to A and are saying, no, we're actually going to go for A this time. We're not going to wait till the last second. About a minute has already expired, or getting down to there, so they want to get on the site proper. Now the question is, that star is going to draw a few people in and make them move around. Not the right way, but Japan Luxy with a great swing and opener means that it's a 3v5 UMass Beacons. A little bit of a rougher time for them.
Yeah, and that's not the first time they've been caught out on this. They're a little bit hesitant to rotate, and you can kind of see it come through. Sebi will throw it on a star just to buy a little space and time. And that's the right step, but Onset is lurking on that high ground, and we've seen Onset come to life before. OGE the first to show some signs of life.
Oh, such good time. Sad girl, though. is going to be the last one standing. And unfortunately, you're an Astra. There's not much you can do, right? You're going to hold on to the fishy. You're going to hold on to Nemo and say, I found you. That's enough. Let's go ahead. Let's go home, right? This is the way to get back out. But Teal is on the run here. You can see Teal sprinting here. Teal is on hunting mode.
Teal's booking, just like I want this kill. No survivors. We are done here. This round is ours. We are taking it definitive with the force. And yeah, they're trying to make a point in that regard. No, but Sad Girl will find one on the way out, so that's the value for them. They're gonna get eventually closed in on, and there it is. Yeah, no survivors, Orbital. No survivors. No one goes home here.
Oh man. Another thing that I love is we here in the booth, those at home can't hear it, and I wish that you were here in the audience here because you can actually hear. You can hear them. So the players are actually only about like 3 feet apart. They're not that far away. And this is the best part of LANs. Like the energy that you play off of is fantastic. Oh, yeah. But the best part is the banter between the teams, and every so often you pop off about a situation, you know. So I love hearing teams pop off and go crazy. It's very, very fun here. But right now, Champlain are absolutely getting amped here. They are a team that ride off that emotional highs, whatever the momentum you want to call it, the tempo, that rhythm that they have. Right now, they're going to try and put it to the test once again. This is the break point, right? Last time Champlain, it was 6-6. That was it. OG. So saying it will not be the same. Murphs, one of the top fraggers for the team of UMass Beacons, is taken out very early on into the round.
And that's a crucial pick for them because Murph has been huge across these first 2 games. So with that pick in mind, you might be feeling pretty good if you're Champlain. You might be considering, all right, we just got to figure out where we want to go. And that's a 3 swing onto Shadow. There's your number 2, and now you have to be feeling good for wherever you want to go. And they have decided it's going to be A going into this 5v3 plan.
That felt rude.
That really was.
I know that's a proper way to do it, but it just felt rude. Like, you go into a duel and the other guy like brings like 3 of his buddies and just like, watch me. It's like, no, it's a one-on-one now.
No, it's not.
So Champlain, beautiful plant here. Once again, they are on track here to actually get a flawless if they can find more kills, but they entered into the site with almost no damage on their own end.
Trap destroyed.
Marks though onset, kind of watching from the heaven and immediately getting tethered out. So they know in the corner this is all you can do. You can hide for a little bit. Ogie waiting for the rest of the squad though. UMass is going to be questioning what happens here. Swing of 1. Peachy finds a headshot. Great to start out. Up on the top side though. That'll be the finisher. Japan, Luxie, and Sebi. Clean house. Champlain able to break past 6.
Last round
And
before the
already
switch.
take the first half.
I think going into this first half, Champlain has started to kind of see the patterns show up, right? It's been very clear, especially for us at home, seeing the big mini-map and seeing the whole picture, that the Beacons have been a little bit closed off in their approaches. They're all kind of approaching as a team from one side. The utility tends to come from 1 or 2 of the same places. And it becomes very clear that the Beacons aren't playing the whole map. And I think Champlain has been kind of getting that picture and just saying, all right, we know where they're coming from. They entered this way last time. Let's press that advantage and that knowledge that we know and have been using it. And speaking of pressing, my goodness, the Beacons are pressing hard here.
They don't really have a choice. I think they're actually working with the full buy that they didn't have last time, so they want to try and get these kills. It is going to lead to Merce getting absolutely obliterated right there. That one looked like it hurt. Inside a garage, it's going to be sprayed down of a few, and because of that loss, UMass had to back away, but information was given. Teal is able to find onset and again another frag, so Champlain making their way forward, wanting just a few more options and a few more frags, but they're happy. Shadow.
Careful.
On the other side, a little bit scared. Plant goes down. Sebi gonna set up a few stars. They go.
I mean, they just have already well under control that divide is there. Teal's on this flank angle. Will find one, and it's basically all she wrote. It's just cleanup from here, Orbital. Will find one on Teal on the way out, but they still can't even enter the site here. Shadow has nothing. Finds one through the smoke, but is traded out to close it out on the half.
Strong half. 8-4. One of the few times we've seen this difference. And now UMass. UMass get to figure out how they want to play this, because again, as we always say, 4, 5, 6 rounds, great. You can still work with it. Once you enter the 3-round range, get a little bit worried. You only really have 1 gun round before things can go completely south. If you're down, you know, 2-10, then you're very, very scared. Then you're in trouble. But 4-8, this could be doable. So let's see if UMass Beacons can pull off a second half extravaganza here, as they're looking on the attack to give it their all.
I think the one thing we need to remember going into this is that the Beacons are pretty good with pistols, Orbital. They are like they've won several of those rounds, but they still have to get value out of it, and it is going to be a hard push on the C with a lot of utility. Merce finding one immediately. A great use of those paint shells plus the pole. That's the teamwork we were looking to see, and that's showing why they are really, really in control of this C site.
They get one. They want a few more, but the Clayton goes down, so Japeth and Teal are like, what do we do? Ogie, though. Ogie and Luxy go ahead and spray in. Beautiful shots, one headshot, couple to the body. Now Japeth from Connector is going to try their best. Sprays in a little bit of damage. Peachy can't get much more, so it's down to a 1v2. Took a little bit more time than you would have liked, but Shadow with the classic, I mean, you can't do too much with it. It's going to pick. You jump and you find it, but Ogie gets the falling headshot, and it will be the round. Champlain 4 rounds away from taking game number 2.
And that's an important take, especially because of the point we just alluded to, right? We were talking about how it was so crucial. The Beacons have been good on these pistol rounds, but now you've kind of felled them at their own game. You're ahead on these, but the Beacons are just going to force it. They're going to try to fight into this. They know the walls are closing in around them, so they're going to spend into this, and this is a dangerous game they're playing. If they lose this, they don't come back with rifles. They need to make this work, and they clearly do feel strong on this because they're willing to basically bet the horse on this.
I mean, no, you don't have a choice, right? It
Yeah,
just feels
right.
like it's one of those moments that you do kind of have to force it. So we'll see if they can find anything. Again, it could be the surprise factor that they're looking for. Gonna be a little bit of a pinch right there in the doorway. Teal doesn't move. That is the most Chad move I've seen so far, and immediately gets checked for it. I think that was the appropriate answer. That was all right. You went for it and you paid the price. So it is going to be 2 opening frags here, and Merce is going to follow through. The surprise has been done, so the rhythm is thrown off. And UMass Beacons, they gamble, and the pot falls their way. River should be enough. Onset, praying for a chance, not going to happen. It is going to be the finisher as UMass Beacons gather more than enough here. 5-9 is the score.
Sometimes all it takes is a curveball, right?
Yeah.
You're expecting the save. No, it was me the half buy the whole time. Yeah, you weren't. I don't think they were expecting it, and they were rushed and punished for it. So they will buy that into their time. They'll buy that going into the next round, and they have to keep this rolling. And it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be a save from the side of Champlain. I don't hate that, though. I really don't, considering they bought up thinking they were going to win. It's probably just best for them to just take a save. This is still kind of, we're just extending the pistol round in this regard. So they did it once. They have to do it again here. And I mean, it has to be now, right? OG is buying armor with that sheriff, so that may be a factor going into this. It just gives them that little bit more survivability, and they're the only one doing it. So I expect OG to play a bit aggressively going into this. And I say that, but Sebi dies immediately, so who even knows?
Yeah, we've been watching this a little bit, and it's a quick plan as well. So once we get the chance, we're actually going to get a little bit more as Onset and Sagro Hours clean up here.
Oh, no.
UMass Beacons are on that left foot. Ogie, though, trying to make it work. Runs out of bullets, though, as Japeth, who wonders why the only has so many bullets. Ogie, though, able to swing on one more headshot. You got about 23 bullets, plenty to spray if you get the chance, and find those headshots. It could be a rattling good time, but they're not going to give that chance. Ogie finds a third. Can you find more? The spread's a little bit deep here, and now picking up a Spectre. You sprayed through and you challenged, but you kind of just ran into that one because there is no time. Peachy is going to fall, though. Okay. Peachy did fall, so you get a little bit more econ collapse. UMass Beacons 3 rounds away from tying things up.
I don't think that was like the worst idea to die there, though. I mean, you really aren't crazy about that half buy. You don't want to go into the next round with a half buy anyways. You might as well get some extra cash going into the next round.
Yep.
Sure, like that makes sense to me. They're going to buy up into rifles. Merce probably just going to buy utility instead. And again, we were questioning, Merce and Shadow having a great game, and both of those players coming to life here. you know, the momentum swung back, and the Beacons here have looked good. They've got themselves a full stack of rifles, but so does Champlain. So anything is still possible here. It just becomes the question of, do the Beacons continue to keep their pace at the way they want it, or will Champlain find some stride here?
I mean, we said that they're a rhythm team, so maybe they found it again. Maybe they need to go, you know, with the salsa instead of the tango, or maybe slow it down to a waltz. Who knows? Right now, UMass Beacons are dictating, though, that they are going to play it slow. And are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get the vertical B site? Yes. Oh my gosh, they're going for it, and they are chasing hard. They already entered no one on there to try and close them off, and so Japan is the one that's gonna be spotted out a little bit on this edge. UMass Beacons get a free plant on B, and they have more than enough to actually rotate out and pull off some flanks. This is crazy here. Again, UMass Beacons putting it to the test here. Great shots though, trade 1-for-1. Look for another shadow at 11, and you find a peach, you find a third. What is this? UMass Beacons finding opportunities. Japan is able to find Peachy, looking for a little bit more though. You need around that corner to hold. You are gonna swing. Ogie finds it. Plant directly in the middle. They're gonna have to blind out, and look at that hard spray on set, just saying you do not get to plant at all. Another check, and it is gonna be found. Sad Girl finds it, and Onset catches 7-9. UMass Beacons pulling it back.
Man, I mean, we knew the Beacons wanted to come here, right? This was their pick. This is kind of what we were expecting, maybe from the team that wanted to play here, but wow. Just across the board, a great showing from the entire Beacons team on this attack. It's gonna force Champlain into a save, and they don't really even have much to go with it. They'll have the Blade Storm, they'll have this Rolling Thunder. I don't know that that's gonna be enough on a save to really commit into this. This might just be kind of a lost round for Champlain and save into the next place. And this C push is gonna come, and it's gonna come quickly.
They know they have it down pat. They knew that last round was a gun round, so you're happy to bounce through. Unfortunately, Merce doesn't really find anything, so they just launched that for fun there. If you were able to wait another 2 seconds, you might have caught someone. Not gonna happen though. So Plant is in. Champlain just going, okay, what do we do here? Do we give over the ulti charges? Do we take a chance? What do we want to do? Oh, they channel in through connector, but Ogie finds a great reset, I think, and Teal is able to find Peachy, so 3v3. This is doable. This is now doable. Shadow around the corner is going to send out a little bit of a holy beacon, trying to find it, but Ogie is down. Sad Girl finds Sebi, and it was looking good for a moment, but Shadow with another 3K. The multi-frags are doing work here.
And that's what we were talking about, right? Setting each other up for success, setting yourself up for success, using your utility in a way that gives you the play to do that. The Haunt that was picked, yeah, you didn't get the value for it, but that's fine because you pulled the attention, were able to force out 1v1s at slightly your advantage, and that's all you really needed. And that, I believe, makes 4 for the Beacons, so they are looking good with several ultimates on board, including some entry and some exit tools if they need it. Both initiators have their ultimates online, and I mean, there's a lot to go there, but Champlain has rifles in hand, so anything is still on the board here. And it looks like maybe we're going another B push. We found success, but Teal is absolutely not going to have that. On A is absolutely going to deny that.
It's one of those moments that you're just like, no, we're not letting this happen again. So eyes are open, and Ogie finds a shot. Not the op, but it's the headshot from Ogie on the Vandal. Very nicely done. UMass seemed to be caught off guard with this one, but I think it's appropriate right now. UMass wanting to have a chance, but Ogie is able to trade back. Japeth finds the Sad Girl, and Peachy is going to find Japeth. So down to a 1v3. Peachy in a corner. Not that you enjoy that, so it will be the finish. Teal with the second shot of the op, carrying it over to another round. Double digits. My lord, I can't talk today. Champlain varsity.
It's hard not to be tongue-tied after this game, right? Like, it's hard not to. Again, Teal and Shadow both coming up with 20s. Teal's second for the day. I mean, you got to shout out Teal there. Teal has been consistent, if nothing else, on this chamber, looking very, very good, going 2-1 here and playing for 20 as well on Pearl. I mean, yeah, when Champlain and when these individual players hit and they looked good, they are good. But the problem is just that if they fall into the element, they don't have those rifles, they do seem to struggle. So the tour de force will come out, and this will be an A push pretty aggressively to lead the way here.
Teal just doesn't care. Teal does not care if you go A, B, C, or D, the mythical D site, which is everywhere all at once. Right now, though, Teal with that second round that they have in hand, they are so happy right now. Spike does go down, so UMass at least have that going for him. But here comes the big question. Where does the retake come from? Where do Champlain start to swing their opportunities? One have always a great place to start.
Okay.
Thunder goes through and you bounce down. But with the full blind, there's only so much you can do. So Shadow is dead. 3v5. Oh, what can they do? Onset able to find the quick snap. Peachy finds another. Honestly, for Champlain, this is quite dangerous. They've almost done it. It's a 2v1. 3 members of UMass Beacon has swung to Ogie. Ogie doesn't look. Ogie does it. Ogie clutches hard. And that will be the round. What a moment to have.
Clutch.
Wow. What a play. What a great use of the verticality from that Jet. We were talking about how, the Jet versus the Raze, the question marks of what is it going to give you? Where do you get those advantages? And that's, again, does it really need to be said why we need to play a Jet a lot of the time? I don't think that needs to be said. But, Ogie finding a 20 of their own, so looking good into this. We'll have the knives for next round. And I think Champlain, they can close this out here. They can bring us to the third map. All it's going to take is a little bit of pressure and some ultimates just to keep them going. And again, the Beacon's just not really sure, not really finding those opening picks and not really finding anything in a way to open these points up.
I'm going to look here again with the knives out. Saw the little pick. Mercy's going to get called out here. A little bit of the tethers going down, and now Peachy then take a chance. Garage again has not been looked at, and Japeth can't find the kills. So a glance forward means Sebi is going to have to clean up. Peachy is dead. Seaside, though, completely in the hands of UMass Beacons. Try their best. Going to get the score to 11-9, and that's going to be a huge opportunity.
Still waiting.
Shadow still hiding off on the corner. No. Just waiting. Shadow's able to find one, but Japeth says only one. No multi-frag for you here today.
Go get him.
Fuse on, doesn't stop. Utility Mercs in a corner, trying to find something, any sort of pick. Does not see anything except several people running at them. And that is going to be another defuse. And it's all on the line here, Orbital. One round between us and a game 3.
Champlain, they're riding that high. We hear them here. They're cheering. They're shouting. They are hollering every single round that they get. And, the flow's in their way. And I have to say, if we go to a game 3, which it feels almost inevitable right now, I'm terrified. A team that starts to come back, a team that walks into this one and says, okay, we're going to try and take it a little bit at a time, and then all of a sudden they're just an avalanche rolling down the mountain. It's scary, right? Yeah. I personally will always say I like being the team that has to reverse sweep, and I'm in that game 3 or 5 instead of being the one that won the rounds first and now watching someone come back.
Yeah, when the pressure builds, sometimes there's nothing greater than having that pressure to get that. We'll find a little bit of information as the rest of this utility comes out, but OG times 2 already, and that just cracks this and stops this attack from coming.
Such a beautiful 2K. Looking for a bit more. Luxie is going to find one. Onset dies, but that is negligible at this point. You are in a 2v4 situation for UMass Beacons. And I wonder, Onset just hiding around the corner going, please don't find me. Please don't find me. Please. Onset needs a few frags here. And they're spotted down C long, and it feels so bad because Spike is on C as well.
Yep, baiting that shot. Nothing. Nope. Oh, comes out with the live. Teal lives another day.
Flesh wound, that's all it is. Side Girl says that ain't no flesh wound. That's a painful death. UMass Beacons, they clean up a little bit more, but again, inevitably, they're going to have to get on C. Inevitably, they're going to have to go here, and they are going to try. Star is down. Random shot through the smoke. Teal isn't able to find anything.
Oh, didn't get it.
Yep, OG did find Onset. In a 1v3, there's only one thing you can do. Pray for a miracle. It is going to be 17 seconds and nothing else. There's no reason to go check Champlain Varsity. They go ahead and collect the round, and it will be a game 3 for Champlain Varsity versus UMass Beacons.
It truly is sad girl hours there, all things considered. Man, just that was just an impressive game to watch just because of both of those teams. We really kind of saw the essence of both of those teams out there, I think. Just in the way they play, in the streaks they hit, in the success they found but then lost. We laughed, we cried, we saw a little bit of everything. And this game 3 is only going to continue to go the distance, I think, because now we're going to, I believe it was Breeze?
Yep.
Yes, we're Breeze. And that's anybody's game at this point.
Yep, we're going to have to wait and see. So go ahead, take a very quick break. We are going to send it over to Foof to go ahead and close us out for this game 2 and get ready for our 3rd game of this first series of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a showing we have. Orbital called it, 9-13, the score line there, and now we sit in the precipice of a game 3 to see who moves on. These teams have shown their best, and now with the final map being the final decider, it could be one chance or one moment.
in goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted, has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's 2 for the Chamber. Chamber looking for a few more, get the 3rd, looking for a 4th, and you get it, and Ace to kick things off. All right, I see you.
The refresh is live. The right click will come through as well. Volan from behind. 1, 2. Sybil gets it to half though. Looking for a 3rd. It's Volan to keep them alive. A 1 versus 1 as it stands. No updraft available. Bowkeeper, the shot misses, but they still have the spike to half. The jump around. It's a 4K from
Management on the likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water. Oh my goodness! Galleon! Did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like just the air off the side of the ball to safely navigate those waters. And it becomes a 2v2 in a hurry. Trying to be able to get straight off the rip. It's going to be chilly that is oh so hot. That's 2 in a row for the Lancers.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for our Game 3 as things are warming up here at the All Systems Go Esports Bar. I'm very, very excited because, again, in the first series, in a series that we expected to be more or less slated towards Champlain, UMass Beacons have come out and given us an absolute show here. And honestly, going into Game 3, I'm not sure who's going to show up, but it feels like Champlain might be on something. Maybe.
They have to be. Like, they have to have just hit their stride now at this point, right? First map was their pick. It was Pearl. It was really tough. Did not go their way. But they found their footing on Haven, which was UMass's pick. And, I mean, going into Breeze now, man, who can even predict? Like, it's just so hard to predict anything. We can kind of take a guess at what is going to happen when we hit the ground and what we're going to see. But, like, who has the real advantage? I couldn't tell you, simply because both teams have had multiple people pop off. Both teams have had multiple moments where someone has shined or picked up multi-kills. The utility from both sides, like, both of these teams have had their moments and things that they've done better than everybody else. But it's really hard to predict going into Breeze anything other than just, we are going to see an incredible game of Valorant to close out this series. That I can safely predict.
Yes, we are going to expect that here because, again, we are going to the ever so lovely breeze. So strap in, feel the breeze through your hair here in this chilly, chilly winter. We're going to have some fun here. And for this factor, I do like to point out as well, Champlain felt a bit more controlled in their gun duels, and Breeze is like the ultimate gun duel map, I feel.
Yes.
The util that you have does not always spread as well as you would have liked, right? It is so open, it's so difficult to enclose a singular space with two or three pieces of util. Normally, you're almost always going to have a gunfight one way or another. So I want to see Champlain really show up here. Same with UMass, though.
Yeah.
The Beacons have had some players step up, and I'm so excited here. Namely, Shadow and Murphs have both had basically stellar games here. Peachy and Sad Girl are two that we're still kind of watching and seeing them evolve over the process. So we'll see if they can bring it out here. It is going to be UMass on the attack first, Champlain Varsity to defend. And again, I do believe it is still the same thing. UMass have not lost. No, they did lose a single pistol.
They've lost some pistol rounds. Yeah, they have lost a couple of these pistol rounds, but I think that kind of just came down to maybe the pressure of everything else. Who can say? But like you said, like in these initial rounds, you know, they're 3 for 4. They look very, very good on these pistol rounds, and just kind of checking around. We do see that mirror. I mean, Murph's no tricks up Murph's sleeves, and I wonder if that's something that maybe you needed to play into a little bit more, right? Because they clearly weren't expecting the Phoenix. It's clear that they were looking to expect the more standard picks across the board. So maybe that kind of oddball curveball that they sent out was something that worked in the Beacon's favor. But they will play this kind of default, take an aggressive control of mid for Champlain, and see that, well, A is pretty clear to go here.
And I will say both teams have really taken those first rounds at a breakneck pace, right? They have never really taken it slow, and I love it. I will say this as a personal personal opinion, very personal, I hate slow pistol rounds. Pistol rounds, I feel, are the best time to go in and skill check your opponent, right? Go chase, go hard pick, whatever you want to do. I feel that's the appropriate time, which we're kind of seeing here. However, Japeth has found an opportunity, finds a 2K to break things out. Shadow is able to only get 1, and Onset is at 1 HP. Now comes the clothesline as Murphs is all the way around on the flank side and is hunting for 2 more members. Murphs, though, watching as OG is slaughtering here, and Teal finishes off Champlain with a pistol now. It feels like they're swinging things back in their favor.
Yeah, you were talking about it there, about the pistol rounds going their way, and that's, I mean, this is, again, we see Champlain Varsity just kind of getting control of the game, taking it as they lost control of the pace for a moment, but we've also seen them play retakes very effectively and very well. So they're okay to just say, fine, you know what, this is a huge map, take A. We'll just, while you're too busy setting up and getting your sentinels in place, we'll just take all the angles you aren't defending. And that's kind of been something that's worked in their favor across both of these games so far, has just been the fact that they have been able to control the space and set themselves up for success in that regards. So I really do want to see the Beacons going into these next couple of rounds as we get past this. I want to see them get back to that teamwork, setting each other up for success with the utility that really they were doing very well going into this, and I want to see more of that. If I say that, but Peachy takes an immediate fall, and OG follows with a second, and that is not looking good.
Nope, the double marshals, the snipers coming out here and gathering a lot of free kill potential. Very, very well done. Champlain, they are hyping themselves up, and UMass, remember last time, in the second half, they opted for kind of a crazy shot, but OG is on an absolute burner here. That's going to be 2 Marshall kills, 3 total for the team. Sad girl, just going, I don't know what to do. You don't know what to do in this situation. You're on pistols, not much really given your way. And Onset is just like, bro, like, please, OG, stop. 3K with the Marshall. 3K with the Marshall.
4 incoming.
4 flawless round. Champlain, first flawless of the day.
OG had been quiet at the start of this, and I think that might be part of it too. As we, you know, on Pearl, we hadn't really seen OG do much of anything. Not to say that they're a bad player, but they'd just been kept in check. And here we are, game 3. It's on the line, 6-0 on the second round. I think that is going to be a key for the Beacons, is going to be finding a way to contest OG, really kind of putting the pressure on them, and maybe getting that as a first blood, like a important first isolation match. I think that would be important going into this.
We're going to get the chance. Luxy, though. Great spray to kick things off. And remember, this is kind of what UMass did back in game number 1. Are they going to clean it? Are they going to get a 3-0 here on set? Is determined to not let that happen. 2v4 here. This is going to be crazy. Again, a situation arising where Champlain start to sweep. The initial stages have not been done yet. Teal is able to find it. Japeth does as well. Champlain with 4 left alive. 4 with low utility are able to claim 3 in a row.
I think they awoke the beast orbital. I think it's I think they're ready to go. I think Champlain has decided they're done you know, letting them have their moments, and they're ready to play here because the team is coming to life across the board. And I mean, going into now, it's fair round. I believe Beacon's bought up there, so it looks like it's going to be forced into another save. Again, and this is just kind of that snowball, right? If you want to gamble with that, you have to come up big, because now that they're losing again, it's forced another save, and suddenly we're back into it. They don't even have the utility. And again, we just see a pick come out early. I mean, at least it's Murphs this time opening it up, and that is an important pick. That buys the Beacons a little bit of space and time, so that's something we can take a breath in.
I feel we always start talking about, you know, a downside or something, and someone's like, nah, we don't want to listen to the cast.
Yeah, right.
Why do we listen to these people? They don't know what they're Cypher mains. Why would we ever listen to them? Like, they're terrible, right? Murphs, though, honestly, again, game number 1 looked like a beast. Game 2 gonna try the same.
OG,
but OG
though
gets a collat. That had to be a collat with the Marshall of all things. That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. Not an operator.
No.
A Marshall. Onset, though, doing the same thing, fires right back, finds Teal. 3v3. This is still doable. The problem is you're winding down the time. OG finds a 3rd. OG wants the ace. Had a 4K last time. Give it. Give it right now. This is going to be insane. Murphs going, I don't want to do anything here. I don't want a single thing to go wrong here. We can't give an ace over to a
30
Marshall
seconds
player.
left.
No. You just can't do that. That is one of the more humiliating things that can happen here. Sebi, though, is going to find Merce, and it will not be a full ace, but it's going to be, gosh, staying nice enough. Champlain 3v1 here as UMass Beacons get the plant.
I mean, it's spiked down. That's something for the Beacons. That's a little money your way, but it's just the Lone Viper and Sad Girl Hours continue here, as I don't know that they'll have the ability to really set themselves up for success. All of their utility went out elsewhere. The knife is there. Suppression is it. And it's just some sheriff shots to try to keep themselves alive. There it is. OG just, the 4. Just going to pick it up. Not with no Marshall this time. Had to upgrade. And it's just... It really just has been the OG show right now, though.
Yeah.
Like, it really just has been. Like, it's so hard to say much else at this point because OG has just come to life in this third game. 10-1. It's been 3 rounds. It's been 4 rounds. It's 10-1.
OG speedrunning this right now.
Free speedrun any percent.
OG was tired and just like, bro, I got a whole other series to play today. Yeah. Can we finish, please?
Bro.
And UMass, for their own record, they tried some phenomenal things. So in round number 1, they did a full flank all the way from defender spawn, and they tried to wrap around. Like, they've been trying extremely hard. And again, this is their second gun round here. I say gun round while someone had a shorty, I think, messing around there. But it is going to be the second attempt at a gun round, and this is where I think things really start to crack on. Because you lose your second gun round in this kind of tear, it feels so bad. You feel completely outpaced, and you feel like you can't do anything. So OG's going to try and lend a hand. The ball goes down. Versus saying able to find OG. That is an important frag. Yes. Great job here for UMass Beacons. Champlain going, you got one. Can you hold off on the rest? Chapath hiding off in the back corner, currently suppressed, hiding around box. And UMass Beacons, they walled off A originally, and they're deciding not to push.
Interesting. PG will get out of yet another in the rotation of chamber players, but I mean, there's not really been a contest. They're contesting so far back. There's the defuse starting. Peachy finds one, traded out eventually, but the picks fall to UMass Beacons.
That's a slaughter that you're so happy to see. Champlain, though, Sebi, gonna try and do their best. Couple shots, and that's Sad Girl finishing it off. It is 1 round back. UMass Beacons put a round on the board. They're looking to continue this push forward. Very well done.
I mean, every round counts. This is it. It's play or go home. It's round 3. I mean, we're in the semis, and Beacons needed this more than anything else right now. They'll have the guns. They'll have some ultimates, even if they don't need them. So going into this, again, they don't really have it. So this is still pretty do or die. They need this round to fix their economy going into this. And they also need to just continue to keep OG in check right now. Finally, that second death, but still, OG continues to lead the way through mid and into just aggressive play. It's going to be a push on the B. Let's see how it goes.
Oh. It's a little bit of a fast break. The track of Sebi. And touchdown 2! Shadow makes it a 2K. Oh my lord, you don't see those every day. And Sebi said, I'm in trouble. So, UMass Beacons, taking a look here. 5 alive in Champlain Varsity. Going, how can we make this work? Peachy still fighting Japeth, and it feels like UMass are kind of on a roll themselves. If they're able to flawless back, that's going to be insane to me. Teal, second to last one alive for the team, and Teal and Luxy kind of chasing away, saying we're done here. Fight this. Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance in hell.
No. We've seen what just happened. We don't want to. We don't need to deal with that right now. And I agree with them completely. Take the save. Don't even try to play for an exit pick. I agree. The good thing for the Beacons here is they kept all 5 alive. This is actually, like, I can't actually tell you how important that is. They kept all 5 alive. They got spiked down plus a round. So they're going into this next round all guns, plus their econ's in a good place. This was the moment they needed to recover, and we've kind of seen these teams be a little swingy in their round successes. So I kind of expect to see UMass carry this control going into the next round here. It cost them a couple ultimates, but they did get all the value they could have out of them. They will have the knives, they will have Viper's Pit, and Viper's Pit alone, once they get spiked down, is probably enough to close it out. Considering suppression's there, though, Japeth needs to go. Japeth needs to go if they're going to continue this success rate going forward.
Yep. The only thing, the real thing just standing in their way is a singular KO. Just KO, get out of here, please. It's a little bit of a hard push. So surprisingly, we actually saw the chamber on the side of Champlain push up very far, and because of that, on the rotate back, Merce was able to find it. What an opportunistic moment here. Merce is gonna be able to open up a plant option. You can see there, the Sova doesn't want to make the rotate over, so UMass are just like, okay, you don't want to plant, fine. We'll just keep killing people until you decide to. That's all that's going to happen here. So now the plant goes down, and Merce with the hard swing. Japeth is dead. Japeth completely blindsided there, and Luxy not able to land the shots, and Onset still turns it around. Champlain lost in the sauce here, as OG is the last one standing. Are you gonna find it? It's a 4v1.
No.
Sad Girl finds a headshot, and UMass run it right back. A fantastic set of rounds.
Great sets of rounds, and again, they'll just continue to ride this high. You can see it, they've won 3, and that's kind of been the story here, right? Sebi's gonna take that time out for them, and I don't hate that. I don't hate that for Champlain. This is kind of spiraled out of your hands. You were winning 4, but this is kind of the history we've seen from these round successes. A team will win 4, something will happen, and then it'll just kind of swing back the other way. It's been very, very swingy, but I think Champlain needs a second just to kind of get themselves recomposed. This has been a rough couple rounds. OG has been kept in check, and just kind of things haven't been going your way. So, you know, a breath, a drink of water. Coach comes in, gives you guys, you know, just kind of a quick pull on the reins, get it all together, and, you know, just buy your rifles and just make the smart decisions. Play as the team you are. The #1 seed here didn't get to be 7-1 by just making errors and just kind of giving away mistakes and free wins. So, you know, I was talking to one of the coaches in the break there. They said this is what they do. They go down and they come back and they run it back. So I expect to see after this timeout, Champlain come out swinging.
Oh yeah. And I mean, for anyone that's a Champlain fan, you are hoping for this situation. You are hoping for them to kind of fight back and get ready and make it exciting here. OG so far, 11 frags there, and also that was another player that I was very happy to talk about. Like one of the key players to frag out here. So we'll see what they can do here. Again, it's a little bit of a broken buy, but that's only because Champlain is just like, yeah, let's have a little fun with the knives.
Revealing area.
Champlain. They also have an operator, so we'll see what they can do. UMass, though, hard chase in, one around the corner already on this B side, so flanking around the edge here. And Peachy is able to find OG. That's going to be a huge try. Merce is able to find Sebi. No, Champlain. They took the timeout, and the timeout doesn't seem to be doing enough. 3v5 here. And Champlain taken completely by surprise.
I mean, they just win this with gunplay at this point, right? It's 3v5, spikes down. They don't even feel they need it. Japeth does find 1 though, so suddenly G2 does looking for more. Suddenly, second I say that, it's the old caster's curse. There's anything's possible. Peachy just looking, trying to wait for that wall to fall.
Oh, they saw the guns go down too. So you see, oh no! FPS timing, ladies and gentlemen. It feels so bad. Peachy had it lined up, I can't find it. And that's gonna open up the chance for Luxy. Teal is gonna kill one. Peachy though swings back. Are you gonna get it? You get a couple shots. No! Finish it, Japeth says not today. That will be the round as Champlain Varsity contain the lead.
I can't. My heart, Orbital. I can't take this. Oh, these plays have just been phenomenal. My goodness. All right, we're in a full reset though. Let's everybody regain our composure here. Everybody take a breath. We're full rifles. We got ultimates on board. There's a little bit of everything to pull out. So, you know, Champlain up 5-3. I mean, that was kind of what we were hoping with that. That's what they needed out of that break. It gave them a minute just to get their composure, get some check. Japers coming into life there on that KO. We hadn't really seen them been quiet, so that's a big moment for them. That's their first multi-kill we've seen. We need to see more of it if they want to keep this Champlain team in the game here.
Set it up, Sebi able to open up, and this is a strong play. Sebi takes 2, losing their own life. OG is gonna get the swing and closes out a 3rd. And UMass, after that round, feel a little bit in shambles. Merce though finds Luxy, able to take their head, and realizing there's so many people over here on B. They're gonna try and flex back out. But Merce gets a peek around. It's a do-si-do of epic proportions. As Merce is down into a 1v1, and would you know it, it is a duelist, but OG had the better flank. And the number of times these teams, again, it feels like this is just kind of the standard for them going down into a 1v1 at the end of the day. But it's Champlain hitting 6 first, and this is that break point Last time they were able to hit an 8-4. That's the highest we've seen a team gather in the first half.
Yes. So, I mean, that's all they can hope to do is just keep that rolling. And we've talked about it in earlier rounds. When it's come to the 1v1, Champlain has come out on top on the gunplay segments. So, again, we just need to see the beacons, continue to swing this back, use their utility, commit some ults, and get a little value on. There's that Viper's Pit immediately, but Mercs does not want to say, does not want to be denied that sightline. So with the Viper's Pit out, Mercs finds one to kick it off, and that's a Viper Pit down from Sebi. So B-side is basically free going into a 5v4, and they'll commit their own Viper's Pit into it as they know they need this now.
They want to hold off. Mercs just going, give me more kills. I'm on the hunt. Running around, taking checks, and people offline. Mercs gets a 3K. It's a battle of the multi-kills, I feel, from all these teams right now. It's just, can we hit that final ace? Are we able to collect here? 2v5. Champlain, they don't really have that much to work with. Shadow, a little bit of a peek. He's able to find it, just a little bit of a shot. JPET is dead, and it's down to OG. OG,
Gun here.
what are you gonna find? Is it treasure? Is it dirt? Is it a frag? Is it anything? No, it's not. Didn't even want to pick up the shovel. That will be a round to UMass Beacons as they're sitting at 4 and 6.
Just waiting on the next swing, honestly. Like, I don't want to get too confident. I don't want to get too set here because no team, team wins 1 or 2 and then it sends it back the other way. Someone decides that it's their turn to step up. But I think all things considered, winning that with Viper's Pit as the only committed ultimate is a really good value. Now you have knives, you'll hold that until you really need it, and you have suppression, and suppression is great, especially for that ace site when it will hit multiple people if you push that aggressively. So getting some value out of those ults and pushing aggressively looks like what they might do here because it's probably just going to be their way to keep this pressure rolling. But Champlain, again, will take an aggressive push onto mid, but is punished immediately. OG's down, and that's not a good start.
I don't know how these teams are constantly doing this. They are playing to the beats of their own drum, and whoever's drum is louder is going to take that round, it feels like.
Right here.
They get 2. They're looking for 1 more. Luxy, of course, this is going to be a little bit of a save. We saw only a pistol out in that moment. Single rifle in hand is what they're going to work with here as Champlain are back down to only 2 alive. And it's Sad Girl, this time sent on the mission of hunting down the lone survivors.
I think they'll be surprised to see they're on site, though, so it's just closing in the walls around the spike.
Random op shot goes through, and that immediately calls for the crossfire. Peachy was the last one with the headhunter, not going to find anything. And we're close.
Last round
so
in the
we are
half.
close to another 6-6. We are close to the moment that we get to say nothing before this mattered. We are getting so close to wiping the entire slate clean and saying, good luck, teams. You got to win 7.
And I think that's a summary of the story, right? It's like every half, it's just, there's never been a clear moment of anything other than maybe you could argue the buy rounds versus the save rounds are even given away, but I don't even think those are the cases here. You can kind of see that even the team that puts the little bit more edge, like you said, just kind of decides that it's our turn to win, just comes out on top. But the bit spread of a push from the beacons goes, that will be a Hunter's Fury just to see if they can find any information with it. And Luxy doesn't find anything per se, but they can safely say there's nothing at A, so the rotation will come into B as this push gets going.
They're still deciding, and that's actually a great suppression. You can see here the null command is going to work. OG is trying to dance out of death's range, and no Shadow sends him and paints him a shadow on the wall. That was an amazing snipe. Remember earlier on, Champlain was able to grab 2 with their own. So Shadow able to fire back. Opens up that opportunity once again, and Mercs sends JPET into the Shadow Realm. Another one, as it's 2 ops that they're rocking with here. Peachy grabbed 1 before falling to the shock bolt, but that is such a dirty moment here. 1 last alive, and Mercs sends the knives. The right click to end it, as Mercs ties it up. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing has mattered for the last 2 hours. We are here, 6-6 in Game 3. Everything else is on the table as these teams are 7 rounds away from moving on into the finals.
Orbital. It's a pistol round, though. And we've seen
and
historically the Beacons have looked good on their pistol rounds. So that doesn't mean anything, though. Because it just literally doesn't mean anything, because we've also seen Champlain take the last several. So I have nothing to contribute to this conversation other than I hope both teams have fun in this half. And I hope everybody at home is enjoying this, because this has been one incredible kickoff to this LAN. And it's going to be quite a spread going into B here. The knife out and the bolt will not find anybody, so no information gained, but some precious utility sent out will kind of send this out and kick us into this half.
Man, I'm so glad I got that all systems go. Dirty hot chocolate here with a double espresso. I'm very happy I picked that up because I need the energy. This is getting out. This is series 1. We are in series freaking 1 here. They do not let up. Like, this is perfect. This is exactly what you want.
I have the spike.
The crazy thing is, again, these are 2 mental teams. Like, I was talking to some of the Champlain guys earlier, and they play off of energy. They play off of getting loud. When they win the rounds, that's the thing, though. That's the catalyst. And when that happens, you have to see those rounds come through. So Peachy is going to take a look. Doesn't really get a frag. He's going to knock out some of that util. But OG coming around the side. OG said, give me a moment and I will take a mile. That's going to be a 2K, and UMass trying to scramble for this retake. Around the corner, though, Onset is dead after being blinded out. Down to 4. You got 4. OG, 27 HP, 6 bullets left. Murph. No! Murph said not today, and now it's Murph's turn. These Jets have been on top of their tables. If this is not Valorant, I don't know what is. You got 1 more bullet. You got too many people to take. And it will be Champlain to take it. The pistol goes, and they only give up 2 kills.
The heroic task on both sides there was just to come up with as much as you could, and while the value was to be had, Champlain proving why they come into this the #1 seed at 7-1. And you know, we were talking about this. We said this Aeon. It feels like forever ago. The last time we saw these teams back in week 4, Champlain 2-0. You know, if you had told me this going into this series, if you jumped to right now in this moment and told me that, I would not believe you. I would not believe you at all. But it will be a buyout from Champlain, so they are looking good to hold on this attack here. But we've seen UMass win on pistols, so anything is possible. It just depends on who strikes this first blood, and if any of those guns change hands.
Oh. And I think that's the first time we've seen exchanges of that nature. Both players really missing or not even getting fragment damage, right? That is crazy to me. Teal, though. Teal says, hey, I can make something happen here. Give me a chance with this Marshall. A little bit of a swing. And actually, Onset did take a lot of damage. I didn't check that, but Luxy finds Murphs early. Or at least a little bit later in, but that's going to be first blood. Champlain do have all 5 alive, and they're sprinting. B site is actually going to be the challenge. And that swing. 2 quick kills as UMass Beacons are down to 2.
Had to double check that, JPath. I was just like, wait, did I see somebody there? No, never mind. That's just a corpse. Don't mind me. Finds another one, though, through that wall. Beautiful. And it's just the lone chamber. Probably, I don't know that Peachy's going to be the hero play, but this would be the play of the year if they can hit 5.
I mean, you're hoping to get 1.
Okay.
We've seen them get 3s and 4s, but that's only 1. So, JPath, Champlain going ahead and locking in 8. And remember, this is the standard. This has been the norm here. We've only seen 2 situations. 2 situations that a 2-1 start did not occur in the way that we normally see, right? There was a 1-2 start before.
Yes.
And that was in favor of UMass Beacons.
Yes.
And then there was a 3-0 start, which I think was from Champlain. Very rare. Very rare. But if there's a time for Champlain to do something of that nature, it would be right now. With the util in hand, I don't see it happening. Vandals all the way out for UMass, and Champlain working with the bargain bin buy.
I mean, but they're on a bonus, so that's to be expected. But Murphs is on this flank, and I don't think it's been spotted out yet. No, gives it the position, does find one. Peachy, though, finds a second for themselves, and this is suddenly turning around. Again, Peachy shows up on the board just to get this down. Spike will go down, and Teal will find one looking for their own, but it's not looking good for Champlain here. It's time to swing it back.
And this is, again, UMass Beacons just kind of swinging the gun lead in their favor. They lose 2, which is, again, that standard. So UMass Again, keep it very, very close. And now we get into the heart of it, because now, everyone, we get to play Valorant. We are going to go ahead and see the teams start to set up here. Champlain with weapons out, UMass with weapons out. We'll see what they can do, but Peachy, I just want to double check that right. I saw Peachy sitting on 2100.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
it was a buy 4, I think.
Yeah, so that was... Sorry, I was worried because I was worried that we weren't going to see a full buy come out, but Peachy definitely got a gun from someone. So, nice to have, nice to have. Yeah. Shadow, though, working with that Marshall.
Oh, no, they'll buy it. They'll force it up. They can buy it up.
Okay, yeah, I was like, what is going on here? Why do we see a Marshall here? I was like, what the heck? But we are going to get the full guns out. Vandals versus Vandals and so much more. So, Champlain, what are they going to opt for? Again, this is the team that wants to push into those next rounds. They're a team that play very high... voice crack, sorry about that. Play high in the tempo, but they're taking it very slow this time.
They are, and I think part of that is they're trying to figure out exactly where OG is so they can play into that and either make the pick that's going to be valuable, or so they can just avoid it outright and try to force an error on that. I think that is going to be one of those keys as they're going to rotate to B, is just seeing if they can catch it out and find it. But there is a trade. Teal will pay for their life with that, and that is a lot of utility and control on B down. They think that's going to be a go button, but they have to clear 100% before they really commit into it.
Well, they're committing right now. They're like, we don't have to clear anything. Let's go ahead and push our way in. We got the wall up for a little bit longer, and now it's down. So JPath in the back is going to get a little bit rocked here, loses some armor, loses a bit of HP, but the play ends down. They got more than they needed. UMass have to try and do their best. Oh, Shockbolt just goes wide of Sad Girl. The hours are nice, so they're going to try and sprint. OG finds Peachy. Really, really nice shot. For a bit more, the swing outside for one of the defenders, but it's not going to happen. OG looking for a bit more and is able to find it even through the blind. 3v1, and they do it. Champlain lock in a 7th.
Still here, still alive. I mean, again, just keeping OG in check is going to be so important for the Beacons to really keep themselves in this game. They didn't quite do that earlier, and again, this is the 3rd for OG. 20, has been leading the pack the entire series, but they need to continue to keep OG in check if they're going to continue to run this and bring this back and push us possibly even to overtime at this point if it needs to be, because the Beacons have looked good, but they need to continue to make those first bloods, and particularly OG if they want to succeed.
To play? Let's play.
Well, again, very quiet here. Couple sprays through mid. Just testing the waters once again. These teams have, from game 1 to game 2, it looked a little bit messy, a little bit more chaotic, but this time around, it's always sending the feelers out, trying to figure out, who is stepping out at just the wrong time.
So aggressive, Murphs.
Murphs is there, but Murphs is able to find one before falling on their own. So you know what? You'll take that one for one. Give your team a little bit more space to work with. Mid is now open for UMass to move towards.
I'm concerned, though, because that was Murphs. That was a top fragger for the Beacons. So the rest of the team really needs to keep this pressure and step up if they're going to continue this, because they don't have a lot of information. They do know that there is someone in tube, but that's probably about all they got as the rotate from B comes through. Let's see what the rest of the Beacons found out, looking for some sort of light in the distance.
It's going to be so quiet. This is actually Champlain taking a page out of UMass's books. UMass were the team that ran down the clock to a pretty consistent degree, I believe, back in game number 1. So right now, this is going to be a chance for the shot through the wall. Shadow able to follow through. And Teal able to find Peachy. This is going to be a challenge. This is going to be a chance. Spike needs to go down. Spike needs to fully be planted here, and Champlain are able to lay in. So, after reset a little bit, Teal is suppressed. What a great catch here. Can UMass Beacons find an opportunity? Can they find and work with the Q-Tilt? Shot goes out, rings just wide, and Teal able to find Shadow's life. 2 here, Teal able to find so much more. 1-1 left, and all of a sudden, it's UMass going, what the heck just happened? Sad Girl, you're all alone. You're left on the wrong side of your own wall. There's only so much you can ask about. Down goes the wall, shots don't land, and Teal puts Champlain at double digits with a 4K.
Trust me, say we'll make mistakes.
The walls are closing in orbital.
When they do, take
almost
advantage.
time. Champlain can taste the blood in the water, and Teal, is looking to get themselves closer to that 20 themselves. They'll have the full stack of rifles in hands. OG will have knives if they need them. Probably not, but if they choose that. Meanwhile, the Beacons, they have a bit more utility on the side. Tour de Force is available, so they'll pull that out. They have a Viper's Pit built up from Sad Girl too, so that may be spent early just to kind of deny space from B. There it is, right away, just denying B, even though without any warning. I don't think that's the worst idea, but they may want that on the retake instead if they can get it. Shots fired. Nose gets out of dodge there. Teal not able to complete, but they do know at least there's some pressure coming from B, so they know to avoid that, and that will be a push through too. OG does fine, get revealed though, so now they've got at least something. They know where OG's hiding. They just have to play into it and find that pick.
OG's going to take a little bit of a trip back to the rest of the team. Oh, but PG said not today. You don't get in for free, and now with only a couple of hands, you're going to try your best, but you can't find anything. Some of the harsher moments, but Shadow is able to collapse in on the null command, and JPath 3-1 down for a little bit. Where else are you going to look, though? Top Teal finds Sad Girl. Goes in a little bit more, but Murphs is able to find OG. That was a chance. Shadow finds one as well, down to a 2v2. The revive is looking good, and that's the cleanup. UMass, you only had one more chance, and it is the finisher. Teal with a 3K, 2 rounds away for Champlain.
Teal is looking to be the hero Champlain needs in this moment in the last couple of rounds, putting in 3Ks through both of them, and again, just looking very, very good, trying to find that 20K of their own. So Ult's now swinging in the favor of Champlain. They've gotten the picks, Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit of their own committed. They are looking like they're in a good position to bring us to match point. The question is how much can they really win without committing? Because if they can save as much as they can going in this last round, it only makes their path that much easier.
And for the side of UMass, they actually bought in quite heavily to this round, which surprised me a little bit. And OG just says, nah, no worries. In goes Hunter Spirit. Are you going to find any kills this time? Shadow's trying their best.
No.
He's going to die, though. JPath found him through the box. Oh, such good timing. That was a key ultimate that they wanted to use.
Spikes down. It's 5v3. They have all the angles covered. Beacons just looking for a light in the darkness here. Any pick to open this up and possibly take suppression knife. Doesn't anything there for the wall.
One enemy
OG
remaining.
and JPath swing, and just like that, all our dash. So we are ready for the single last round. That's what Champlain Varsity are hoping for. UMass Beacons, they are going to attempt to mount a comeback of epic proportions. For them to move on or even push OT, they need to win 5 in a row.
It's stacked against them, though. They have Viper's Pit. They have their own Fury. They have knives. There's so many tools for Champlain to close this out and move themselves on to the finals later today. But the Beacons need a miracle, and it starts now if it's ever going to start.
Miracles can happen anywhere, anytime, through anyone or anything of the sort here in Valorant.
That's a good start.
A single person can pop up and make a difference. Merce has really been one of those key players, has been making opportunities happen all the time. But of course, you need a bit more. That miracle cannot be a one and done. You need at least 3 or 4. Champlain, they tested the waters a little bit. They lost one over there in defender spawn. And now they're going to wrap around. They're going to ensure that Merce does not get too much, but Merce ensures that they don't get spotted themselves. So, very nice rotate, not spotted by Champlain, has found the backside angle. What a chance here.
I mean, I think he caught the Sova there as well. Very good. He's got the angle onset, does see someone, so now comes the utility. Push it out and crack open to this point B. Knife out, doesn't find anybody, but Merce finds one in the back.
Merce gets another, and so does Sad Girl. What is this? Where is this coming from? Luxy is able to take one out, but my gosh, UMass have made an absolute round of this round. Of any time for them to start popping off, this is a great time to do so. Champlain down to 1 only, and 30 HP no less. It's a hunt. It's a hunt for this last player. Only 15 seconds left. I mean, what can you really do here?
10 seconds left.
I mean, it's a start. It's a start.
That's a start of the run back. Yeah, this is the opening you need. I mean, if you pick Luxie, it's even better. But right now, that's a great opening point. And there it is. There's the last one from it. They'll get it, but Luxie will find one on the way out, and that's the start of it for Beacons. They kept most of the rifles.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, okay, so they did get null command out of that too. Onset does have null command, and that is something in their favor if they're going to continue to push this, because Champlain didn't give anything. They have all their ultimates. They literally have everything. They're just kind of waiting for the moment to say, just push all the buttons and go. and this is probably the moments they're just waiting on that one pick. I commend that call from them to say, all right, we lost one early. Let's just wait. Let's wait until we get an advantageous pick and go from there. And that is what it takes to go on to finals and possibly win here. So kudos to them for it.
I will always say that I would personally like to see teams just rush it, just send it. I think it creates a world of difference. The gamble play, I mean, you drop a Hunter's Fury in a site, and then you just push and drop the Viper Spit as well. It gives you great coverage. I think pacing is so important here, but again, both teams have opted to go much slower, a lot more controlled here, and not take the Iron player's advice, which I think is appropriate as well. Champlain still haven't really found anything. Minute left on the clock. Spike pretty far back as well, but Teal is able to find it. Teal finds Murph, and remember, Murph has been the lurker for a majority share of this game. Taking out that lurker means no one else should really be in the way, and now the trades are starting to go. Sad Girl Hours is going to lose their life after taking one. So it's a net zero trade, but it's a 4v3 right now. With no command going, it's still going to be tough. Luxie goes down around the corner. It's going to be a spray. Shadow finds two. Shadow finds immaculate frags. Teal, though. Teal wants that opportunity, and they aren't checking. The wall goes up just in time, and Peachy is going to find another. Down to a 1v3. Are you kidding me? Trigger discipline. Trigger discipline. It's all about the discipline. You get the spray, but you don't get any kills. Oh, Teal had the lineup, but can't hit the shots. A golden opportunity, and UMass steal away another round.
So much went into that round. So much was hoping into that. And thankfully for Champlain, they have the economy into it. They only spent that Viper's Pit thinking they could close it out, but they are slowly using the tools they had in their favor going into this. Murphs did pick up the Storm, so that will be their only kind of out and going into this. And it's just going to be so important to make sure that the first blood falls in UMass's favor if they're going to continue to keep this run alive.
This is ridiculous. Even though Champlain Varsity are the first seed, 7-1, everything, even though they are at 12 rounds, for some reason, my heart is giving UMass Beacons a massive chance to tie this up and force this into OT or whatever is going to happen here. I hate the fact that I even said it because it's not going to happen now. But there is a chance. They have gotten away with daylight robbery right there. And I'm going to say that, right?
Yeah.
That was daylight robbery. That should have been, it feels like this should have been much closer for Champlain. And look at that. Champlain know it. They are so, you can see them. They're jostling for that position. They're like, look, we don't want to deal with this situation again. Mid. Standing around that wall. The jet is going to go. Now it's all laid. Here we go.
Oh, Merce
and Teal finds Merce. That has happened once again. Sebi now finds Shadow. That's two. That's more than they had last time. They need to find Peachy, and they do. That's three. Are they going to get even more? Sebi gets the plan. Champlain looking much more controlled this round. It was just one moment. That's all they needed. One shot, one opportunity, maybe two in Teal's favor there. But, you can only get so many. 4v1, though. It's all left to the last KO. A single player hunt has begun here. That's JPET. Says onset might have been found. Up they go, and OG sends Champlain Varsity into the grand finals.
I don't think we could have seen that any other way, though. Like, OG has just been a dominating force through the series. I mean, you just have to give it up. 20K on each of the 3 games played. Absolutely a stellar player. Not that there haven't been stellar players across the board, but just absolutely deserved to finally put that nail in the hammer and bring the series home.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. And UMass Beacon, I want to give huge shout outs to them because as a team,
absolutely,
coming into this, they were the lowest seeded team to move into the semifinals. Lowest seeded. They were not fully expected to win this one, and they sent it.
Yeah,
they absolutely sent it to push any team, let alone Champlain, to a game 3 of all things. To take Champlain's map pick, I think has to be congratulated.
I agree completely. I mean, and let's consider, let's jump back even further to the biggest picture of them all. That's a young squad.
Yep.
Right? That's a freshman and sophomore squad. That's a squad you're going to see in the next coming seasons. So to make it this far, even though you didn't capture the crown, is still a huge thing for the future. This is a program and a squad that you can continue to build up, and we may see them in the future, in the spring or next fall, finally vying for that and looking back and going, man, imagine when we were younger and we almost just fell short. How far back was that?
Yeah, that was really far back. And I mean, to see these players grow and become even better is giving me such hope because there's so many different programs now. We're talking about collegiate and we're talking about all these programs starting up. And I think it's very important because there are so many groups like ASG Connect, which is here with All Systems Go. They are trying to branch out and in 2023 are launching some of these initiatives called Connecting Students and Colleges, hoping to get more players such as this, more people that enjoy Valorant or any other competitive game and are trying to be that middleman, be that person that can provide the colleges or students the way in. So I find that to be an amazing initiative because we get more of this. We get more amazing matches like this one.
Yeah, look, and if you're someone who's considering, if you're a young student going into college, you should absolutely check them out because they're going to help you find scholarships. They're going to help you get tryouts and put you in the direction of someone that might actually help you end up on the screen just like this one of these days.
This has been an amazing time, and I think that's the craziest part. And again, these players have given us so much heart here. To talk it over, though, that is unfortunately UMass Beacon's way out. That is the last one that they will play. And, I mean, they should be so proud of themselves. But Champlain, wiping sweat off their brow. They're going, okay, we're good, we're good. Let's get ready for the next matchup here. What players stood out to you most? Because I know we notified OG, right? Like, we knew OG was going to be one of them. But was there another player that stood out that whoever makes it into the finals needs to be worried about?
I mean, there were a couple. I believe Shadow was the other one that stood out, especially from game 2. Shadow looked very, very good on just across multiple initiators. Really came to life on the KO and the Sova there. Looked very, very good. So I think that's someone you need to keep an eye out going into the next round. But that whole squad has just been very, very good. It's hard to pick anyone to be like, no, this is, if you don't deal with the big boss OG, this is who is coming for you next. Like, it's hard to say who that is.
I gotta agree, and then a huge shout out to Teal as well. Teal was another one that we had pegged as someone that could be an absolute carry, and there were moments where it shone very, very brightly. And I think there is something that I like to talk about, which is the quality of the kills. Right, and the moment that the kills comes through. Because there's always someone that can pick up all the open frags that they want, all the extra kills. But there are some moments, some players that are just clutch up players, right? You're sitting there, and I feel like Teal was one of those, right? I don't know what the actual score at the end was, but I know Teal was not exactly the top fragger. But there were just moments where you're like, if Teal wasn't there, that round would not have gone that way.
Yes, 100%. We saw it across all the games. I mean, there were how many 3 and 4Ks where Teal absolutely just came to life. Maybe not to the success that you would have liked to clutch out a round, but absolutely put in those kinds of plays on the board. And it's hard to not look at a player like that and say, you just need, you didn't quite get there, but the potential is right there. And all it takes is a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of support, maybe a little more resources to get someone like that to the top of the board. And again, like we've talked about, board doesn't always show you everything. So the quality of those kills was so important, like you said.
Yeah. And if we're going to look at any downside, right, which honestly, there were a few moments where we were sitting there going, Champlain definitely had some rust spots, but the rust spots, I think, boil down to the fact of, yes, this is a team that plays off the mental, plays off of energy, and that can be a double-edged sword.
Yes, 100% agree. It's so easy when the crowd is cheering, and especially live when the crowd is cheering. I wish you guys could hear it because anytime there would be a 3K clutch up from Champlain, this place went insane. But the counterpoint is when, you hear those O's and those groans, you feel it in the depths of your soul. You feel how hard that hurt. But that's the victory. That's the chase, right? We all love those highs and lows. So they're gonna have to keep that mental going into the finals here.
And I think that's going to be so much fun. And we even get to hear a word from them themselves because we want to learn more about the inner workings of this team. So let's go ahead and send it over to our interviewer, Foof, who has been amazing so far. And let's get some insight and thoughts from
Ladies and gentlemen, what a run. I'm going to overstep early because I'm excited here, but not as excited as the gentleman to my left. I've got Sevi here from Champlain, and oh my goodness, we have a best of 3, and it goes 3. But I have to harken back all the way to that first series, you know? You guys answer back with a lot of losses in a row. So what flipped the script in that second game?
Yeah, so we took that, that 5-minute break right after our first match, feeling really, really defeated, and we had our coach, Charlie, just really rattle us, talk us through it, and we knew that going into that match, our second match, we were playing or we're going home. And so we got to leave it all out there, and I think for a lot of players, we just knew that that was it. And so I knew that I had to get my stuff together and get it together, and I think everybody else knew they had to get it together, and then slowly but surely the pieces kind of fell and worked out.
So as you guys were walking back to sit down, I don't know if you remember it, but I remember it vividly. I don't know who was making the call, but it was a rallying cry. We still got 2 left. And so that was under the understanding you guys were going to win this one for sure and then have a third game to play for. So the belief was obviously there.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've been playing with each other for long enough where we trust each other. You just got to make sure we're in the right headspace, and we'll do what's got to be done.
I got you. So an important question here. Obviously, having choice of maps, and then you go pick your choice. Pearl. Not the Pearl for you guys today.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of credit to our opponents. We are really confident on Pearl. It's one of our favorite maps, and they humbled us. Like, they really just showed us that, we have to really think about Pearl, and if we want to keep playing it, that we have to be better than our opponent. We can't let them, we can't let them play their game. We have to play our game, and if we play their game, we'll lose it. And so they really showed us that, Pearl's a difficult map.
So, obviously, answer back in Icebox. Let's jump forward here. So here it is. It's Breeze.
Yep.
You get all the way through the first round, and it ties at 6-6. So it basically erases everything that you had done before.
Yep.
And then it just becomes a mad dash for 7. How did you guys reset at that midway point?
Well, so what we noticed is that we already had a kind of a game plan already laid out for our attack, to be honest. We had really flushed out what we wanted to on attack. So going into it, we knew if we at least got 6, that's all we really needed. We knew what we were going to do on attack. We had a strict set plan. Not going to say it because I don't want us to give it out. But we had a plan of what we were going to do, laid it out perfectly, and we knew exactly what we needed to get done, and we just did it. That's we were very ready for the attack, I'll be honest.
Well, that's important, especially when you have to answer. But how did you guys respond, especially in the end, when you were only 1 point away and had that immediate bounce back from UMass Boston, where they had an opportunity to kind of pull it back? How were you guys able to shut that door fully and answer it?
Yeah, I think we just have to remember what we are good at. How our team operates, what the core fundamentals, how we got here, and what we do there. And I think as long as we understand that everyone just does their part, that it always ends up working out regardless. There's no excuse you can come up with. There's no explanation that can explain. If you just do your job, it'll work out.
Well, speaking of everyone doing their part, I think you had a question for me here, and now I'm going to give you the floor. You got some shout-outs I think you want to make, so go ahead. Get into the camera.
So first off, I want to shout out everybody who supports the Champlain College. We got Felino's, Archon, our clothing. We have BG, a really big support member for us. Obviously Christian, all the support that support all of us. I mean, we came from really sitting at little tables and desks to a full space, and I can't thank them enough. To my friends and family, my girlfriend, who all support us and really help us, cheer us on all at home, and my wonderful teammates that I couldn't play without. So.
Well, you heard it here first. It takes a village, especially to win an esports events, and so Champlain moving on over a 5 seed, 1/5. It's how you expected, but not how you expected. But this is the NECC. We'll be taking a short break, and after a bit, we'll be back with more Valor in Action.
In goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's two for the Chamber. Chamber looking for you. Want to get the third. Looking for a fourth, and you get it. And Ace to kick things off. All right, I see you. I see you.
The refresh is live. The right click will come through as well. Volan from behind. 1, 2. Sybil gets it to half though. Looking for a third. It's Volan to keep them alive. A 1 versus 1 as it stands. No updraft available. Bowkeeper. The shot misses. But they still have the spike to half. The
Oh my God!
It's a 4K from
Management on the likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water. Oh my goodness! Galleon! Did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like just the air off the side of the ball to safely navigate those waters, and it becomes a 2v2 in a hurry, trying to be able to get straight off the rip. It's going to be chilly that is oh so hot. That's 2 in a row for the Lancers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NECC. I seem to have walked away from the frame a little bit, but I'll come back. And coming back to the action here, it is the Valorant LAN, brought to you by All Systems Go, esports bar here in Worcestershire, Massachusetts. And I gotta say, we had a banger, had a best of 3 to start the day off that goes the entire distance and teases for a little bit more. But as it is a bit dark and rainy outside, it's heating up inside because the next competition on the opposite side of the bracket, the other semifinal, is tempting to be a great one as well. We have the number 2 versus number 3 seed. 2 teams coming in at 6-2 into the playoffs. Both of them advancing, one advancing by way of a 2-1, the other advancing of a 2-0. And so now you wonder, you've got a pair of teams who are riding high, feeling good, but have had to wait and now exist in this LAN environment where it's in person. You can see your opponents. You're sitting beside your teammates, can physically feel the energy in the venue. But you have to wonder, who is going to be the team to step up and make that mark? Who is going to be perhaps a player to find the big pick, who can find the angle or deny the plant or defuse to win a match, nay, move on to face Champlain in the finals? All of these will be answered more in soon, but I got to talk to both of these teams' coaches, and they've enjoyed their time here. They got to watch that first series, kind of reset and enjoy the game. But now both of these teams are confident. They've been chomping at the bit. They've gotten past some technical difficulties, and they are ready to play. I'm going to be passing it off here to my 2 wonderful casters in the booth. We've got Orbital, we've got Soav, and I got to say, we've got a great series coming at you soon.
Alrighty, here we go. Very excited to be here once again. Series number 1 went way differently than we thought, at least for most of it. But at the end of the day, Champlain came out the victors. And now we get to the other side of the bracket. The 2nd seed and 3rd seed coming in to face off against each other. It is Bryant Gold and UML Red that'll be facing off. And so, this should be good, right?
I mean, it's hard to top the one before what we just saw, but if anything is going to be, even on paper, just looking at it, a fascinating match. This should be it. 2 and 3 seed. Both of these teams have grown since the last time they've seen each other. By the way, the last time they saw each other, all the way back in week 1. Ooh. So, like, it's kind of almost ancient history. Yeah. Bryant did come away with the victory there, but, like, can we even consider that with how far back that really is and how much these teams have grown? We're going to have to see if that will repeat itself. But, I mean, these two teams obviously they're the same. Like, they're basically matching each other this whole way through on the series, too.
Yeah, this was, and to give a little bit more context why we're just like, this is a brand new series. I mean, you take a look, UML Red is the only team that did have to fight 2-1 in their quarterfinals, but that also doesn't mean too much, right? They fought hard, they made it here. And in their match where Bryant Gold won, it wasn't easy, right? No. It was 14-12 on Ascent and 13-9 on Bind. So it was still extremely close, and that's why we're very, very curious here. I'm very, very excited because I also stocked up on a little bit of food while I was there, so like I'm full of energy now. Yeah. This place is awesome. All Systems Go has been so phenomenal. I mean, I even got this is probably the cutest thing I think I've also seen, by the way. So over here we have a little bit of boneless wings here. And I can't do it very well, but it is just the cutest little container here, and it's amazing. It's giving me so much energy. Like, this is perfect for gaming, I have to say. Yeah,
this is really, like, I could lose an entire weekend here if they'd let me. Just giving me straight up, just letting me play Valorant, eat wings, pop them in my mouth. Yeah, this is great. But, I mean, it's not about us. It's about the players here. So we'll take a look at who we've got coming in because all these kids came out to this great location. I mean, they do so much here. Like, it's not just like you can't really see it from the videos, but like there's so much across the ways. There's like places to stream if that's your deal. Our booth is really cool. All things it's like really cool. There's a lot of great things you can run here. But enough about us. Let's check out who's they're bringing. The Bryant Bulldogs this time. We got Penumbra's, Shed, Aimbot, Rock TV, and Stellar coming in. Again, a pretty like mixed squad, but we were kind of talking about this prior. Penumbras and Shed put up some pretty good numbers in these previous play-ins as we were looking at.
Yeah, they were absolute monsters. Shed and Penumbras were two that stood out above the rest just in terms of general presence on there. So that is going to be very, very fun to see. Rock is also one that I kind of want to watch for. These are some of the sleeper players that are coming in here. So I want to see how well they can play. For UML Red on that side, they also have some experienced players of their own. Again, these two teams have the exact same record from the regular season. So we're taking a look at D-Rich, Shock, Barry, Ace, and Ryujin. I believe that's coming in here. So hopefully we get all the names correct and we can see what they can do.
Yeah, and you know, considering we've kind of looked at some of the past names, Ryujin was one that really hadn't struck out to us. So that might be like a fill or maybe a particular sub at this point. So we'll have to see as they go in eventually. But you know, there's still maps to be picked, and we're still hanging out and waiting on those. Like that, we don't know exactly where we're going. We couldn't tell you much else, so we're gonna let the players decide where we're going.
Yeah, we'll give them a little bit of time now that the teams have been introduced. You get to lay down your own kind of predictions here. Maybe go scout out what they've done before, and we'll be back in just a few once we know what maps we're going to in this best of 3. Don't go anywhere. ready to go, as the players are ready to go again. Just to remind you, my name is Orbital. With me is Soav, and we are your casters for the entire day, by the way, because we are not stopping until we have crowned a champion. We are so far through one series so far. That took about 3 hours, which is what we were kind of expecting, but not at least from the teams that played there. So impressively, UMass Beacon sent Champlain into a game 3, and that is also something that I want to talk about because as we get into the maps here, endurance is a big thing. Most teams are ready to go with, like, a single best of 3 or 2 best of 3s or something. To do a best of 3 and a best of 5 is a much tougher task. So let's go ahead and take a look at the maps that we're going to see. We are going to see Bind, Ascent, and Icebox. And I mean, Soav, you had some fun words about this. This is going back to week number 1 again.
I mean, we've hit the trifecta here. I'm pretty sure this is just like everything this is the entire scrim block that I would have expected to see. I will say, actually, seeing actually, that can't be. Oh, Breeze is the first one. I was like, wait a minute, that's Bind twice. Wait a minute. It's okay. Breeze is always just impersonating Bind.
But all the Breeze lovers just got so sad.
It's okay. They're right to be sad at me. But yeah, like a lot of people, like, these are also maps that everybody loves for a reason. These are good scrim maps. They're kind of the bread and butter. But I also wouldn't expect these teams to want to go to Fracture or to anywhere else. Like, this is too close of a decider to kind of take a curveball, to take something different, to like put it on a gamble of like, let's just see let's see if they prep Fracture. Like, no one's going to do that here. This is the point where you need to finally decide, like, cool, are we metal tested? Do we know exactly what we want to do? How much do our set plays work? And how prepared are we for this final? Because we saw in the previous match, one curveball can throw you off, but it wasn't enough, and it may not be enough. So cheap tricks like a curveball or an odd choice may not be enough to win in the big picture.
And the thing is there's so much more to think about once you're on a LAN setting as well, because the curveball isn't just like a random agent or anything like that, right? When we're talking about it, we got to talk to some of the teams, and I think anyone that's played in a LAN understands the first LAN jitters, the first time you play in front of a live audience, the first time you have to sit there and actually listen to your opponents screaming, I see him over here, and you're like, oh crap, is that me? The fact of the matter is first LAN jitters are real.
Yeah.
And it's very scary. And that's actually, how we saw Champlain, from their own words, say that was the first time they believe they've ever lost on Pearl in a competitive match. And that is crazy. That is what a LAN will do to you. So we'll see if the teams can do it here as well. It is Bryant up against UML Red, University of Massachusetts at Lowell. I'm excited.
This is going to be a good one, and I don't see anything too surprising. I mean, Fade is pretty much aside now, kind of married to Chamber as non-negotiables in a lot of ways, but I see nothing exciting there. Sky's also equally a good pick. You don't really have that much, and the amount of flashes and things you can get is always good. And my boy Brimstone rounding out the controller. I'm so happy he fell back into meta, because for the longest time at beta, he was just struggling, and I'm so happy to see that he's there. The Rays kind of complete it. You do play Rays here. You don't need the Jet. You just get more value out of Rays. You really just do.
Oh, okay. I will say the value you can. However, the execution is much more
I'll give you that
one way there.
Sure,
if you satchel in, you're only going one way. You ain't going back. Whereas the Jet does have that flexibility, and I think that's the best way to look about it, right? And I think that goes for any composition, really. It's the execution. Are you going to go forward? Are you going to go backwards? Or do you want to mix of both?
Yes.
And I personally, I'm bad at Valorant, right?
Yeah.
I can sit here and talk about it all day. I've watched a bunch. I love watching it. But my gosh, if I put my old 30-year-old hands into this mix, it goes horribly. So I like to break things down in very, very neutral understandings. And I want to ask you, these kinds of compositions, at least from what we saw, are these more dynamic compositions? Are these more kind of neutral, they can push and pull? Or is either composition just more straightforward? Like, all we want to do is go forward, or all we want to do is do a certain thing?
I mean, these teams look like they hold W, right? Like, this is a hold W squad.
All right, there we go. We're good.
Also Boomer Gamer, this is a squad that holds W. We drop smokes, we go in, we don't care. We're going to die fast and leave a beautiful corpse until next round. We'll hopefully not leave a beautiful corpse. But the kind of key to all this is that these executions and these takes are going to be so quick. You're going to see the brim smokes come down hopefully, and that will be the kickoff of that. And that's the other thing we'll use the Sky for, is just to get the information to kind of preempt that. It's going to be controlling the tempo of these takes right here. You can see it, Ace is already taking a quick set of that hookah and will be there. But Aimbot comes up with 2, actually living up to their name to kind of get that out. And we'll get a dodge, but that's a great slow up to this B push.
Yeah, that Allegro pace quickly turned to immediate full stop as Bryant University open up with a phenomenal starter here. Penumbras hiding off in the corner here. Playing on that Sky, as you said, a little bit more defensive, but we've seen what some players can do. Some of these util players are absolute gods of holding an angle and just sending people to the gray screen. So very interested to see how they decide to keep pushing, because UML currently, they're locked in this rough position, right? You can see them. So normally when you lose a bunch of players, you try and rotate out, but they're currently locked in hookah and long, and they aren't going to have the easiest way to get back out.
I mean, you could take teleporter out, but then you know you're doing that, and even having to commit like any sort of resources to getting out is going to be really frustrating. But it looks like it's just going to be getting the pace and the squad back together before either aggressively pushing this. And yeah, there is that bird, counter bird there. It's birds as far as the eye can see. Information comes out, and Aimbot gets 3 to close to make it 4. Finally, is ruined. But it's 1v3, and he'll get the spike down here anyways.
Yeah, because that was a that ended up polishing off the last defender there, but. Ryujin absolutely going ham. 3K at least to turn it back. So you know what? Most importantly, you pick up a couple extra frags on the back end, but it is Bryant University to come out with round number 1.
I mean, it's a great start. That's a great opening for them, considering they had a strong start on the defense, getting those 2 picks. That's the best outcome you could ask for. It could have gone way worse, but Aimbot really put in a lot of work on that round too. That's kind of the other part of it all. Like, it has their hand in 4 kills plus in the assist. They were everywhere. So I expect to see more of that. We were looking at Shed and Penumbras, but Aimbot really giving us making us look like fools here, I gotta say.
And again, that's round 1, but we like round 1 stars here.
Yeah,
that was very
we love a good impress us. Yeah.
Aimbot held down that exact corner of B. That's the only territory they moved in. But I agree, and that's very important, because that's also your chamber. That's your free operator to get to play with. And you want that online as soon as possible. So right now, guns are online, and you can see Bryant University tapping away. And this is what I do like to see, a little bit more peeking game, right? Not so much pure waiting. Pure waiting just feels bad.
Yeah.
Right? It takes a lot longer. And so the fact that people are feeling comfortable to actually swing on some of these moves gives me a lot of hope for that aggression, for that level of we need to take a chance. Right now, though, UML locked into a little bit of a situation. Showers is being held by 1, but it is a call of a rotate. So from A, they have rotated down to mid, still deciding if they want to chance that A or B site push. And it is going to be a call back to A. So a fake rotate out just to try and get info. They're now going to chase out. Are they still deciding?
Yeah, I don't think they've got, because they spent a bit of utility there, and they healed up the chip damage. I don't think they really found what they were looking for. Meanwhile, on the side of Bryant, they got a little bit of information using the Wolf. Found out that they just hadn't really pushed there, but there's that Seeker coming in, and this will be it.
They're going to go ahead and hard spray, and because there was only 1 real defender in there in A mid, that is going to be the painful opening. Left. UML, though, A swinging on their mirror matchup, and it's a glorious one. They play it close to the vest, which is so impressive and right. Bryant University Gold sitting on 3 members alive, but I have no idea if you're going to make it in. So UML, with all 5 members alive, are going to try their best. A little bit of a bird goes out just to try and place in front of their face. So far, no more information. Aimbot trying to aim him down. Can't find it. Seeker's already out. Holy crap. Yeah, that was another thing that we just noticed.
Yeah, that was really quick, but equally quick as Rocket 1. And suddenly they spray from these shingers.
That's all you need. It's a couple hornets in the face, but D-Rich is able to get it low. You're going to get about half an aimbot was ready for it. So good on timing. And Bryant University, it was that was like bread and butter. We practiced that situation.
Yeah. Well, that's what we wanted. We saw this, and we kind of talked about this in the previous matchup. Is we want to see more like set plays and set plans and retakes of ideas of just like we know exactly how we're going to hold that, because that's a common planting spot, right? We used to see that trick with the Sage all the time, where you wall off that, get it down, and then play to that corner, and that just tells me that this team has put in a lot of work on it. This UML team put in a lot of work learning that, but Bryant put in more work to learn how to play against it. So they earned that. But it's, as we know, it's round 3. Rifles back on the other side. So you know, we kind of know the old song and dance at this point, but I never write anything off.
It was also the fact that, you know, just timing-wise it worked out. You get to the halfway point, and almost always a player will hop off Spike if they're contested, right? That's always the thing. Right now, though, Ace going ahead, laying down the first kill on Shed, who got pinned through a wall. That was in Showers as well, which is a difficult spot to hold. We have not seen this side taken yet. So Stellar is kind of waiting and picked up a Vandal.
Okay.
So that is a bit surprising. Reason being, again, it is the third round. To buy in that hard means that if you lose this one, fourth round is going to be a little bit of a whisper against you. Yeah. That worries me a lot because I want to see them win. I want to see them get a lot of bang for the buck. But again, we're not sure they're going to get it. Molly goes down. They're going to wait it out. In goes a couple satchels and just waiting, trying to mix up the pot here. Ace is getting his time, but in goes the fade. So a bit more information. Penumbras. Ryan Barry, that's going to be the judge calling in the execution. Waiting for just a little bit longer. Spike is down. Shock finds Rock. The pain is going to be there. Shots on high as Ace finds the kill. And that is a round for UML Red. 4 left alive. It's a beauty of its time. Very well done.
Very well played indeed. They knew they didn't need to take all of the space of that, and that's kind of the positive of this A site in a lot of ways, right? You only need a corner, you just need to get spiked down, and you don't have to worry. You know, the chamber was kind of free firing from the back there, and they committed. I was actually kind of surprised Aimbot committed in that tour de force there, but you know, like, you didn't really need to worry about it. Spike was down. You can just play your angles and just force out anybody who was trying to approach you. But we're in round 3. Still a couple stingers out there for the side of Bryant, which is, I mean, I guess that first, you know, that's to be expected at this point, but usually I'm a Spectre guy, so I'm a little interested in that take.
Well, the reason is, again, they bought the Vandals earlier,
right?
True, Those are the same ones that bought the Vandal, and we knew that was going to happen if they lost. So
my trap.
It was a gamble, and okay, I'm a gambling man. Go ahead,
sure.
Go ahead, give it a shot. Just didn't work out. Now we're into round 4. Still very possible for them to fight this off. They're going to give it their shots, but shots to the smoke. Aimbot getting aimbotted here and goes, wow, that's my job. What you doing there? 5 here on B side. This is a very nice call here. And they find it. T-Rich through the smoke finds one. Penumbras is able to fire back. It's a trade of 1-for-1. Penumbra spraying down. That Stinger doing work. So 3-3. Let's get the rotate over. Rock is right in the middle. Rock is able to find one. Stinger still doing work again. Shock finds a Stellar on the back end. Is able to flank in. And they do it. Bryan University Gold make the best of it, and my gosh, was that a retake.
That was quite a retake. Very, very good. Shout out to Penumbras there, who managed to find 2 with that Stringer. Yeah, you know, I questioned it. I was thinking maybe we don't need it, but they're really showing and making a case for pulling that out when you're trying to play in those close ranges, because that's kind of been the deal, right? Is let's not worry about aiming per se. Let's just get in faces and just play to where we think they're gonna go, put some bullets out, and go from there. So it will be. Looks like most of a save for the side of UML, just kind of committing whatever they have. They have a couple ultimates on board, including that orbital laser that will come down and hopefully buy time.
Hey, I'm going to stop you right there. Get my ult name right.
Sorry.
Get my ult name.
Sorry.
Say it right. Say it right. Orbital strike is on mine. There we go. There we go. I let you have one mistake. That's it. We are taking a look here, but it is only one ultimate up, as well as the Seekers coming out for Bryant University Gold.
I mean, the Seekers, yeah. I mean, it's not going to tell them anything they don't really already know, but it will tell them that most of the team is there. There it is.
Oh, and that was actually a trade there. So you saw Frog actually trying to drop their own, but the orbital strike flushes out Stellar, and Stellar is now down. Follow through though, Penumbra again closing out Lanterns, only able to get 1 kill, but it's more than enough. Barry gonna win, and now they drop their own orbital strike. Ryusion is able to survive, but it's still 55 HP. Rock did find Barry. What is going on? 5th round ultis, taking lives left and right. I love it.
My goodness. All right, we're rotating back through. We faked it.
So I've wanted nothing else to do with that.
I'm trying to process what we just happened here. But because the positive of it all is that it did buy. They bought the rotation, and Bryant, you saw them kind of rush over to B thinking, all right, they took Spike and ran, but no. Turns out it was me, A-site, the whole time. So here we are. So here we are now, 3v3 on this take. And Bryant is going to have to play from their spawn.
I don't think that's the worst thing. They do have the high ground a little bit, so 1 upside heaven. Hard push again. UML Red sitting inside the Lanterns, hiding out in that edge, and that's going to line him up for Shed. Shed going to clear out 1, look for another one, and is able to find it. Aimbot still alive, and that is going to go down as Ryusion First one alive, 33 HP. Gotta go out and make the fusion. That'll be enough. Ryujin finds 3K and clutches out big time.
We hadn't seen them in the previous round, but Ryujin putting in their worth here, and you love to see that. So UML Red, I mean, with that, they'll get yet another set of Seekers, then building those so quickly. 3 ultimates on board, lots of riches in their chest. And for now, Bryant will have to settle with what they've got, and they're looking like shorties as the option. They're just going to try to play into these close covers, and it's worked for them before. I see no reason not to try it again, at least. They found some success in Hookah, and they found it in U-Haul, so if it ain't broke enough, don't fix it, I guess.
Yeah, listen, if it has a little crack in it, don't worry. If it's missing a leg on the table, maybe. If the whole thing's dead, if it's from Costco and you just broke it, okay, we gotta talk about that.
Yeah.
Do agree, though. There are certain things and certain times where players and you know, the teammates have to decide, well, what exactly
I've got your tray.
right?
Bring
You have
them
to figure
down.
out, was it an execution error or was it a full-on error? So that's gonna be Ace, though, finding a swing on Stellar with the team. And then up above, Ace saying, let me get my namesake. Gathers a few more fusion.
They know.
Not gonna allow that to happen.
They know.
Yeah, they know.
enemy
Up
remaining.
on top, Ace gets a 3K, looking for one more. As UML Red take a commanding round here. I mean, I'm taking a look at that chamber. The chamber's holding off here in showers, and it's gonna get one, so that's a headshot, but yep, Ryujin finishes it off, and it is 3-3, tied up once again.
Yeah, and that's the best you could have expected, I think, for Bryant. I think that was kind of all you could have hoped, was maybe get some out of that. You did pull a little bit of more resources than you would have liked, so that's plenty fine. You'll have rifles in hand, but no ultimates, and it's been a pretty rough defense, all things considered. You've had some good moments, but overall, it's not been as probably as successful as you would have liked. We're all in on these rifles now, and meanwhile, UML, I mean, their economy looks good. They can afford a round loss. They used only Seekers, so they'll have whatever they need going into this round. I expect to see that Showstopper come out, though. That's probably going to get some value considering how we've seen them go so far.
Here.
And I do like that these ultimates are not always used specifically to find kills. It's also just to create spacing, right?
Yeah.
Try and flush someone out of the corner. You know, entries into a doorway. It is very important how you use it. So we'll see. Ryujin has also been just pushing off that edge as well. So your entry as a Sky is always kind of funny to watch. Yeah. We're gonna take a look. That's gonna be an op shot, and immediately he said no.
No,
he said
absolutely not. No, no, thank you. I will leave. I am not taking a shower today. No, thank you.
No, that is the clearest. That is the clearest moment of no. Just no.
No.
I don't think I've ever seen it like that though. Normally it's just like, you know, you can walk away, you back up. No, that was a full on like turn
we don't
back
care.
or just out.
We don't care about noise. We're not worried about that. Let him know we're leaving. That's fine. This guy did hang around on A site to try to get. But meanwhile, the Raze is straight out, and that is some picks. Ace coming up with 2, and the spike will go down as we go on this defense.
And I mean, the only one to die in that situation was Ace as well. So huge props there. Shock though, making a lot of noise, turning around to the backside. Gets just out of middle container in time, but is still going to lose their life. Rock was able to find the kill. Stellar able to find one as well. And
One enemy remaining.
Gonna look for more. Stella gets the 2K, and Penumbra's looking for the last one. Finds him out in the alongside of B. With only 2 HP. There's not much
there
to
it
do.
is.
Yeah, Penumbra's could have knifed or kind of just did a gentle breath and would have knocked him over. That's going to be 4 rounds over to Bryant University Gold, who, you know, for the time being, still looking pretty good here. Not horrible.
No.
And that's exactly what you want.
I think, and the other part to that is they're playing these retakes very successfully. As long as they don't lose too many people too quick, their retakes have been very, very good looking. They have an understanding of this map, and they seem to have an understanding of the team comp to really take advantage of that. So that may be important going into these future rounds, because we won't really get to see them on attack for a long while, but if they attack like they defend, they'll be in a good spot. And speaking of that, there's several things to attack with. Nightfall, we've got the Showstopper on board, but a mixed buy kind of puts Bryant in an awkward position in some ways, so they have to find the value where they can.
I mean, they'll just grab whatever they can, and I think that's going to be up there for them. A little bit of a bird goes out to start, though, as Ace finds Penumbras again. And honestly, Ace is showing up here. Ace is starting to look like that map leader, that one player that has played on this map forever. And that's scary. That is very scary. First there, aimbot launches into Ace's face, and now Shed hitting the top rungs of that gateway. Can't really get around the corner. satchel bounces aren't going to do work. Out goes the showstopper, so no information there. Bryant University Gold going, okay, we fired right back. We got a chance. What more do we have? UML Red going, we don't know either. Give us a moment.
They do hear the shots, and aimbot is looking, so we'll see. We're waiting on that trigger just for that shot to be called, and it will be Arumba out, finding not too much, but they at least know they're still there on long.
Do they? Do they, though?
They have to, right? They have to know at this point.
I don't know. Aimbot's just holding this singular corner, just going, I'm going to wait. Barry getting ready for the ulti. If they do send it out, they're going to catch at least 2. They are. Goes ascending, catches 2. But aimbot was more than ready. Remember, with an op, you don't need to hear. All you need is to be able to pull the trigger. Barry, though, finds Stellar and is now going to look for another. Trying to cheat it out, but aimbot was ready. 3K looking for another. And it is going to be reaching Barry to finish off. Shed, though, pulls it to 1v1. And now you're in for a world of hurt. And it is Shed that got locked out blind and feels so bad. 4-4 is the score as UML keep it tied up.
That was a good use of that Nightfall, though. It bought them everything they needed out of it, the information and just the knowledge, the ability to play onto that. Aimbot still continues to look good, but UML just absolutely just making these kinds of set calls in those moments of execution looking very good. That's what we were hoping for, to keep an eye out on and see who can kind of make these plays work efficiently and with the best amount of success. And right now, UML... it's hard to tell. I mean, it's back and forth, but they've looked very, very good when they make those calls and the team play comes in.
They are so dead.
Individually on the rounds, as you said, they've looked good. The problem is stringing the rounds together. We need to see more. As we saw in our first series, our first semifinals, it was more, you know, you'll run 3 or 4 and then it falls off. This was just back and forth. They're handing the wins to each other kind of thing. And we need to see that consistency, right? Because especially if you go up against Champlain, who is a team that they themselves also said, very momentum-based. Well, you give Champlain a chance to gain momentum, and I mean, it's always that chance of having to run, so that's what's scary. UML Red, though, are able to start off this round on the right foot. First frag goes down onto that page.
I've got your trail.
For a bit more. In comes the ball seekers. Be doing the work. Aimbot again. Just realized that aimbot is somewhere, but they call the big swing. Ace is able to find him. I can't get much more. Oh my gosh, they have the lineups, but Penembras and aimbot, they just wipe them all out. It's down for a 2v2 for however much they worked on. And UML Red, they're looking for one more. Look at the corners. That is going to be Shock over there by Showers. And the other one hanging out by Lantern. And it looks like Bryant University are going to try and choose to clear Lantern first.
Last player standing.
They go back and they found an aimbot. Is able to find Shock. Looking for one more. Barry launching all the util out, but that gives away a lot of your position here. And that's going to be an elbow. And that's going to be a chance, but he switched to the Headhunter. And say not today. Great job by Bryant University on that wonderful retake once again.
Again, these retakes from both sides just look very good. Both of these teams are very practiced, and we kind of alluded to it when we looked at the map pips. This is exactly what we expect, right? We expect these teams to be practiced on these. These are some of, you know, if my memory serves me, Vine wasn't one of the favorites back in the day of beta, but it has grown on a lot of people. So, you know, I expect this to be as crisp as this. And like you said, and you can see it there, you know, 1 or 2 in a row, but it's been passing back and forth. No one's really been able to keep an economy going, and that's part of what's been keeping everybody going in this effective manner. Ace will have a showstopper, probably paired up with that Judge, but I mean, who knows where that show is gonna stop eventually. At this point, any sort of value, being it space or a pick, is good.
Have you ever seen, have you ever seen that, where Rock just said no, Ace just got cut out? Rock said
absolutely
not today.
No thank you, I don't want any.
Yeah, that was actually pretty funny. But right now, Barry is still doing the same, picks up the Judge of their own, sends it around the corner. Bryant University looking though, orbital strike, Barry. Penumbras, why'd you take that one away? That was totally the orbital strike. Penumbras though, cleaning house once again, takes out so many more. And this feels a bit more controlled, as you said. So just keeping it the stock standard of take the retake in a nice fashion, and we win the round off of that.
Yeah, I mean, it just also helps when you know if that's a successful point for you. Some teams are just very good at playing the retake. Some teams that play better when they have to push or they have to attack. And that seems to be the case here with Bryant, as they seem to understand, all right, look, we can attack fine, we can retake fine. So let's just do that. Let's not push, let's not lose anybody early. Let's just give up the space when we know it's happening, and let's do that, because that's kind of just been the story of this is they'll wait for a first blood to come in and then just say like, all right, well, if it's ours, great. Let's get out and reset. If they're not pushing it, cool. Let's just continue to hold.
Now what we're seeing is a little bit of a chance once again. UML with guns in the hand. We can try something here, and that's going to be a huge set of damage on Shed. Very important to start things off. Over the paint shell goes out as Ace is trying to clear out that mid side. And now they're checking even more. Here comes another strike as more util being dumped into this A side. The orbital strike even being tossed down. So UML Red clearing out space, but the Trailblazer is going to find Stellar.
Spike planted.
And they're going to look. They're going to wonder what the heck is going on here. And Shed, for all the damage that went down, nothing comes of it. Guess what? The spike is planted, which now means it's a retake. Bryant University take 2 kills, are looking for a few more. Stellar goes, hey, I heard the spike go down. My turn, baby. Bryant University, cleaning house. D-Rich now looking for Rocket, finds it, but Penembras and Stellar clean it up even further, and 3K for Stellar.
They've made the classic blunder of putting the spike down.
I had no other ways. Like, as soon as the spike goes down,
no, that was it, though.
in there.
But that's it, though, right? They put the spike down, and Brian went, "Oh, spike's down. That means they're not in their positions. They're not defending." And they knew to strike on that, and that's exactly what it was. UML is going to take a break on that. But yeah, it's the classic blunder of putting the spike down and thinking you have an advantage going into this. So they'll take a breath, and we will take a breath also from that, because that was quite a quick retake too. That was very like for all the utility that got threw out before anything happened. You kind of called it, but like ultimates were thrown out. We saw smokes. We saw the Trailblazer. We saw so much go out to kind of not really accomplish anything other than maybe find 1 or 2 people. I don't even think we really got a lot of chip damage in from that orbital strike. So it's kind of a, like, we threw in a lot, we committed a lot, but never really got value. And then Bryant just capitalized when they said, cool, we're going to take all our value and stuff we've got and capitalize on it.
Yeah, and again, however you use that util is important, right?
Yeah.
If you are playing with that util, that is important. But we do like to see immediate follow-up. We don't like to see them waiting to go for it. So that's why we were very confused. But again, it does feel like the trigger right now, and maybe it persists throughout the entirety of the game, is we hear the spike go down, we're going to rush you, so be ready. And if that's actually true, that's really funny to me. So we'll see if it happens again, but it is UML Red. They are buying up here, and it's a half-hearted buy. You can see the equipment that they're running is very, very weak. And I hate saying that, but it's true. Spectres, 2 Spectres, and then I think it's an Ares.
An Ares, yeah.
It feels like a desperation buy. I'm not sure if you need it to right now, but it definitely. Oh wait, this is the last round. I'm so dumb. First round, last round of the half. So you know what? Buy up, have fun.
Buy, buy all the areas you want.
Don't listen to Iron Player. I'm gonna go now. I'll see you guys later.
You much like the Roomba, my co-caster will see themselves out, but does find at least that there's someone there shooting at it. So Shed will get a little bit of information out of that. And as they're stacked here, Ace is looking for just any sort of entry. We'll follow in. We'll find somebody there. Paint shells to find anything more, but a bird in the face to kick it off. Oh, gets across safely.
Very, very close. But now Ace is ready to go. Can't line up more than 1. But it was a close battle. Shed able to find Ace and down training a little bit closer to even, but Stellar living up to the name. Give him a Stellar star and be done with it there. Bryant University sitting on a 4-2. I mean, they're okay with it. That Stellar is showing up in some of these crossfire situations. I mean, every time we're not on Stellar, Stellar pulls off like a 2 or 3K.
Yeah, it's actually been wild. Almost as if to say, like, no, you need to keep your eyes on me here.
Yeah.
So, but they've decided that they need to keep eyes on A, which is interesting. So this execute will come in, and Aimbot will be the solo survivor here. Doesn't find though. Looking for more. Anybody home? Yes, finds 1, gets immediately traded out, and Spike will get down. So you know what that means.
Yep. Spike goes down means all the ultis are out to play, and you are completely blind.
There it is.
We saw it at the very end. I don't think they saw anything. There was all black. So Bryant University though coming out with a pretty nice lead here. A 4-round lead is impressive, and we're starting to see Bryant come back and say, "Listen, I know week 1 was a long ways away, or a long time ago, but we're still the same team. We are still a team that feels like we could be in control, and now they get to be in control. They are now on the attacking side and only need to win 5."
And I'm very fascinated, because if they attack like they have retake, they're in a good position to keep this going. You can see it even in the pistol rounds. Bryant did have successful pistol rounds all they need to do is just win them again, and they're already halfway to success. So still not off the board though. UML Red, this is their chance to kind of take the reset, get everything going back and kind of work in their order. Ace even looking at some armor as an option. You know, this is the chance to reset and just get a new slate. You might as well take it and do the best you can with it.
Now the question is do UML have the same Pavlov training that Pavlonian training like Brian do, where if the spike goes down, they immediately force?
Yeah, really.
Like I want to see if this is true or not, because it'll be very entertaining. Right now though, they're a bit more aggressive. You can actually see here they're cheating up much further. Barry is positioned in a I will mess you up if you cross this line. And I like it. Still split though, so Bryant University still testing both waters, saying, okay, A might not have been the right option. So let's keep looking. Off in the corner, they do see D-Rich, who's now going to try and take out that Utah of their own. It is a hookah B long play here. Let's see if Bryant can pull it off.
It'll take a minute, and there is the start of it all. There's the smokes, there's the fanfare, the shots come in, Chamber goes out, and the site will continue to fire. There's the first death in Stellar, though, coming again. Have to sing the praises, half health, but has been hitting shots phenomenally this whole game.
Yeah. So well done. And then a molly to block off one side of middle container. The spike is all the way on the other side though, so from the angle UML Red are moving inwards, it's a rough one, and that's going to be an angle that Shock is able to find Stellar. Rock and Shed take a few more on their own, but Barry able to trade up means that it's a 3v2. And this is a dangerous spot. Let's take a look at the spread. It's going to be a 1-2 scenario, one from behind, and Shock finds Rock. Aimbot able to trade back and looking for one more. Aimbot finishes it off. And it is Bryant with a very nice retake defense there.
Yeah, Aimbot has been good. This is where Aimbot shined last time too. In those early pistol rounds, they were able to build up their ultimates. They were able to buy into Headhunters, and they were able to make it work. And Headhunter has been playing, I mean, Aimbot is a Headhunter. He's living up to the name.
Might as well,
yeah. I mean, like, change the name, but they're still 2-1 here. 16-8. They've been having a phenomenal game, including even going to invest up into that. They're going to invest up into the Vandal. And the choice, they smell the blood. They want to clean this up now, and they want to make sure they get these rounds forward in their control.
Yeah, and again, getting your foot off at the right start. To keep in mind, the last time these teams played, I think these were the exact same starter maps as well, and I want to double check before I go any further and just make an absolute fool of myself. No, it was Ascent in mine, so I do apologize. But the Divide map went 13-9, so they're hoping to kind of crush their previous record, and it is going to be with Stellar with a wide swing once again, but Ace sending out some util, takes out Aimbot, and now the Molly is going to lock him off for a bit longer, so Bryant University slowed down at their initial entrance, but you know what Rock's gonna do. Rock's gonna try and open up, but the short judge as Stellar says, hey, you missed a few two in Lanterns right now. And Bryant University, they play this one well. They hold off and call for the rotate. What a sneaky chance. They push all the way into A, but call for the rotate out and are going to get the plant on B.
Yeah, and that the trademark will confirm the rotate, so they will eventually, looks like they'll try to get Spike down, but they may just be met at the gates here. So 3-2, still a bit of a tough spot to be in for UML Red, but they'll have to retake somehow.
I think this is one of those ballsier calls to make, right? You had a site, but you were worried about the defensive setup, right? You were worried about not getting into defensive position enough. And because of that, you open up a fantastic opportunity here. This situation, right, at the very end, this was orchestrated from the moment they went through that teleporter. I feel like that was one of the moments that you can actually see that was all prepped and well executed by them.
Yeah, and execution, as we said, is the name of the game here in a lot of ways, right? If you can execute whatever your plan is, if you can devise whatever your set play is, or whatever call needs to be made by your in-game leader, if you can execute it well enough, that's half of the battle in a lot of ways. They're in great positions and set up for it, and they will be rewarded with it. They'll have to buy a little bit more for Bryant, but, you know, that's not the worst. Rifles on the other side for UML Red, so they stand to basically take this and put a slow, as it's been 6 rounds for Bryant now, so they need to put their foot down here.
Gotta figure something out. Right now, a little bit of a smoke to cut out that upper angle in A-mid. Though, you can see D-Rich just trap destroyed. Not too worried there, but the double smokes does lead us to believe that it is a full side A push. All 3 members of UML Red's defensive sides are tucked into this lower floor, and they're going to be blinded. That's going to be a spray, but Rock forgot to look forward. Now in Heaven, they're going to do the same. So for UML, holding it down real nice and steady, but the plant goes down. That's the most important factor. Now getting back in defensive positions. It is on UML. They can flush out the right area. Rich is going to find one. Shock's going to find another. Leaves it to a 2v5.
One enemy
And it looks like
remaining.
they've done it. UML say with guns in hand, we're going to look. Oh, ace. That's bannable. That's bannable. Kick him. Kick him. Not going to happen. But that is the cost that you do business when you have a raise on your team. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd call it griefing, but like, I mean, it's just that's just raise.
Listen. In the Raze's defense, when your teammates walk into you, chill. It's not really, not really griefing.
Yeah, look, like you said, you know what bringing a raise to the battlefield means. Like, there's just, same thing with Brimstone. I wouldn't expect to be. I'm always keeping an eye out for the orbital strike. Whenever there's a Brimstone on my team and we haven't used it, I'm always like, okay, it's gonna drop on me because it's end of half or whatever. But getting back into this half here, Stellar again opens us up with another first blood. That's at least been their third as far as I can remember. So they continue to just lead this team to success.
Yeah, and again, they're the team that is now in a gun round, full gun round for them, and we know what they can do. So for Bryant University, it's really, are you going to keep playing at your own same pace, which has been more middle ground. It hasn't been very over-aggressive. It hasn't been waiting till the last moment. We really haven't seen that. That was more UML Red, who were like, okay, we're going to wind down the time down to the last 10 seconds, and then we'll force a plant. So Bryant University, around about 50 seconds left on the clock, they do like to slow push their way into a site, whatever they've chosen, or they rotate out with the teleporters. And we're seeing it here again, right? 50 seconds on the clock, they now push their way into site, and it is a full 5 on this front. So Lantern, this has been their kryptonite though. It is going to be a molly off, so Rox learns a lesson. Rock is like, I'm not chasing in just yet. We're going to lock off the side and wait for someone to come around. Now go to Seekers, and D-Rich just gets blinded, completely stunned out. And that is a great flush. UML Red, where they're going to go. Aimbot finds D-Rich. That means they control the whole lower side. Bryant University playing this one so smartly.
Yeah.
Look at just one. Just
okay,
one.
But
It's more than enough. More than enough. Rock gets shocked and sends them all packing. Barry is down. It's a team ace, as Bryant are 2 rounds away from taking game 1.
They definitely came prepared for this one. I mean, Aimbot 17 and 10, and Stellar trying to, I mean, you could tell they're just chasing each other on kills at this point. They're both just trying to say like, no, I need the first blood. This is I want this first blood. You can tell they're just playing so well, and they're both trying to outdo each other to get that first blood and get that going. But Stellar will have Nightfall going into this, so probably with this execute, they will probably have that going in. They'll get in and have the information, hopefully, because all that's on the other side is Shock, and Shock does have that orbital strike, but it's a little rough to use here, coming from where they're playing from.
Just a wee bit. Just a tiny, tiny wee bit here. Ryujin hiding off on the far side out there in elbow. But are they going to get much more? In goes the hookah. Hookah play here with 2.
Smoke. Face your fear!
Oh, in comes the Nightfall. This is what we were waiting for. Shock is going to get spotted out. That's really the only one that's inside of that site. But Shed and Stellar both vying for it. I pretty much tied it up at who gets the first blood. And that's a quick plan. This is Bryant knowing they have this map, or at least they feel like they do. And they're playing like it. Sharks in the water to the blood that they smell as UML Red are wiped out here. It is a flawless round as Bryant University are 1 round away from taking map number 1. Eyes are sizzling with the speed that Bryant are taking this.
I just say, considering that they took that take there basically without any losses too. That's kind of important. It's very easy to go in and just trade out your duelist and look and say, all right, we're holding this on 4, but I mean, to get in without even losing a member, still get control and have all the angles you want, that's a huge deal. That's a big win. And yeah, UML will take the time out here just to try to buy it. Might be something they just need to communicate here. I kind of almost wish they would have just said, like, not bothered, just let it go. Not even just, like, I'm not going to say you assume you lose, but I don't know what miracle comment, inspiration you're going to get, power of anime thing that's coming in now. But you kind of wish you had it sooner, if anything else. So maybe they can buy a couple rounds out of this, make it a little harder for Bryant Gold to go forward.
Gotta agree, right? It's the mental diff. It's the idea of why continue to kind of strain this game out when you're already on this tense moment. And granted, the team might believe they have something, but as you said, maybe save the mental. Just go into the next game and say, hey, clean slate. Let's give it our best bet to win 2 in a row. Yeah. At the current moment, can't have it. So they do pause. They take a look. And it's the bargain bin once again. 2 Stingers, a Spectre, 2 Spectres, and then a Bulldog. So bottom of the barrel. Let's see what they can do. Miracles can happen. Have we seen a few here today? Yes, in this game so far. Not really. Round has started. Minute 40 on the clock. Where do Bryant University choose to go?
You can't take it with you, Orbital. You might as well spend it now. Best case, you get to carry it to the next. So at this point, you use what you got and you make it work. And that Prowler does not find anybody, but they will get seen. So it looks like they are going to hit this B site, though.
Site once again. And honestly, I think they've hit B site more often than not, which is very impressive. At A site, I think it was attacked once or twice, but Shed just sends them up in flames. Ryujin just not ready for that one. Aimbotting all over Ace, and now Shed gets a showstopper kill. This has been util after util after util. And Bryant University are looking to clean house once again. One more kill. Aimbot with a 3 of a kind to flawlessly end this game.
That flank was rough to see. That flank was rough, but Bryant came out very, very just dominantly on top of that, arguably. That was a very, very strong, considering the last time we saw these two play, numbers weren't as good. They beat their speed run, so that's all you could ask for, I guess.
And I think it's great to take a look at the fact that we are seeing a couple players step up once again. And this is something that we like to do here. We like to make sure that there are certain players that we see continue their performance from game to game, right? We know that there's a star player. You know, you play Icebox enough, you get all the lineups, you have the Viper or something. Or maybe on, I want to say it is Split. Usually it's like the Sova, right, is what you would see. So to see all-star performances happen time and time again is what we're looking for, and that single player I feel like was it was Aimbot. Aimbot this time around was just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, just straight from moment one, we kind of laughed, but he made his presence known on map 1. Every single person felt Aimbot's bullets in them at some point, just from that alone. And from that moment, it never stopped. Stellars tried to take the stage a little bit, but even at the end, Aimbot closed it out just very, very well on that chamber. Really used the kit effectively, but also just had good fundamentals of just being able to click the heads. Like, game turns out game's easy when you just click heads, you know?
When you play it like an FPS, dang, okay.
Yeah, of course.
This is the old men talking once again. So please bear with us. We are going to go and send it to Foof to go ahead and give us a little quick recap if you missed it earlier and get prepped for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 befell us, and it falls on the back-to-back of 2 flawless games by way of the Bulldogs over the Riverhawks. They're standing tall and feeling good moving into that next match, but we're going to have a short break. And so as these teams are stepping back, kind of reviving, resetting, you have to wonder what that mental state looks like, especially when you have one team flawless back-to-back rounds where they don't lose a single player versus the other side that just lost 13-5, could not find a final kill in either of the 2 rounds. But we'll be taking a short break, and after that, we'll be right back with more Valor in Action.
goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted. Who has it? Has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's 2 for the Chamber. Chamber looking for a few more. Get the 3rd. Looking for a 4th, and you get it. And Ace to kick things off. All right, I see you. I see you.
The refresh is live. The right click will come through as well. Volan from behind. 1, 2. Sybil gets it to half though. Looking for a 3rd. It's Volan to keep them alive. A 1 versus 1 as it stands. No updraft available. Bowkeeper, the shot misses. But they still have the spike to half. The jump around. It's a 4K from
Management on those likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water. Oh my goodness! Galleon, did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like just the air off the side of the ball to safely navigate those waters, and it becomes a 2v2 in a hurry, trying to be able to get straight off the rip. It's going to be chilly that is oh so hot. That's 2 in a row for the Lancers.
And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go. Excited for game 2, where this is almost like what we expected the first series to go. Very dominant start here from Bryant. 13 and I believe 5. One of the stronger setups we've seen here, and I think that just goes to show Bryant are a team that are either very experienced at LANs or knew that map by heart.
Yeah, I mean, these are the maps they've played a bunch, but it's still, you still might have looked at the paper and said, oh, the number 3 seed and the number 2 seed, it's going to be close, but probably UML Red at the 2 seed should come out on top. But hey, this is LAN. Anything's possible on LAN, so I never write off anything going into this, but I do know that we are going to everybody's favorite map. It's Ascent, so I expect to see. This is probably going to be the closest it's going to be. This should be, on paper, just it's 2 teams that are close in rank playing probably the most scrimmed map in the entire game. It has to be a good map. It has to be a good set.
If we're not seeing those Sova Dart lineups, I don't know what's going on here.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to lie. The number of times that I've seen Ascent and been very sad that I don't get to see my Sova Odin as much anymore. I'm a very sad boy. I just love the idea of someone being like, I don't want to do anything. I just want to sit here and empty about 250 rounds into this wall specifically. Not anything. This wall specifically, and you will try and go. Like, it's great. I love it. So, very excited to get here, but as you said, very much it's a stock standard setup, and unfortunately, it wasn't just the map. It felt like Bryant were playing on another level at this moment.
I agree. I think Aimbot was absolutely just living up to their name because Aimbot leading the charge, Stellar following that up. They just couldn't miss. They were just absolutely hitting at shots. Their executions and the retakes looked quite honestly stellar. So they were very, very good. They were prepared, and they were definitely ready for this matchup, which you'll love to see that because that means they probably prepared across the board for anything that might come down the line. And proposing they win this, they have a tough opponent down the line in the finals to keep an eye on.
Yeah, there is, at least from an analyst point of view, if we were to sit here and analyze a lot of what goes on in the Valorant, there are certain things that you can kind of cover up when it comes to competitive. Like map knowledge can be kind of covered up and can actually be changed, I would say, mid-series, right? If you're playing on Ascent and maybe you just don't play it enough, if it's a knowledge diff, you can actually cover that up. Hey, what angles are we not watching for? We can correct those pretty instantaneously. The one thing that is extremely difficult to improve on in a very short amount of time is individual skill. And that is why we are giving a lot of leniency over to this Bryant squad as we go ahead and take a look at, again, the players that are coming in here and giving us this show. UML Red, they started off looking like they were going to have a good time. And we are getting confirmation that T-Combs, another player that we were kind of taking a look at, is now coming in for Barry. So very, very important to talk about.
Yeah, Barry did play on the Brimstone last round, so could be a changed smoker, could be any number of things coming on. It is a senior, though. Could be also just T-Combs like last year. This may be part of their last season, their last semester, so it may just be getting them some playtime also if that's the case. But either way, I'm excited to see what they bring into this because these kinds of small changes like we talked about can sometimes be enough to off-put something. We saw it in the first game, and there's nothing that says they can't do it here. Maybe we're bringing in like a Yoru player for all we know. Anything is possible, and I'm excited to see what TC Holmes brings into this.
Yeah, so that is, I agree. That's one of the things that you really have to watch for because when it comes to Valorant, I feel there's a bit more shift than other games, right? Because it brings with it the agent selection. It diversifies your opportunities for those agent selections, but an agent really personifies everything about like that specific role. So it's like if you're swapping out a player, it better be for good reason. Like, is this someone that is very map specific? Is this someone that I like to call him map specialist, which is probably, I don't think it's proper. I'm pretty sure I get flack for it a lot, but it's a player that plays this singular map so much that you can use them on this map specifically to almost like up your chances by like 40 or 50%. That's kind of what I'm looking at here.
There's many ways, kind of like you said. There's many ways you can do that. And sometimes it is as simple as just, I have a mastery of this map. I can tell you exactly every single Sova lineup, Viper lineup, or every single angle that you can take. I can tell you where I can shoot through that box or where I can shoot through those two things, where there's a gap. And sometimes that may be enough of it on its own. So yeah, not to put that pressure, but I do think I agree with you in the sense that maybe someone who might be more timed, might have more time on a particular map or agent, could go a little bit of a distance. We saw it with the Phoenix earlier. Maybe we'll see something else here.
I'm excited to see a course. So TC Holmes, this is all on you. You are now in our crosshairs.
It is entirely your fault, but not.
I'm kidding. I wasn't going to say that, but yes, it is on you. We are timing you. If we don't have 12 kills by round 6, you're going to be in trouble.
Nah.
I couldn't make 6 kills in 12 rounds.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. So let's not talk about that.
No.
Still very fun to watch for. And again, this is their chance to show up. UML, another thing that we have to watch for is, are they ready to go? Are they ready to kind of set themselves up and forward? Are they ready mentally to come back in this series and give it their all? That is the most important factor here on Ascent, because that overwhelming game, you have to be able to mentally go, gotta reset, gotta sit here. We're still as practiced as before. We are another team that has made it into this semifinals. We deserve to be here, kind of thing.
Yeah. And speaking of that, like, you want to make sure you don't just end that story here, right? You want to make sure you go on. So even if you have to extend it by playing into Icebox and going down the line, whatever it takes here is whatever it takes. The unfortunate thing for UML Red is this isn't their pick. They chose Bind. So you might be playing at a little bit of a disadvantage, but I mean, everybody plays this, so I don't know that anybody has any particular advantage. It's hard to say. It's hard to say that like this was their choice, because everybody would play this anyways if they had this choice in a lot of ways. But we'll see what they bring in here. And hey, I mean, Shed's eyeing Phoenix. I don't hate that idea. But meanwhile, let's check out with our new player. And T Combs is playing KO. Locked that already. And I think that makes sense. A lot of players haven't necessarily picked up KO in a lot of the time since he's been popular. He's come into a lot of like popularity recently, so it's very possible that makes sense. Meanwhile, Bryant playing a bit more of a traditional style of this Ascent map, including the Killjoy, which usually you would see the chamber there, but I don't think Killjoy is a bad pick. I think she's very effective at shutting down entries and putting in a lot of damage to prevent rushes. So I do like that. The other thing that I'm keeping an eye on, Omen is still popular here on this map, which is always a nice change of pace. We used to see Astra all the time, but there's the last of the rocks. And Shed has locked the Phoenix, so a little bit more of an all-around approach to it. We'll have to keep an eye on if Shed can put in a good performance, and maybe there's something to Phoenix supremacy here.
Yeah, and I'm actually, so you were taking a look at like the Omens and everything like that. My eyes are actually still drawn to Aimbot, because I feel this is actually the one map that Killjoy actually excels on.
Yeah, agree.
So Killjoy actually, when the game first came out, really used to be everywhere, right? It was a very nice all-around utility. The lockdown was by far one of the most oppressive ultimates that you can have. But with the recent maps coming out, the sites have been harder and harder to encapsulate, whether it be with the entirety of the lockdown or just too many other angles that the players can come through. Ascent is one of the last remaining ones, I feel, that you can really lock down players, because you take a look over on B side, there's 2 entrances. There are 2 entrances to B, and you're dead, right? Like, that is it.
Yeah.
Same on A side. You have technically 3 if you take a look at the northern and western entrances, thanks to Heaven, as well as, you know, on the bottom side. But it's like, it's so easy to lock down. So I would actually say, taking a look, it might be a Killjoy angle, depending. So I'll give it over to Aimbot. Of course, I might be biased from, you know, game number 1, right? Like, it definitely could be there, but I am also a very big Killjoy fan, so we'll see how it goes. We are kicking it off here, game number 2, to see if UML Red can stay in this series. If not, they will go home, and Bryant University Gold will be moving on to face off against Champlain Varsity in the finals of the Challengers NECC of Valorant Northeast Division.
That's going a lot of utility to throw it out. Barack will come up with one initially to kick this off, and that's a good opener. They will get control of site as the picks continue to come in, but the spike is not down, and there's spike dropped.
Oh, that one hurts as well. Considering you're on site, you want to get that extra money in there, but D-Rich realizing that they are now D4 because they just used their only teleport out. And that's going to be a scary moment. You got to take a look. Stella around the corner. Plant is going through, so it's actually a 2v2. Huge, but no, you don't finish. Ace, stop the plant. All right, there we go. This is second plant.
Yeah.
Are you gonna all the way? No,
we're baiting.
No,
we're baiting it.
Still, oh, I don't know if baiting's the good thing though. I've never seen someone do that. Just because they feel someone's around the corner, you need to get that plant down. You need to start putting agency on Bryant because they're not worried. They're not worried. They're okay running this time down. What is going on?
30 seconds left.
I think we've just stalemated. I think we're running out of utility and nobody has enough knowledge to go forward here. So somebody has to make that action. I think that's the case. Ace will eventually get the plant down here. I think they decided, all right, we're out of time. Let's force the issue.
Yeah, they finally get it down. It's a little bit more open on the southern side of the site.
Last player
now a chance is there. D-Rich is able to find a beautiful shot here. Now looking for a bit more. Classic goes out. You find the headshot, or not headshot. Aimbot gets it. But now this is the challenge. Oh, the turret. The turret is so good. Immediate spot on D-Rich. And if you get tagged by that turret once and shot by a Classic, you are dead. There it is. Aimbot pulls it off. What did I say, Soev? What did I say?
My goodness. Yeah, no. I
Orbital wins.
All right. I believe in aimbot supremacy. All right. Look, it's so hard to say, but it's so hard considering aimbot, the game he just had on Chamber. How it's so hard to be like, yeah, just go play this utility character. Here's all your toys. Go have fun. Don't click those heads too hard, chat. It's so hard not to. Because aimbot again. Just all right, we'll take the timeout. That's fine. We're not worried about that. I agree though. That was tense. That was a wild first round. That was quite a standoff we just had, and I agree with that timeout. But yeah, aimbot again cracked open the first game in the same way, made a statement like that, and again on game 2 just does the same thing. Comes in, just says, I'm just gonna help win and just clutch this 1v1. So don't worry, wherever you see me, you just know you have to avoid that. So if you see that turret now, you kind of just have to walk away or find a way to get rid of it because you're not gonna be able to push into it.
I agree, and that is something that has to be stated. The will to hold on to the turret, which, by the way, for those that maybe don't see kills,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Now, you usually drop it early. You drop it early to give you a little bit more field of vision. Usually on B side, it's dropped all the way in the backside to hold off B main.
Yeah.
To hold it for that long, or to have picked it up and noticeably carried it over, and to not lay it down to entry, that is crazy to me. That to me is so crazy. And honestly, I think Bryant took that timeout just to be like, bruh, we actually won that one.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. It was not
just
to be
I can't believe we won that.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. So this is going to be a chance. So we are going back to us because you really want to see our faces here. We are the most beautiful people in the world, by the way. We are absolutely there. Please do not clip that. I'm going to be very sad if you do. We got to talk about it a little bit more because this starts things off once again. The fact that aimbot is now putting themselves in a very central position.
Yes.
This is very scary because this now signifies if you walk into a nanoswarm or anything, aimbot's there. That's kind of the thought that I'm thinking of.
I agree with you completely, and that's kind of what I was alluding to is if you see the turret, you know that there's something bigger lurking behind it. All the toys and gadgets are fun, but behind that person is still someone who can really, really click and can frag out. So you're really looking at this and going, okay, is the Killjoy here? Yeah. Do we have an angle on them? No. Okay, let's leave. It's just gonna be it's just gonna be showers again, where we're just like, is that a turret? Yeah, we're out of here. We're done. Yeah, no. It's just going to be that again because there's no reason to press into that. Not when you could get picked off, you can have your own crossfire put on you, and the Killjoy is just going to shoot at you and probably has an angle on you. It's just not going to end well.
Yeah, this is, it reminds me of the time that this is by far the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. I actually saw a KJ turret kill at one point in a competitive game, but not just one. It happened 3 rounds in a row.
No,
it happened. I'm dead serious. It was in a Navigators matchup here in NECC, and we laughed because at one point we were like, "The turret's the captain now. The turret is in charge now." Because normally you can peek out. It's like, okay, there's a turret. This is like, oh crap, there's a turret. That was the thing about it. It's the greatest thing in the world. So talking about how util can play into the minds of so many players is so important. And identifying why it's so scary to players to even walk in those certain directions, I think is going to play a big thing coming up here. And for all intents and purposes, it should.
I agree with you completely. We've seen the importance of Sentinel characters through the whole way through. Like, Chamber's been a non-negotiable, but getting, again, this value of Killjoy. You were talking about how Killjoy had a lot of dominance when she came out also. It's just so important to have such a strong anchor in your Sentinel a lot of times. It's always good to have, someone who can go out and frag on a duelist and someone who feels confident on entry. But it really is important to have a grounded source in that Sentinel player, and I think that's something that Aimbot provides. And we'll talk his praises forever, I'm sure. But there is definitely, you got to call out the other members of that team as well, because the rest of that team also is putting in the work. They're capitalizing off of those moments, off of the various utility that the Killjoy is putting out. So not just necessarily Aimbot leading in kills, but also leading in other ways, and the team as a whole really speaks to that. Speaks to the success of this player.
Yeah, and that's what we got to watch for, because we're inferring a lot for one round.
Yeah,
I would just like to point that out. We are still waiting for the rest of the rounds, but that's how scary it is.
Yeah.
And so we are still waiting to see the likes of T-Combs to come out, right?
Yeah.
This substitute that is coming in for game number 2 to really show up, because another util piece is that KO. Very important. The suppression is, I think, personally, is one of the strongest information pieces. A lot of people are like, hey, it's a suppression. No, it's the fact that it gives you so much info. You throw it up, hey, there's 4 players here. No, there's 0 players here. You can clear so much information just based on that alone.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the importance of those parts of the team. It's why KO has come back into this kind of efficiency where you maybe don't have the angle for a Sova or Fade. Fade's strong, but you might as well play both. You don't necessarily need the double duelist. Contrary to what your ranked teammates tell you, you don't need 2 and 3 duelists. You really need 2 and 3 initiators here, because that's what this is going to get you, is just free entry onto the site, and Ace will eventually go up. And Stellar finds 2 Shredfells with 1 of their own, and this is just a disaster on this push.
I mean, this is the anti-eco, so we expected something of this sort. Ryujin's going to try their best, but again, there's a spray in the smoke. So it is 2 rounds to Bryant after coming back. And again, we thank you for being so patient here. I believe that was a small tech pause. We do appreciate your understanding as we do get back and underway here. So 2 rounds lead to Bryant to kick things off. And now we get UML with... No. So they did buy last round.
I guess it looks like they did. They should have enough money to. Yeah, they must have bought Rast. I think that might have been the play, was they purchased to try to rush that. So they are now back into a save. No real extra utility. This is probably gonna be one of those rare rounds where they were trying to just catch them offhand, and it just backfired on their way. So playing a little bit behind the ball here, they're gonna have to slow this down and try to play for picks.
Yeah, that I don't know. That just surprised me. It didn't feel like they had bought there. I thought I saw a couple people with pistols. So, as you said, they did buy out, and now testing their limits, going through mid. This is another situation that a lot of people do like. If you're trying to fire close, you pinch in that mid, you try and go up pizza, and hey, you found that opportunity. Right now, though, the random sprays that Rock is sending through there, I think is getting small fragments. Ryujin has been the recipient of at least about 40 damage right there. So it's like, gosh dang it, stop. Right now, though, again, the Killjoy holding down B-side completely on their own. And I do want to see, the only thing that I will say about Killjoy is you want to rotate them between B and A every so often just to make sure to keep things fresh. It's going to be a question, though. 40 seconds left for UML Red. Still have not selected a single site to actively work.
I mean, the other part of that equation is that as long as Aimbot is just kind of sitting there twiddling their thumbs on B waiting for someone to show up, it's less damage, but there is the action you were looking for over in mid. They will throw out some utility, find some information, and it looks like it's time for Aimbot to come online there. The picks come out, Aimbot opens it up, but the KOs will trade out here, and Shot comes out with 1 extra, so they will get control of the site and the spike down.
You know what? You'll take that. Now keep eyes on the chamber over in B main. That is going to be the big scary one. If they don't clear out that clearance, it's a bad day. 21 HP in the back in Boathouse. They're gonna send a few more recon bots. Oh my. Okay, there's the pop out. D-Rich was still able to get the kill, so that's important. That's very nice. Out goes a little bit of a flashbang, and now they know. Everyone in the back of Boat here.
One enemy
that's gonna be a nice
great
shot. Stellar said, "Give me that opportunity." The run and gun it. That is my favorite way ever to get a kill. Just kind of go. Yeah, and you're good. So 3 rounds to Bryant off of that little bit of a save round, and UML Red are gonna have to give it their best in the 4th.
But what does that mean, considering they just, they had to save? Now they're back into rifles, but they're, this is still, again, all in. They're kind of forcing it all here. If you can see this, if it goes wrong, they're back to square one. No ultimates on the board, so they'll need at least a pick out of Ace or Shock to give themselves a little bit of an advantage here. From the Beyond won't give you too much, but it can buy you at least a trick or two or some positioning as you need it. Ace probably not likely to call out that Blade Storm, but if it's needed, and I mean, Shed has the run it back. So on the counterpoint, it's going to be very easy for Bryant to get a little more information on the defense should they feel they need it.
We'll see what they do. And again, right now, just, of course, not wanting to push just yet. The weapons are hot here. So Bryant University not sending a player to go check, not allowing them to kind of die outright. Recon Bolt's going to find next to nothing. Eugen's going to find next to nothing. And Stellar is going to get a little bit of something. Information being told that a Fade is over here on the A side of things. And now they're going to swap, sending the Omen backwards, sending the Omen into the mid. There's the shots. It is going to be an opportunity, but Ace gets a transfer, and aimbot can't aim fast enough. And that is going to be the kill, but they don't want to test it. They don't want to test even more. And they now back out after that frag, take a look at Catwalk, and move their way to A.
I think that was a smart play. You've already picked aimbot. That's a huge take. You can't just rush that because they're going to start moving that way. So playing it and trying to get control of the space and the time from UML Red, probably their best case, because now they'll have the ability. The Omen smokes will come out, and suddenly this A site looks pretty much free.
30 seconds left.
Stellar's in the back corner, and that's the spray that you're waiting for. Gets a second, gets a third. Stellar runs out of bullets. It feels so bad. And it's down to a 3v2 of all times to hit a 3K. That was it. And Penumbras finds Ryujin. Stellar, give it up for the absolute star. Holds them off alone on A.
Wow, what a clutch from them. That 3K truly shining above there. And again, it's so hard because we consider aimbot being on their own, over on B point, but Stellar, again, steps up and continues to hit those shots. UML will take yet another timeout, and I don't disagree. They need to find an answer and take a minute to get their head together. I think that's the correct choice. They're kind of back on a save round. That's coming, but the problem becomes is what do? You're kind of sending your utility out short. You're using it to clear these kind of more forward points to you, these kinds of middle grounds that you could probably just clear with some bullets or just like a quick peek and a jiggle, but that's the problem, is you're kind of giving up your utility before you really, really need it. So a little more discipline in what we're trying to find, as opposed to just sending out utility and getting a little bit of this information, is going to go so much more of a distance. Even on that solo B site where it's just probably the Killjoy, just something to kind of force a mistake will go so far.
Yeah, this has been a time so far. Bryant University sitting on 4, and I do agree, UML Red getting a little bit sloppy in some of those engagements and just kind of flummoxing their way through it. But they're going to give it the best shot. Again, the game is not over by a wide margin, 4-round difference. It's more the mental game here. And I will say that's a good thing about Valorant, is you can kind of mentally reset after a little bit. Unless you're getting outclassed in the ult economy as well. You can have moments. You can have moments here. And they are going to call it. UML does get suppressed though, and that's actually huge considering Ace did use the ulti.
Yeah.
So to get suppressed so early on is an important note here. You are going to try and lay into it again and pull the knives, and Shed should have heard that. Shed should have heard that the information.
Oh, no!
Ryujin saves the Jet, and that is the most important factor. 70 HP right there. You save the big ulti. You save the opportunity and momentum. And now Bryant University are going to give it their best shot to rotate as quickly as possible. 4 stacked outside of this site, leaving B a little bit exposed.
I think that was their advantage, though. I think they kind of missed the window to go forward. I think they should have maybe pressed in and tried to take a little bit more space. You didn't quite have the information to know that, but they might figure that out later. That will be the Nightfall, too, and that is their go button to go forward here.
Oh, and Rock knows that B side is currently held, and D-Rich is down. They are going to get the plant, but oh, the Hunter's Fury is so good. Oh, the snipe, do you get another? Yes, you do! Stellar, what are you doing? You are a mad lad. T-Combs is going, bruh. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be placed in here. You subbed me in. I'm hiding in my hole and I ain't stopping. That's a spray to finish. And Stellar, the absolute brutalization with that Hunter's Fury.
I think Stellar heard us. I think he heard us talking about aimbot, and he's like, I cannot stand for this. I took that personally. Because wow, what a play! 9-3, moving directly to the top of the board. Do not pass go. I mean, it's just looking in their hands. They're 5-0. The economy is just so in their favor. They won that, committing only the Hunter's Fury. It's just so much is going in their way. And again, and now aimbot has that ulti online, so that will be a huge boon should they see this rush coming.
I mean, I feel like you can expect something of the sort, right? UML Red have not had the guns in their hand for a while, have not had the opportunity to kind of press quickly, and they're going to go for it. As you said, they're going to hard push. You can hear all the footsteps, and it's 3 inside the site for the defenders. Bryant holding it down, but Stellar finds T-Comb, and that's going to be a huge pick. Rock and Shed them all, and Shock is able to find Shed, but still, it is a 3v2. No pickup time to be had. Ace is able to find Rock. Huge clearance in the back. And now they drop it. Of all the chaos, of all the blows, it is now down to a 2v2. Oh, and guess what they have? Guess what's going to be forced here? Ace being forced to move up. Boathouse is no longer safe. And Penumbra finds a fleeing Ace and a fleeing Shock. For how much UML Red did right, Bryant University played their cards appropriately.
Wow. Just very masterfully done from Ace there. Just knew, all right, we can just win this. They're all the way back in Boathouse. There's no way. Let's force the issue, force them to either move or get punished for it. And it rattled them. You could see they were kind of just in a place of, what do we do here? We don't know how to deal with this. And they correctly played that well. So kudos to Bryant. They looked very good there. They'll have their own null coming on board, but I mean, they're looking pretty dominant here, Orbital. They're just looking really strong.
There is a point where you just have to say a team is in the zone.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like. There is just a moment where you sit there and go, there's no two ways about it. It's not like, hey, they're playing 100 times better, they have all these crazy angles or anything. It's just they're better on the trigger. They're more confident in their current play. That's what it feels like here. And on the defensive side, no less, right? On the defensive side, playing off of UML's own aggression, the reactions of Bryant University have been nothing short of phenomenal. Right now, Ace, though, turning it around, finds Rock sleeping a little bit inside of Upper Pizza, is going to lead the connector in. The Owl Drone spots them out at least. That calls for a little bit of a difference. You can see there Ace getting pinned from mid. Up the dash, so a little bit early, has to get that kill, is not going to get it as Stellar finds a kill, and my gosh, the trades back and forth, as we said, Bryant is always ready.
They are ready, and I mean, Spike's down now. It's stuck in the middle of that elbow. I'm sorry, it's in the middle of mid there, so it's going to be a tough get to. Combs finally showing up on the board. We'll love to see it. Stellar with a third, though. There it is. Make it four. Make it four.
Okay. Stellar, we're going to need you to sit down. We're going to put in the second stringers here. We're going to save you for the finals.
Yeah. 14-4? Wow. Stellar is absolutely going ham on this. Wow.
I would like to point out, Stellar currently has more kills than the top 3 of UML combined.
That's insanity.
I did count that correctly. I can do math,
you did.
don't worry. It's
math.
13 for the top of UML. And again, I can't put hate on UML. Like, this is just Stellar playing an exceptionally good game right now. Yeah. Just pulling those flanks, getting those first shots off. And aimbot! And then aimbot said, give me that spotlight back. Swings on 2 and sends UML running.
My goodness. What even? Absolutely not to be outdone, and they are just going to get out of there. Yeah, no, I don't want to be near that either. I don't blame them. They'll keep an eye on mid and see if they can catch anybody lurking, but Rock will find them there. Just has to catch them out of sight if they see where that Omen smoke came from.
You see, what was that shot? Rock, no! Whoa. Rock, you even stunned Ryujin. Stunned Ryujin. I want to point out, Rock got that first kill by a random flick.
Yeah.
There was a pixel above the stairwell.
Wow.
There was a pixel, and Rock goes, nah, I hit those. Yeah, you take a moment. Take a moment, Rock, and wonder what the heck just happened. You are absolutely bonkers.
I would pay money to see a replay of that because that was just insanity to hit that shot.
That's Alt F4 worthy.
Yeah,
that is Alt F4 worthy. 100%.
If this was my ranking, I would quit. I would just be out. I'd be like, no, we're done for the day. Absolutely not. But there's still more to be had, and it's unfortunately 8-0 for Bryant, looking very, very strong on this defense. And I mean, it's just so hard when stuff like that happens to keep that mental going. So you have to just keep trying it for UML Red. You just have to keep looking and keep trying and keep forcing mistakes out. So they need to make something happen here. They need to they just need to keep their head up and playing as best as they can.
Got to keep that mental up, and I think that says a lot. But Aimbot and Penumbras go ahead and open up with 2 amazing headshots. Just a ridiculous moment, and Ryujin is able to find Shed. So great turnaround. Good little hold. Out goes the Nightfall just to clear out A, and we find out it is completely empty. So you will get a plan down in what feels like forever. But now it's the retake, right? The retake is the most important factor. Are you going to be able to defend against it or not? Well, guess what? You don't really have a choice. In goes a humongous lockdown. And Aimbot is able to find one. Stellar is going to fall Ace. Ace looking like a pickup here, but Penumbras is able to find Ace instead. It's down to a 2v1. Who do you detain? Absolutely nobody. Call out, you can see it. D-Rich is now dead, and Aimbot makes it a 3K. It is 9 rounds in a row. Bryant looking like absolute monsters.
They definitely look like they are wanting to close this out. They are feeling themselves and they're feeling ready to move on to the finals. But you know, you got to give it to them. They got the spike down, and they knew that, again, that was just the go button. Let's just take it back. There's no reason to push on it. So Ace will have knives, and that should be at least a little bit something. They just need to get some sort of value, someone to get into the positive, into the 1-1, because right now Ace is leading at 8 and 9, and it's just been a rough game. It's been so hard. How do you, like, you just can't really find a pick and do anything about that. It's just been so tough to do.
Well, someone's calling for Bryant to tell him to slow down here. This has been an absolutely phenomenal time here. The knives are out, as you said, as Ace is just like, bruh, like, we need to do something here. They are going to pull a flank out. So they are saying, hey, rotate out, go ahead, find another option. They didn't even have any information. I think no information on A. So just an audible being called, just saying we want a different angle here when trying to find a quick frag. So all 5 just kind of moving in unison. And I really like this, right? I do. One of the first times seeing this. Oh, but they found it. They found the turret. They know what comes after the turret.
Oh, no. They did find Aimbot, though, and that will push Aimbot away for it, and the Alarm Bot will also go off to signal that. So they'll get control of mid. The Rock is going to spray through. No worries. He'll find someone on the other side of those smokes and someone there.
Because why not? Just why not? Shock, though. Able to find Stellar, and D-Rich finding Aimbot. So some revenge going down here in this 10th round. You know what? Not a moment too soon. Not an absolute moment too soon.
Spike
4v3 here. Low HP on a couple members of UML Red. And this is Rock getting in position. So take a look at positioning. Moving off on an angle. Hasn't flushed out that corner. And it's going to chase just as hard. They swing low. Shock in the back corner. No one checked. But they did, though. Rock and Penumbra find it. 2v2 now left. And they're going to flashbang it out. In goes another flashbang. This is double flashbang people. D-Rich, though, finds a 4K. And what do you know? That is the first round of the game, but it's a hype one to say the least.
Hey, that's all it takes is one, right? It takes one moment to swing it back in your favor, and they just need to keep this rolling. It's a shame it comes towards the end of this, and also that Bryant has quite the bit of a stockpile to sit on, but every single moment matters, every single round matters. So going into this, it did cost them a little bit of what they had. They'll have to kind of shell out going into this, but hey, it beats just getting completely shut out in a lot of regards. So I think this is the first start of a great step forward. They just have to follow up on it and can't let this momentum escape.
The problem on their end is the fact that they have no ultimates. This is the only problem that I'm seeing here, and it's going to be the Hunter Fury coming out here.
No.
Look at these tags. That's at least one character having a lot of damage based on them. And out goes a little bit of a fade check. They'll be taken out quite quickly, but the suppression still comes through. So T-Comes is going to chase the way in. Rock, though. Whoa! Rock sends them sky high with a 3K. Stellar says, heck, I got some too. They were mad that they lost one round, I think.
They also took that personally, yeah. I mean, This is always the only thing I can think of for that is this is why you spray your smokes, right? Like this is exactly what you do. If you can tell that there's a push coming, they had the information. They knew from the SOBA that there were people there, and it was just, you know what? If we know they're pushing, they're gonna run it eventually. They haven't cleared us. Let's just fire into it, and they were rewarded for it. So that little bit of momentum, unfortunately, taken away from them. So they just need to make that magic happen again. UML can't really afford to lose another one here.
Let's see if they do or not. Taking this one as slow as can be here. And oh, it's the budget buy. Oh, that hurts. Stinger is out. We do see some full guns, which is not bad, but
you want to
again,
play?
once we see that Stinger, I think both of us were just like, man, this is gonna hurt. 2 to force is available to work with. So hey, it's maybe an opportunity, but Bryant University, well and truly established as a team that is gonna take advantage of everything. So, one cheat up, teleport forward with the from the shadows just to get some more information. Now it's a trade of 1-for-1. Aimbot doing their job of getting 1. Honestly, their job is to get 2 kills, but you know what? We'll take 1. Shock looking for 1 on their end as well. But it's a rotate. Again, they chase to B to mid to A. It looks like A may be where they actually plan to sit.
Well, I think so, just given that one pick and given that D-Rich does have middle pretty much on lockdown with no real information on that, they're just going to probably send the utility, wait for the knife to come up, and then just initiate on that, if I had to guess.
30 seconds left.
I'm guessing is all we can do, because we got 30 seconds left in this round. That's kind of crazy. Remember, UML Red are the only team to have 2 rounds to go all the way. They're going to chase really hard here. UML Shot going to send down that spike. They are going to get the plan. The question is how many do they lose on that shed? A beautiful run it back. Is able to collect 1, and that is a huge win for them. 4v3 as Rock is ready to send out Util of their own. Flash breaks out as well. They almost catch him. Shock it was spray. Ace doing the same, and Stellar and Penumbras say it doesn't freaking matter. Bryant University collecting an 11th and 2 rounds away from moving to the finals.
That was an incredibly good defensive half. That was a very, very strong defensive half from Bryant. I mean, it's very easy just to kind of make any claims you want about this, but the one thing you can claim that you can be 100% sure on is that they played that defense very, very well. They were patient. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They set each other up for success, and they took advantage of what they knew they had in front of them. Bryant looking very, very good to close this out, but the reset is here. And again, I mean, you still want to talk your numbers. Stellar at 18 and 6, still above the top 2 of both Ace and D-Rich. That's quite a game from Stellar. Not quite at 20, but could hit that before we close this out.
I mean, if you do, I wouldn't doubt it, right? This is out of this world. And take a look at Penumbras and Shed. This isn't a moment of them not showing up. I feel like Stellar, Rock, and Aimbot are actively trying to take kills away from each other. That's what it really feels like. You can't count anyone out. Everyone has been playing on the top of their game. So UML Red, this is 2 rounds. They get 2 rounds, or 1 round really, messing up. And that can be as simple as the pistol. That's how rough this is going to be. Ryujin hiding out in the top rungs of heaven. And Bryant University taking it a little bit slow. Again, for them, they want to try and close this out as soon as possible. They don't want to give a chance to UML Red to come back.
I mean, but UML Red is starting to push so aggressively. You can see the chamber pushing into mid and just trying to find any information. And you can tell that Brian is just looking for a punish on that. They're just trying to see where they can find out anything and be ready to move on that. There is the jet moving, and I think that's going to start being the signal for push towards the B. But Killjoy will rotate late. Maybe just keep an eye on mid there.
Yeah, playing the lurk position is really the best way to put it. You just send the Killjoy just look around. Especially since you want the Killjoy there, I think, to lay down utility.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing there, the turret to watch Catwalk just to give a bit more information. It's going to be also to watch mid. So, 35 seconds here. Bryant University, 1 round would put them in stepping
30 seconds
of
left.
those finals. It's going to be Shock, just sending a couple straight bullets in, trying to find any sort of damage. Does find the Phoenix, by the way. Did take him down to a little bit low, but in they go. Great upside grenade. Not gonna work though. So Storm is not gonna activate, but Stellar is gonna put that plan down. Just saying, look, we're gonna get the plant. We're gonna force it to come to us. It's all game time now. In goes a little bit of recon. Rock is gonna find Shock, and T-Combs is able to spray down too. So amazing shots right there. For a little bit more though. Come on, you want more. UML Red looking for those last 2 kills. Shed though finds the Eugen, and Penumbra shows up. Shed gets a 2K on the hold, and that is all they want. Ace finds 1 more. 2v1. We know how this goes.
One
Ace
enemy
chasing.
remaining.
No.
Gets a single flick. Can you find the last one? Penumbras, you don't really have to check. And there's the swing and the right click. You kind of felt that one coming. Penumbras with the ghost. I guess not a right click in itself, but a beautiful jumping headshot.
All it takes is just to hit the shot in the right spot, and there is the timeout come in from UML. And I mean, yeah, this is the time to use it. It's the last round. You might as well. You might as well take the minute and just figure out, all right, what are we doing going into this? We're down. We know we can't do it. It kind of becomes the question of, well, how do you want to go about this? Because you have to buy up. You might as well. You have to buy whatever utility you need. So the question is how are you going to, what are you going to do with this set plan? Are you going to try to stack? Are you just going to play to the retake? Are you just going to try to figure out this? Because right now, UML just hasn't really found the answer, and you might as well take a minute to figure it out if you can.
In the wise words of the infamous Matt Mercer, Bryant University Gold are being told, how do you want to do this?
Yeah.
They have the weapons. They have everything on hand. And they know UML Red are going to buy up, right? You know this is going to happen. But the question is, do you take a fast run? Do you just have fun with it? This is your last round of the semifinals. You can do whatever you want. That's what it feels like. They can do whatever they want. And they're absolutely going to do it. You can see here they are moving their way over to a side. Rifles coming out, or not really rifles, but Spectres. They're going to haunt the absolute crap out of UML, who are actually working with the a little bit lighter, but still just as powerful. 2 Sheriffs, 2 Stingers, Spectre of their own. And the presence is known. Really
That's
nice
bold.
ball. Just Ace going, look, I'm going to make a play one way or another, whether you like it or not. But it did work. So Ace able to slow them down, and the initial push is not going to happen.
And not even just that in slowing the initial push. They found out everybody's there. So you basically already know that this is where it's going to be. Should you need to rotate, you now just have to do it, and they'll fake that rotation out and decide that this is where we're going to make our stand. Let's make it.
Step up one and all to what could be the final round of the semifinals. If you're just tuning in, we are looking at almost crowning the second finalist of the Northeast Challengers Division playoffs here in the fall. And you can see here, Aimbot slamming home 2. Stellar finds a few, and Ace is going to have 2 before falling. It's down to a 3v1. Bryant University Gold are now on a manhunt for the last remaining player. D-Rich. You gotta be rich, you gotta be famous, you gotta be a billionaire at this point if you want a hand at this one. You are now found out. Everyone knows where you are, and the shots go just a little bit wide. Restock, reload, and pray one more time. Round 1 done, and you get a headshot, but that's gonna be it. It is game as Bryant University Gold move on 2-0.
And a pretty convincing victory at that, Orbital. 13-1 is nothing. There's a lot we can break down, but the very important thing and the obvious thing is that they won very handedly. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they knew exactly how to control what they wanted to control. They almost just didn't let them play the game in some regards. So Bryant Gold making a very strong case here, coming in as that 3rd seed to take advantage and play in the finals for the number 1.
Yeah, and I love it, right? The fact that we're getting these sorts of matchups and seeing the absolute skill comes out just goes to show that the more collegiate talent we get, the better these games are going to be, right? Remember, these are college kids coming in here and playing. I think that is amazing, and that's what ASG are hoping to do even more so. They want to give even more students the opportunity to play on the main stage, to get to these finals, to give us a great show. If you're interested, all systems go. Launching in 2023 are launching their ASG Connect to try and connect more students to colleges and vice versa. If you are interested in that, go ahead, check out ASG Connect on Twitter and on Instagram. If you're a senior in high school also trying to look into getting into one of these colleges, hey, hit them up, have a little bit of fun, and check them out. I think that is such a phenomenal thing. Again, because we wouldn't have a match like this if Collegiate wasn't live.
Yeah, it's too late for us. It's not too late for you guys, especially if you're in the area. There's no reason not to take advantage of that. If there was such a thing, I don't know about you, but if there was such a thing, I'd absolutely be signing up. I'd be trying to get into a mass college for that right away, because that seems like a great thing. But, you know, speaking of mass, we've got a couple mass teams here going in. So, I mean, we've got Bryant coming in, and they're going to have to try to play for their lives against a pretty strong team. It's interesting, though, because we saw our first seed there struggle a little bit in their match going the full 3, but anything's possible. They'll have a little time to cool off, work their strategies, check a film, and do what they need to going into this last set. And this is going to be a great finals. I don't think anybody should miss this. If they
No, not at all. So we're going to send it to a very, very quick break just to ensure, because we want to get some interviews going. We want to hear from the players themselves about how they have done. So we will go ahead and go straight into the interview. We have Foof standing by with the player from the side of Bryant University Gold. Man, I can't talk today. We'll go ahead and send it over there.
Well, give me a second to get the mic back on. I was too busy asking about chamber nerfs over here with my good friend. We've got a victor here, and I gotta say, first off, congratulations. But how are you feeling after that big games?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. And it is an electric environment in here. I really, really enjoy just being able to see all of my teammates around me, since most of our team, or half our teams, has commuters in it, so we don't see each other very often. Being in this kind of environment has been great for us.
So I got to talk to your coach a little bit beforehand. He obviously has some LAN experience and was able to pass that on to you guys. But you talk about having commuters on the team, not having everyone in the same venue. What was that adjustment like when you got to sit down and look to your left and right and see your boys?
I think it's just a great kind of environment. Being able to actively cheer on your teammates when you have a great play instead of just words. You're able to fist bump, show emotion. You can really see the guy's face. It brings a kind of connection that you just can't really get just online in this LAN event.
All right, and so obviously a very successful game or match 2, and we talked about it a little bit beforehand, but obviously planned and executed well, correct?
It absolutely was planned and executed well. We had our typical stats, and we were just communicating great throughout the mid-round to see what we wanted to do, how we wanted to group up, and how we wanted to play around what we saw the enemy do.
So obviously I talked to your coach a little bit about this earlier, and he said he looks past it. But I have to ask, obviously being last season reigning, coming into this one, ranked below the team that you just played, even though you were tied in record. Do you think that put a chip on your guys' shoulder? Or?
It certainly was. We most certainly should have been the second seed. We had to, unfortunately, have a forfeit, so that put our round differential just in the tank, and we couldn't really get that up, even though we were tied and had only lost to Champlain at this point.
Yeah. Well, I got to say, congratulations, big win, and talk about it. Champlain, they're waiting for you. Do you got any shout-outs you want to make beforehand?
Thank you. I'd just like to thank you to my parents for supporting me throughout this whole journey. They mean quite a lot to me. Thank you.
Well, thanks there, and thanks here. As we still are at the NECC, we have a finals set, the grand finals of the Northeastern Challengers Division in Valorant. You're going to have Champlain going up against the Bryant Bulldogs, coming up in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NECC Valorant Northeast Playoffs. We've got the grand finals. We've had a run-up all up until this point, had two matches played today just for a chance at winning this. Both of these teams have fought. They have pushed hard, and it is now one chance, one shot, one best of 7 that would separate them between holding up this trophy and making magic happen. We have the #1 seed, Champlain College, sitting at 9-1, coming off of a 2-1 semifinals victory, riding high, but going up against Bryant University, the Bulldogs, just 2-0'd, riding a 13-winning streak in that final game. There has never been, in my opinion, more momentum resting with one singular team rolling into a grand finals. But it's now or never for both of these squads. This is the NECC Grand Finals.
In goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted, as it has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's 2 for the Chamber. Chamber looking for it. You want to get the 3rd, looking for a 4th, and you get it! And Ace to kick things off! Alright, I see you, I see you!
The refresh is live. The right click will come through as well. Volan from behind. 1, 2. Sybil gets it to half though. Looking for a 3rd. It's Volan to keep them alive. A 1 versus 1 as it stands. No updraft available. Bowkeeper, the shot misses. But they still have the spike to half.
Oh my God!
It's a 4K from
Management on the likes of their boost, as well as just double committing. The communication has been there, but not been clear. It's about as clear as muddy water. Oh my goodness! Galleon! Did you just get this off the tip of your nose? Hold on. Just enough. Like just the air off the side of the ball to safely navigate those waters, and it becomes a 2v2 in a hurry, trying to be able to get straight off the rip. It's going to be chilly that is oh so hot. That's 2 in a row for the Lancers.
Everyone, welcome back. We are here ready to go in lovely Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm so excited here. We have had an amazing day so far of Valorant action. So far, 2 semifinals matches have concluded, and in ways we were not expecting, and yet we are here now. The grand finals, as much as I would like to see 7 games played, I don't think we have enough maps for that. It is a best of 5 here today, and it will determine who will be the champions of the Challengers Northeast Division. Will it be Bryant University Gold, who stormed their way through the semifinals, or will it be Champlain Varsity, who honestly, with the mental diff, came out on top in their 3-game series? Only time will tell. My name is Orbital. With me here is Soav, and we will be your casters once again to round out the day. Thank you so much to those who have joined and those new as well. We saw some lovely new faces out there in the audience, so thank you so much for tuning into the NECC Fall Valorant Playoff Finals. Soav, are you ready?
We've seen quite a set of matches so far. I've never been more hyped for a Valorant game as long as I can remember. Since before beta. This is going to be an incredible set of 5 because these 2 teams both fought tooth and nail to be here, and they get to play in this great esports like arena bar. This is the hypest thing I've seen in quite some time. This is gonna be great.
Oh yeah, All Systems Go has been so awesome in giving us an opportunity to showcase this playoffs to you. Of course, you can see on your screen the quarterfinals bracket was done online, and then the semifinals here have all been done today, and you can see in the background the awesome audience that is here today to watch and enjoy this match. So as you said, very fun, very awesome. So let's go ahead and take a look at the players that will once again be gracing the screen here in the finals. It will go ahead and start with, of course, Champlain Varsity. Sebi, Teal, Luxy, OG, and JPath will be rounding out this team. And again, OG, the one that woke up in game number 3. I'm excited to see what they can do again.
I agree with you completely. OG woke up midway through that first game and chose violence, and they need to see more of that. Teal also, we kind of highlighted them in the previous rounds too. Teal has been a quite literal tour de force on that chamber and has looked very, very good, just kind of rounding out the rest of this Champlain team. But there is an equally strong set of opponents on the other side. So let's jump over to Bryant and see. We've got Penumbras, Shed, Aimbot, Rock, and Stellar. And yeah, I mean, if you saw this last game, you know exactly who we're going to talk about.
Yeah, there's someone that we should probably check the PCs here, but that's the best part about LAN. You can't really get anything onto these PCs. That is raw skill right there. Aimbot was an absolute menace coming into this, and we were not expecting it, and then it felt like the rest of the team wanted a piece of the pie. Rock and Stellar had some phenomenal moments set up there, and specifically Stellar, who kind of stole our heart. I want to say in game number 2, and then Rock had a ridiculous headshot on Ascent that we just could not believe. It felt like the team was consistently challenging each other to greater heights over and over again, and that's what you like to see in a top-tier team here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, these two teams are expected to do well, and considering the last time we saw this matchup in Week 6, it went all 3, but we've got some maps to look at because that's history. It turns out we'll be going to see Breeze, Ascent, Fracture, Bind, and Haven. Bind and Haven if we need that. So, I mean, I'm excited because we were talking about. This is the last time we'll get to see Breeze and Bind for a little bit. So it'll be really nice to kind of close this chapter of Valorant with this incredible finals.
Yeah, and that is coming, I believe, next year is where actually it's being fielded. So, you know, we do get to say bye-bye to Breeze. That is personally one of my favorites, but the fact that they're pulling out, what was surprising is Icebox being banned.
Yeah.
A lot of people are quite, or at least we were quite surprised at the fact that Icebox was being banned away. It's one that, yes, is a little bit more vertical in terms of identity and how it likes to be played, but the fact that Champlain is the one that decided to ban it out was what caught us by surprise. A team that seems to be fairly on the run right now just felt like that wasn't in their map pool this time.
Yeah, and instead they were the ones who picked up Fracture there, which I think is really the interesting one. Maybe they put a little more time and energy into that. It was their second pick. Probably just keeping Breeze in because that's probably their most played, but them choosing to kind of put Fracture as their second pick instead of opposed to leaving it to 7 was kind of just the interesting thing. So we'll see how that plays out as we get further down the road. We'll at least see Breeze, Ascent, and Fracture at a minimum, and that's an exciting gameplay. I'm excited to see Fracture maybe close out the round. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, my eyes are on Breeze, right? We get to go back to Breeze, and the reason that we bring it up is they played it in. I believe they that was Pearl. I'm so sad.
That was Pearl.
I messed up, but
Pearl.
I was very excited because something that Champlain was talking about is there are some maps that, you know, they are a team that is just getting used to the stage, and maybe it took them to semifinals to really get through it. So now we get to see this kind of first seed dog come out here. And then on the side of Bryant University, the 3rd seed coming into this semifinals are now going to try and test their limits as well. We can go ahead and see those agents being selected, and Shed picking up that Reyna, one that we have not seen quite so often. And being actually, I want to say, the only duelist. Am I crazy?
That is the only duelist on that side, no
Jet.
No Jet,
That is surprising to me then, okay.
Yeah, there's a couple things that are throwing me out. Last time we were here, we were also looking at Fades as opposed to the Sovas. I mean, Sova does have a lot more space on A that you can get those darts out. But I think the other surprising thing there is that, you know, no Fade, both have KOs. That's interesting because Fade is still very, very strong. You don't necessarily need it, but I don't think those are bad picks. I really do question with you the Reyna because there's a lot of self-sustain and there's a lot of playmaking to be made, but it is a very kind of solo carry agent, right? Like you're not necessarily contributing a lot to the team other than just the ability to keep yourself alive and keep yourself entry fragging.
And the thing is, it's not even like it's dynamic entry fragging.
Yeah.
So when I was looking at those, the other thing that caught me off guard is there's not a whole lot of mobility on it. Right? Like if you actually look across the board, the one thing that I think sets duelists apart a lot is the mobility that they carry, right? The ability to create space on their own. That's what identifies a duelist. Arena doesn't really have that. Yes, you have the dismiss. Yes, you have the ability to kind of cloak yourself, but it's not really, I would say, a big movement tool. And it can only be exposed if you get a kill, right? So like the initial opening, you're kind of already there. So the fact that you're going for the Arena means that you are, in my opinion, quite confident in your gun duels. You are very confident setting it up and saying, I will be able to get these first frags, and I will hold off of that. So very interesting setup, especially from what we saw originally from Brian.
Not to mention the fact that we were kind of talking about, this is Breeze. This map's huge. There's so much, you kind of almost want a duelist to be able to take that much space. You kind of you kind of really need to sometimes get to back of sight when you have so many angles you have to cover. And the Reyna just kind of, clunking your way in and then maybe getting a pick, maybe getting that value is very an interesting choice. So I agree. That must be kind of one of those things that they feel very comfortable and strong in to make that decision. And I really would like to see them rewarded with that being paid off here. I think as long as it works out and as long as they play successfully, it should work out for them.
Yeah, and we'll hope they can, because again, this is now the second series that they're going into, and I always have to talk about this, especially in a LAN setting, especially in any kind of high priority setup, is the fact that they are going to be running on a little bit of empty. A lot of teams, I personally, it's become more of the norm, but a couple of years ago, endurance was never really thought of. It was kind of just like you expect the players to always be playing. They can play it, but nowadays you're kind of conscious of the health factor. But I'm very curious how many teams are used to playing a lot of games under a competitive pressure, right? Because we're heading into a best of 5, and if you only have really played a best of 3 and then left for the day, this is going to be a whole new setup.
Yeah, and let's be real, they've already played, 2. Champlain played 3 already.
Yeah.
Like, they've already been at this for several hours. You could argue that they were warmed up. Maybe they need a little more time just to kind of get used to the feeling of the mouse in their hands. But as a whole, this is a lot more than the average session takes. Even if you pick up a scrim block or 2 on any given day, it's not usually pushing past 4 hours. And by somewhere in the middle of that, you're doing oddly specific things. You're not necessarily worried about winning and playing under stress. So it's a very different environment given where we are in the situation at hand.
Yeah, and then you just want to wait and see that one player enter the flow state, right?
Yeah.
Just like, bam, they're not playing consciously. They're just hitting random headshots, and then they come out and they're like, we have no idea what we just did. So there are little things back and forth, but we are very curious to see how they play and if we notice any differences. And I think that's a lot of fun with collegiate as well, because it's kids that are coming into this and learning a bit more about the competitive setting, right? Yeah. Especially the difference from high school, which it's awesome to hear that high school is also having that transition into the esports field, but there is so much to the table, and I think that's what All Systems Go is also trying to do, which is the spot that we are at. Again, huge shout out to them. They have provided this space to us. It's an amazing spot, and hopefully you've been taking a look inside of the bricks as well, and they're located right here in central Massachusetts, and they love hosting so much, right? The team practices, private competitions, scrimmages, and more, and they're bringing so much more as well into 2023. I think that's a huge thing. Their initiative as an org is very ambitious, and yet I feel like they could pull it off, right?
I agree completely. I mean, the space is beautiful. You've seen highlights of it, how big it's way bigger than it really does look. But like the other stuff that you kind of really can't see, there's all kinds of stuff. There's like consoles hidden around corners. There's a whole like section where you can go in and stream if you wanted to. So if this is like an area and that's something that isn't accessible to you, maybe you just don't have the top end line stuff. That's an option. Is you can just come in, connect your Twitch and just be like, yo, I'm going to go live for a little bit. Come hang out with me. And that's a pretty rad thing because not everybody has access to it.
Yeah. I will tell you about 3 years ago, actually 4 now. Man, I'm old. Holy crap. I would have loved a place like this, right?
Yeah.
And the reason for that is I had an old clunker, very, very small tower box.
Yes.
And it was horrendously small. I will say this. The airflow was horrendous. I had this thing for 5 years. By about year 2 or 3, it was starting to crap out. It randomly shut off because it would overheat, right? What I wouldn't have done to have a place like this, because I literally had to take off the side of my case and get a Vornado Tech fan external, plug it into my wall, and just lean it on there. I took this thing to LAN, by the way. There is a photo somewhere of me setting up. I just walk in with my setup and then just a random fan with me. It was the greatest thing in the world. The LAN coordinator actually took a picture, and I think it's framed somewhere in their venue. They're like, we had this guy come by. It was great. I would have loved a place like this back then.
Internet, do your thing. Find that picture. Share it with us, because we could use it.
Those were my grunge days. Those were not good times for my gaming.
We could use the fan here as we get into the warm phases of Breeze. So really keeping an eye, because we've watched some teams, struggle for the importance of mid here, and you'll see those Sova darts and that knife come out initially just to try to find some value. But yeah, the importance of mid on this map really, really has to be just stated, because there's so much value that needs to get, and you can kind of see Bryant is poking, just trying to see, and that Sova is just trying to get a sight on mid, make sure no one's coming so they can figure out what's going on. But deep in the tube there on Champlain, there's that Jet is getting in there, so they're looking ready to strike as that spike is sitting alongside A there.
Yeah, it's still running default is really what they're doing here. They're just going ahead saying, hey, we don't have to worry about too much, take it slow. And I will say, it's always my feeling that I dislike the most. I like to see the gun duels come out. I also remember Breeze being much more close combat, right? Just run straight to A or B, not so much the mid play. So that's been one of those adaptations. But we are seeing here, take a look at that A site, a little bit of a question mark. Players just a couple feet away from each other. Now you can see a lot of that. That's going to be a blind go through, and Luxy still opens up with a big shot. Aimbot is down, so is Shed, and Luxy has opened up a phenomenal opportunity for the rest of the team. Champlain, looking solid. What a round. It even made the game wonder what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the game struggle to be like, wait, what just happened in the course of that 5 seconds there? A great flawless. Like you said, it's nice to get in a rush and see the action, but that's the reward of patient play, is being able to stop and go, all right, we don't need to push here. Let's see if we can figure out where everybody is. They realized we could take an advantage and push there. They caught 2 out, which, hey, good on them. So Luxy will open that up with a 3K just to keep themselves going. They'll buy up, and we'll start looking towards round 3 and 4 as we continue on here on Breeze.
And I also love the fact that it's not all Spectres, right? Yeah. This is one of the few maps that you do get to see the snipers come out, the marshals come out to play and provide a little bit extra value here. But again, it's going to be the quiet play, but look at the chase. Coming up hallway right now, it is a hard chase. Aimbot is ready there and sees OG. OG kind of swinging on the right side of that vine. And too far. Didn't enjoy seeing George's jungle come out and just pop him in the head here. So Aimbot is now ready to go with another one. The Headhunter ready to go and raring to get another shot, but you only have one more shot. That's the feels bad moment here. Again, about 150 creds per shot that you take.
It's going to be important to make every one of those count, and already Aimbot has made one of those, so maybe just push them out just by the space there, because it seems like Champlain doesn't really, they're not committed. They've committed the Viper wall, but that's about it, so they're waiting for some sort of trigger or a little bit of utility to go in on.
Worried about trying to find more information, and so they pop up the wall. They say, hey, we got more information. We know at least 2 are over here. Let's go ahead and push in. Shed still waiting on the angle as well, and just waiting for an opportunity. This is going to be a quick plant. Semi to get that one down. Multiple shot bolts going out, trying to clear up off the site, but they do get the plant. Now the wall goes down, and they're going to look, but a great blind comes around, and that allows JPET and Teal to shred through Shed and Aimbot. Shed still alive though, and that's going to be a couple shots with Stellar. Is able to find JPET, and what do you know? It is going to be a 3v2. Bryant looking for a bit more, but Sebi says not today. We'll keep it at a 2v2. Teal ready to go. It's going to be a hard angle, and that'll be a swing. 1v1 now. Who's going to get it again? This is a big round for Bryant if they can get it. That's going to be a fake defuse. Teal looking for the swing. Spots one, but again, full health. Looking to do more, and a quick snap miss, and you don't get halfway. Teal is on 8 HP, but you have to go for the defuse, and you're gonna take another snap. And Shed can't find it. I think it's gonna be enough. It's gonna be close. Is it gonna go off? And it is done. 33. Shed working a hard angle there.
Wow, the importance of that win there cannot be. I can't express how important that is. That's a win on a thrifty round. That just broke the mold. That gave them the chance to step up here. They'll come into rifles on their own, and Champlain won't have the advantage to come in. They're probably going to have to save on this, which puts them a little bit further behind. Plus, you can see it. Shed is already almost an Empress. 5 of 6. already basically has come up there. That's a huge run of plays here. So Bryant will have the advantage going into this round, and they just need to keep this going if they want to take down the #1 seed.
Only time will tell. I mean, right now, it's crazy, right? We were hearing some of the players as well, and I really like this because Bryant is also getting into that energy pattern, and they're doing an aimbot, getting some energy right back, and again, finding a first frag. And this hallway, if they don't get it under control, is going to be aimbots forever, and that is a rough feeling. Having a complete section kind of zoned off of you cuts down a lot of your angles here. So Champlain, they lose one, are looking for some more options. Mid is currently the play. I don't know what Stellar actually saw anyone, and now has spotted Teal out. Great information grab, and it's given more, right? Bryant now know mid is currently being occupied.
Yep, they'll send out some darts and the information they can get. Went a little low, unfortunately, but Stellar finds one, is immediately traded out, so that's huge for both sides there. They're going to go into this, but B is well met. They are not going to be able to enter through that tunnel.
I don't think the tunnel is really where they're going. They're still trying to challenge, and it's going to be 2 on either side. So they choose the closer one. He will have it. So now at least one, but aimbot was ready. Aimbot rotated all the way through, and now you get back to safety. Penumbra finds a 2K, and Bryant University look golden.
They are carrying that, man, that momentum from the previous game. They are carrying it over here, and I mean, they need to keep it up. They swung that back. They won that Thrifty round, and that is exactly what they need. So their economy grows. They didn't really commit or gain too much out of that, but having that extra money in the pocket will go to the distance here on this map, and it will be a force up. So all in for Champlain. They need to come up with something here. There's a couple ultimates close in the Hunter's Fury. The Tour de Force really won't get anything, but if they can build any or sort of ultimates or grab some extra orbs to give them a little bit of an advantage, it will maybe turn this around in the bigger picture for Champlain.
You're praying, so right now you do have the guns available, and you made that last round very expensive, right? It was a very expensive round. It went down to the wire in a couple of these moments, so you have the guns available. You might have it over Bryant, or at least if you win here, you're not going to face a double-up gun round. This is going to be Sebi quickly laying it down. Teal is trying to look elite here with a very quick frag on the rock. And aimbot still holding the long angle and might find the opportunity. Keep eyes on that mini-map. See if they do choose to peek out all the way. Right now, the main thing is, yep, aimbot takes out Teal, and that's a heartbreaker. Penumbras gets a poison kill on Jacob. Wow. Where did that come from? A poison kill is a huge momentum swing, and that means Brian don't have to worry about another. It's down to a 2v3. Bryant University struck gold.
That's it. Aimbot's there on the defuse. I don't think anybody's going to be able to get him. Let's see if they'll trade out. It'll be the exit. No, they give it the defuse, though. Oh, Aimbot does catch it, though. It's one-on-one. Is there time?
I don't think there is. You're going to be able to defuse.
They got it.
That's huge. That's so big. Round. Oh, you still wiped them out, but my gosh, was Luxy so frustrated that the shock bolt didn't land.
Oh, that's tragic. That they needed that to come through, and so unfortunate for them. Well, Bryant's now up 3 ultimates on their books. That's probably going to be the tour de force out, and we've already seen aimbot click so many heads already. 5 and 3 absolutely has looked good with those snipers across the board, but plus side is Luxy and Luxy and Sebi are up. They have Viper's Pit, so they will have some control. They just need to get the spike down to really get the full value of those ultimates.
I mean, we can talk about that all we want, but honestly, these retakes are still getting in the way as much as possible. Penumbras dropping that Viper's Pit very early on once again, and this is the standard.
You want to
right?
play?
Yeah,
Let's
play Viper.
play.
I mean, that's the norm. I hate that it's the norm personally. I hate it so much, but it is the norm. I am such a fan of like waiting and using it once you hear people getting close, but I guess at that point it's a little bit too late. So stalling it out, it does force a 2 in the mid, but Rock finds JPET. Just Bryant University Gold. They are playing almost flawlessly. It's like mechanical work here, it feels like.
They have opened up at least 3 of these last 4 rounds on the first blood, so they are putting in the work. And again, you can see Champlain just kind of going, well, we have control of mid. We just don't know what to do with it. We're not really sure of anything else to follow it up with. And you can see Stellar does have that dart, but oh no, Luxy, I don't think, has realized there's someone there. No, oh, he didn't see it. There it is. Oh no, Luxy got the better of him there.
Oh my lord, that feels so bad. We all saw it, but Stellar did it. Remember, Stellar's another top fighter for the team, one that makes the moves happen. Because of that, you have opened up a can of worms. Aimbot, though, with the tour de force saying, listen, still a 3v3. OG trying to look for an opportunity, trying to lay that plan down, and they are. In goes the plant. Sebi is able to hold it steady. Now you use that tour de force for yourself as well. Not tour de force, Viper's Pit. Wrong ultimate. 3 moving in here from Bryant University. What are they going to get? Poison sent out to try and clear out the zone. You clear 2 spots. Sebi is actually pushed off, so you know what? You'll kind of take him 2 routed to the side of Pyramid, 1 all the way back in Arch.
It's a little bit of an awkward position because now they're kind of stuck. There will be a slight flank from that cave, but I mean, they still have to get in there and force it out, and it's tough to approach here.
Extremely so, but they have to do so. Remember, time is ticking down, so 3 entering on 3 different flanks. OG finds him, but Penumbras! What in the world? Penumbras finds a beautiful set, and Penumbras sets up! That is going to be a 3K in a moment of need, and they're going to swap it out. This is an easy pickup. Penumbras, well-earned 4th orb. Are you kidding me?
Wow. What? Oh, man. Bryant is just absolutely hitting just so well. They're just hitting every shot, coming up on those clutch moments. We were talking about the mental that needs to come in when it comes to these teams. You know, if you're starting to lose, this is 4 in a row for Bryant. When those moments happen, you need to kind of just get yourself back in, get out of your own head and reset. You didn't really spend a lot for Champlain, so you still have a couple of ultimates on board. OG did pick up those knives, so you have some offensive tools. I want to see them play a little more aggressively with them. I want to see them make sure they check their corners, but also just play 2 aggressive positions, and they are going to do just that.
Aimbot said, listen, this ain't the 2 or the 4s. I can fire a lot of these bullets. It took a snapshot. I think hit someone in the foot almost.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of a graze there, but the knives are out. In goes the flashbang. J-Path is going to open up and immediately flush out that yellow box, so A is going to be taken over. Teal's able to find one. Shed is able to clip up J-Path, and Teal finds another, so that's going to be 2. Huge that another, the first kill was again Aimbot, and this one feels much more controlled. Yeah. Bryant University losing 4 members, and Champlain letting their J-Path die. Okay, that's kind of rude. But it is a 1v2, and I don't think there's going to be anything done here. However, they're chasing. And Penumbra doesn't know this. No way.
No,
way
there's a lineup for that. No, there's that lineup is supposed to be going to hit it, I think.
Yeah.
Nowhere to run!
Okay,
Hunter's Fury was, there's the,
like, there had to be something, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
way you get it for free.
Last player standing.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
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 Luxy,
No way.
Luxy!
Oh, there was a time!
No, the time ran out by 0.37 seconds.
Stay on their trail.
That was heartbreaking.
Oh. My goodness, that is the only word for that. That was tragic. They almost had that. They fought the Hunter's Fury. They earned that just for time to fall just short. That's so tragic.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Because there was no way Luxy knew that was going to happen.
No.
There was no way Luxy knew that was going to happen. You had an inkling.
Yeah.
But to be 0.37 seconds off, that one hurts.
Yeah.
That one hurts. So Bryant University got so close to pulling a random round out of thin air. And now they're going to have to work with pistols here. It is going to be the Sheriff at hand, though. So Stellar's made some work happen, but Champlain wiping the sweat off their brow, have a gun advantage here. And they're going to try and clean this one up to down 2 rounds right now.
Yeah.
Down 2. All from, but aimbot again and again. Finding these random
First
angles.
picks. These first picks all the time.
It's just the first pick. I understand first pick.
Yeah.
Again? I suppose. Okay, aimbot. I know you're mad about last round, but you can't let it affect you like this. Raw getting in on the action. J-Path and Luxy fire right back.
Oh no.
Aimbot able to grab a third and sound to a 1v2. In they go. Luxy making it.
Oh, Luxy
clutch up! Make it happen, Luxy! Luxy said clutch up!
Every single time we think we've seen the next hypest thing, it just hits. Just something comes up. Absolutely, these teams are just playing to their heart's capacity on this. Bryant holding on to a couple of those ultimates. Oh, man, I almost would have wanted to see them use one there because they were down, but that was the time for it. Instead, they're going to be forcing this kind of a mixed buy, and I mean, they'll have to start using them now. But I mean, aimbot absolutely has been finding insane shots just throughout this, even through their first bloods, through walls. Just absolutely insane. Penumbra is going to throw open that Viper's Pit, just block out B, and that's fine. You're fine to do that. At minimum, you just now have at least cemented as A push.
I'm still so mad that Champlain, even from the semifinals matchup, has made it so hard for me to predict what's going to happen. Like, all I want to do is sound correct on the mic once, and Champlain are just like,
we don't
want you to sound right. We don't want you to sound smart. We want to make you sound your rank, and Teal is going to take out aimbot. And remember, that has been one of the kryptonites for Champlain. It's why it's been so difficult for them to do anything so far is aimbot. Always finding the angle. So finding that first frag, beautiful job. And again, with this setup here, it should be a little bit easier. Only a couple shares, as well as 1 or 2 vandals, and OG. Now that aimbot is dead, finds the absolute crushing pincer. Yeah, dash out, you're fine. You're going to be able to route about here. The spray.
Okay.
Go Chef Blaze, so you're able to turn it a little bit, but Luxy cleans it up, and just like that, Champlain fight back to a 4-4 standing.
Luxy, we got to shout him out here. We've been talking about some of the players to keep an eye on. Luxie has been playing, 13-3 already here in round 8. That's great considering that. We were looking at OG and Teal to really put in the work, but Luxie has decided that they are not going to be outdone and they want to put in some work here. Already almost to another Hunter's Fury. Plus their econs up, they can buy, so they are rifles in hand, and it forces Champlain just to turn around and have to just save it and try to find something. Empress is up, but I don't know, or I'm sorry, for Bryant, Empress is up, but I don't know that that's going to be enough on its own to make anything happen.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. As much as I would like to give credit to Empress, like, that ultimate gives you so much. It's a huge damage boost, and if you're feeling real confident, it's great. But you don't have the weapons for it.
Yeah, not with that.
You just don't. So, we'll go ahead and see the save of that round, and Champlain just going, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a blast. Take a little peek left, right, and middle. And, of course, that upper hallway is always a challenge for them, but this time, and OG is starting to read it. OG has started to read it. It took a few rounds. It took, I feel, 4 too many, but they've done it. They started to read aimbot.
Yeah, I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 4 times, shame on me. But, yeah, they've gotten it. And that tube control is so big for this A push, so now that they're here, Teal's ready to open it up and kick it off and take control. 0.5 HP on JFET, though. But they close it out with a flawless. And, yeah, it looks like the Champlain squad's here to play today.
There is something that I always like to talk about in Valorant, and it's the fact that it's always kind of the read your opponent and come up with the counter strategy. It's a counter to the counter to the counter.
Yep.
And I always say the team that wins is the team that identifies the play and is able to counter it quickly. The number of rounds you take dictates how well you and how good you are at the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
A reading of the of one of the plays that only takes you 2 rounds to adjust to, really good, I would say. 4 rounds, still pretty good. If it takes you the whole game, got some issues.
Yeah.
But Champlain have identified it, and they've started to read it as so. And it's already forced Bryant to identify a new avenue with that aimbot, right? And this is it, right? Just play up in their face. A rock is going to find Teal. And it was a much-needed change here. So now, onto the B site. It's a flooding of 4 members. Bryant University are going to try and hold it down. But OG finds some phenomenal burns here. And it's going to be 2 quick frags for Champlain.
I'll get spiked down there. There is the null path. A little, just probably get themselves into position to move. Aimbot picks up 2. I don't think they'll be able to close that out. I don't think the recovery's there, though, either.
Nope. It's a 2v3. You don't want to go for the recovery,
can't go for that, yeah.
Nope.
You just can't take it.
You're going to finish it. So easy. So easy to do. So the big question is now, what do you want to look at? He goes the poison a little bit, and you just got to kill.
Shed
is able to finish it off. Shed sheds off their old skin and says, gimme those rounds. Bryant University say, great 2 rounds that you grabbed. We'll tie it right back up.
I mean, look, they both passed 4 rounds. It was time to swap it up. You know, at 4 rounds, you can only go on a 4-round streak. That's the law of this event, apparently. But that's kind of the deal, right? Is like you said, it takes a couple rounds to figure out what's the thing we need to do. How do we counter this? And it's been done. So just like that, now we're back into rifles. Economies are hitting the harder times, but we'll also see a lot of those ultimates come out. Aimbot's tour de force is up. And that we've seen the last time that happened. That was really rough. But there's still Empress. There's still Null. And there's still so much more to be thrown out. So this is going to be an important round just to see who can win with the least amount of committed utility.
Yep. And also remember, this is just game 1. This is game 1. This is game 1. All of the teams outside of the second semifinal match have been exceptionally close. It's always been neck and neck for quite some time. And then maybe second half we see a breakaway. So Bryant University are going to try and hope, but Teal finds Shed. Rock, though, finding 2 before losing their own life. It's 3v3. And again, the open strikes have been so important. And this time, Stella's a bit faster. Sebi is down. With the spike planted, though, it's going to be a question. But the Sova actually looks the wrong way, so it is a plant on A, and aimbot wants to go hard for this.
Oh, wow!
Make it happen. Teal, though, with a 3K, wants to get the last 2, wants to get an ace. We've seen Teal do it before, and he's able to find it on a 4K. Are you going to get an ace? No way you ace it. No way you ace this. It's a brutal chance. That's going to be a fake Fuji. No! Aimbot! Aimbot says, my chamber's better. Teal says, maybe this round, but not forever. It is a round to Bryant University.
Wow.
Last round
that was
before
quite the 1v1 to end that. And considering, again, we saw what Aimbot did with that tour de force. Now an op in hand, so equally as good. I mean, it's neck and neck. You can see it across the kills. Everybody's pretty close. It's this is going the full distance. I can already feel it. There's 2 down, and it's 6-5. I mean, again, all it took was that tour de force out of the side of Bryant, so that's pretty good. And Champlain gained 1 more of their ultimates, so they need to be a little less stingy with the ultimates. They need to give up a little bit here, use a couple. You'll get them back pretty quickly, and then we'll see that tour de force come out.
Tour de force and blade storm. So,
Okay.
Well, we did see it.
It was there for a moment.
Yeah. They saw a target dummy at the end of the line and were like, we're gonna launch all 5. So it was an attempt. But again, using both offensive ultis like that, weapon draws, it is uncharacteristic, I would say, a lot of the time. So calling it in, Champlain are just like, let's go for it. Let's give it our best shot. Teal still has, I believe, every single shot available for this tour de force. The question is, and yes, Teal with the adjustment. What a phenomenal hit there. Penumbras is dead. Now it's a 4v5. They are going to chase with 2 directly up mid, or directly up B. That's going to be the challenge. In they go. 2 agents suppress. Such a good catch there by the KO. Bryant University. They try their best. In goes the Vipers. Pit Rock, though. Finds JPEth. And this is a dangerous spot. Bryant University, they are hunting for these kills.
If OG gets caught out here, this could be a big turning moment. No, but aimbot spotted, and there's the head click. It's basically over at that point because now they've got control of mid. It's going to be tough. The pit is down, and there is the Hunter's Fury just to top it off. The ults are in.
Jeez, you know what? We only saw 2 originally. Just send them all.
Just send everything. Everything was good.
4 ultimates. Expend everything to win something. The game plan of Champlain, perfect.
I don't think that's a bad call, though. I really don't.
Not at all.
I think that was absolutely all the correct uses. I mean, we're at the half. It's 6-6. You might as well just commit it all and save it up for one big end of that round. But we're back at pistols, and it's kind of anybody's game at this point. It's still, pretty much open. You can kind of see it on the side of Champlain. There's a few more who are just getting, above 10 at this point. But that doesn't really mean a lot because they're still not necessarily completing it. They're still letting rounds fall. Spikes are getting picked and going off. So we're still kind of waiting, and we're seeing who's popping up to be the player of the moment here.
Honestly, I don't think anyone's going to. I feel everyone's just going to be fighting for the spotlight forever.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like right now. Remember, this was Champlain's pick. This is, again, a map that they felt that they could win. And they're now locked at 6-6. So aimbot once again being an absolute menace with these lurk routes. Aimbot is the lurker at this point. Aimbot is the lurker, taking such a gamble-heavy play, turning and twisting, and you take shots. Got a little bit of a dink on the Viper, and Viper's just like, bruh, really? And now look at the swing. You have it.
Out of range.
All very low, so this is doable. In comes the spike. Clan Bryant plants on A.
Planted.
They are down in the members, though, so they'll throw that dart out, see if anybody's just got their way in. It's a 5v4, so they'll have to try to push this and play the angles to keep it here because Champlain is coming in. Trademark does come out, catches 1, and Penumbras up there, so they'll have to back out of 2. Oh, no, but Brock comes up with 1. Eventually gets punished, and the trades come in. Well, Teal gets 2, and is there going to be a time? Can Penumbra make it?
I think they're challenging. It's off in the front.
There it is. No!
Penumbras is able to find it. Penumbras did an amazing job. Remember, all the fragment damage is already there. Oh my goodness! Penumbras clutches up. Penumbras says, "Get out of here. My teammates paved the pathway, and I claim the round."
I want off this wild breeze ride, Orbital. I can't handle this. My heart can't handle this. This is insane. We've seen just every round is just absolutely unpredictable. They will buy up for Bryant, and they are right to. They will hopefully have the, I guess, do they have the advantage? Is that even the thing I can say anymore? They should have the advantage, but I mean, they won. It's impossible to say because we saw this in the first half. They won on a loss after a loss, so we'll have to see where this goes.
Oh man, this has been a challenge for everyone, I believe. It's the endurance test. It's the getting to the finals here, playing in front of a crowd, and it's a great time. Aimbot able to take 1, but OG is able to find the revenge kill. And Sebi wants it, is able to pull off 1 right click, but Rock comes around the corner and absolutely annihilates them. At the current moment, 4v3 as a B site is currently being the target.
Poison's off.
It is, and Spike is down. That'll be that. No one's in. So close, though. Ooh.
You see the tip of the barrel there of the headhunter, and it gives them away. So Penumbra's getting a lot of good information saying, hey, we know they're coming in from the side. Couple more poison trips over, and it locks it into a 1-1 run. But they do enough. Teal and OG say the poison doesn't matter. It never bothered me anyways. And that's the cleanup. Champlain, give them a 4 and tie up 7-7.
What a great Thrifty. This is, see, I'm glad I didn't call that. I'm so glad it wasn't like, oh, this is just going to be, it should be an easy gun round, right? No, nothing is sacred here because anybody can do anything at any time. And Teal already at the top of the second half at 19-9 has looked good. We were talking about how Teal had put in a lot of work, come with a lot of multi-picks, and has looked great on this chamber all day. But, I mean, now they're showing it for real. They're clutching the rounds that need to happen, and these two chambers have really defined this game so far, both being at the top of their board.
I mean, they have to.
Yeah.
Right? I think we've seen Chambers do it before. We have definitely seen Jets double up on the Jets, being at the top of their kill boards, respectively. And it's just going to show that these teams do have star players that are standing out every single time, and I'm loving it, right?
Yeah.
This is the first game of 5 that we are watching here, and we are going to go the absolute distance.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say. Aimbot now getting some help. Remember, the lurk patterns that Aimbot have been running has had a few snags here and there, so getting a little bit of backup for this mid, I think, is more than appropriate. But a little bit of a fade from Bryant over towards that A side, so if they do choose to run down the time, it will be an A side plant and retake hold.
And I think that's what they're trying to vie for, is just trying to see, is it safe for us to get into position to catch this crossfire? You can see Aimbot is trying to set up successfully on that. Because all it's going to take is one moment just to get that out. The shots are fired and the wall will come down. So there is the sign. The question is, what happens from mid here when Aimbot gets caught out?
And that was some body shots there to Stellar. Stellar through the smoke, got lit up like a Christmas tree. The rest of the team is there for the plant. OG is going to trying to close that gap, but Membra drops that ever so hateful and lovely right. No one can enter in, not to that Nova. But guess what? That bolt, and we get a little bit of lockout. No! We lost the feed. Oh no! We're trying to get back here, trying to give you the game that you want. It got too exciting. It got too exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I've never said this before, but the game got too hot to handle.
What? No! We can't do this. Champlain took it. Okay, sure. I need answers. What happened? All I know is Champlain won. I need answers here. They were looking so good. Spike got down. Okay, Teal got 2. I can tell that much because Teal just crossed over to 20. So I'm just gonna say it was probably a queen sleep because that was a brief, all things considered. So that happened very quickly, and they will lead the way with those rifles in hand and that knife out. OG just gets an early pick, and that is not what you want to see if you are Brian.
Well, look how aggressive they're being. Well, this is so far pushed up, and it just caused chaos. Teal ramping it up here, and Stellar able to fight Teal, but OG with this Marshall in hand is just being an absolute pain. Champlain are starting to find their groove. A team that plays off of rhythm, off of tempo, off of upbeat mental. This is perfect. Aimbot, last one alive though. Got to turn the scripts on a little bit harder here. Take that peek and swing, but guess what? You are found out, and because of that, the rest of the team is on time. Push this player off quickly. You get one. Can you get a bit more? 55 seconds. Spike is down over there in Cave.
I mean, they only has to get 2 more, so as long as they play to defend the Spike, Champlain should be in a good spot, but that teleporter is back up, so these low health bar Jet, all it's going to take from 1 from OG just to get caught off, but this swing is set to go. Does Aimbot know? It does not know, and that's a round for Champlain.
4 rounds is what they need. 4 rounds for Champlain to take the lead here in this best of 5. Bryant trying their best to fight back, but this is going to be one of their 2 gun rounds left. If they lose this one, it's going to be a little bit, well...
I don't think they're going to buy into it. I think they're going to save here. I think they're saving Orbital. This looks like they're going to save. They might send that suppression in, but I don't know. I think they're just going to save and just play towards the later. I don't hate it, but it is very risky given how late in the game it is.
I thought they did. I thought they had enough, but I guess they wanted a bit more utility. notified. Right now it is going out. Semi cut off on the back line. Is suppressed, is notified, but JPEG was ready and waiting. Rock is able to find JPEG, trades it back 1-for-1. Semi still locked down and trying to find their own angles. Teammates flooding in from the side, trying to help out as well. But in they go, trade a 1-for-1, and aimbot says, nah, trade for 1-for-0. I'll take my hard-earned prize. Teal said, get back down here. Shed is going to find OG. Teal on 5 HP is going to work with that force. Look, finds an arm and a beautiful shot, cleans that head off. It is a 2v2, and that's all that they could ask for. Bryant University still have to lay down the plan.
I mean, they got control of it again, but the question is do they have the ability to get out? The wall's not going to be there for safety, so Teal has to play this very carefully if he wants to put it in. He may just have to play for the full retake because he's not really got an angle to do anything about this.
He does it, and you're taking a look here, right? Take a look at where the Sova is sitting. Sova is also sitting at just one of those save angles, so already giving up that fact and saying we are not even going to
30 seconds left.
Interesting. Do they think it's a rotate?
Well, also, oh no, because it's a bait. Take a look. Aimbot still has the spike in hand.
Yeah.
So it's a fake. They're drawing off time, and I was wondering why, because we were like, yo, it should be a plan, right? No, they're waiting. This is a long-awaited bait.
Wow.
What a big brain
10
play.
seconds left.
They drew one away.
The Sova waited.
Like, take a look at where the Reyna is. The Reyna is in perfect position to pull a flank down of their own. This is some high IQ stuff here. Bryant University trying to draw Champlain into a false sense of security, and you might have found it. Shed up above is waiting.
There it is.
No, you don't get the knife because you just want the kill. You get the kill looking for one more. Luxy now in a 1v2 against 2 full health targets. This is going to be the hardest and maddest swing of your life if you get both of these players.
If there's ever a moment that Luxy needed to clutch, I think he's got it. There's the one. He gets the head. It's 1v1.
Shed, what are you doing here? It's going to be an attempt to defuse, but Shed is just going to wait it out. A little bit of peek. And they caught him. Oh, that's an amazing catch. Shed peeked in time to force Luxy off that initial half, and it works. Everything's cleared out. Everyone goes back to Stark 0. But Champlain, watching as Bryant University continue to dog their back.
There's a lot under that ultimate column there, and that's what I'm staring at for this, because Bryant played that down a little bit, and they were rewarded. So now they'll have not only all the guns, but pretty much every ultimate. They'll be missing that Viper's Pit. It's a little too far gone to get this, so they'll need to throw probably most of these things into it, but they need to kind of tailor it out a little bit here.
You want to play?
Because Champlain does have a few options on their angle too. The Tour de Force will come out. They're just gonna hard rush this B site. They just said, no, we're sick of this. We are taking the lead now.
Yep, and it's the tempo shift, right? They have not done a fast push in quite frankly, mostly because they're playing against Champlain, so this is the appropriate.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Aimbot is a menace right now. This is getting out of control. Tour de Force clears out the back lurk, and now in the mid, you can see Aimbot just chasing, getting ready to find Lucky.
Already done,
unfortunate shot. There it is. That is going to be the lock of 2. And don't peek because you don't want to. That's Aimbot takes the third. We told you not to peek, Sebi. I did warn you.
One enemy remaining.
Only one left, and I think it's going to be the other chamber. Does he know? Is Aimbot going to get caught out? No, he gets caught out by the op, and that's unfortunate. But they know where Teal is hiding, so he'll have to get out of dodge and try to trade for exit picks because there's no chance he's gonna get this.
I just watched him turn. He stood there for like 2 seconds. Like, oh yeah, that's an enemy. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to shoot at that. That's right.
Just saw like an op bullet whiz by their head and was like, okay, that's fair. Wow. We are getting a timeout here, and I think this is appropriate. Lusty gonna call it out here, and it's been so chaotic.
Yeah.
And it's 9-9, and yet it feels like no time has passed at all. These teams have been playing at such a high level right now that these next 4 rounds I cannot predict. Luxy calling it. Feels like Champlain might have an understanding of what's going on, but I mean, is there really anything to call out?
I mean, I think there is, though. I think the thing you need to call out is that we need to figure out where aimbot is first and foremost. I think that's quite like it sounds.
Back to semifinals again. It's just like find aimbot.
Just find aimbot. Like that sounds so. I'm making it so simple, but that's kind of what we need to do. We need to make sure we have control of all these different sight lines because that's kind of been the thing. Even in that last round, aimbot kind of just waltzed through mid, got caught someone out and got 3 and was rewarded for it. If they need to keep an eye on these places, considering that they've seen aimbot lurk several times, they really need to be able to punish that, and that may come from just taking not a strong 5 fight, maybe taking a 3 or a 4 if you have to.
It's one of the things that I like to hear teams say is like they've identified a single player that's just been a thorn in their side. and they target them. They're like, hey, we know aimbot likes to run here and here.
Let's punish
that.
And
over here too. Like they just play into it, and it's very impressive. Like you said, they just play into it and try and chase them down. They identify that aimbot does like to sometimes run up that hallway on top, but he's still doing it. The problem is I don't think they have the guns to actually challenge it right now. So you're like, okay, well we know you're gonna be there.
Let's
not
not
take that chance.
let's just put our resources. Like that's the other part of the equation, though, right?
Oh
is like,
my gosh.
oh goodness. But you have confirmation that aimbot is on that side. They have spiked down already, so that was probably a little bit quicker than you wanted. But you do have confirmation, so you know that that's probably tough. Luxy comes up with one though, and that's enough to start opening here. Oh, look at the flank. Look at the jet flank from the back end though.
Man, this is gonna be a chance to take a look. F1.
Penumbra finds him.
Penumbra tries OG and only allows one, but it's still a 1v4. Flank did its job. It hurt everyone else, and it's now Champlain just like, let's go ahead and beat it. Top shots to the body means it will be Champlain reaching double digits first.
That's an achievement here, considering how back and forth this has been. That continues to be them. They've been slightly in the lead for most of this. It cost them a little bit in the ultimate department, but it was worth it in the long run. They'll be rewarded with most of those rifles and a little bit of extra money to go into. So Bryant gonna commit into full rifles. They'll also have Empress, and they'll have that Hunter's Fury. They'll have to save it for post-plant, and I'm really going to keep an eye on Shed here because Empress needs to get value. You can't just throw it out there, let the Reyna get punished for it, and not come out with it. And Shed has played well. 12 and 14, don't let that fool you. Shed has played very well on that Reyna.
Shed has had so many impactful plays, and it goes back to okay, aimbot. Aimbot's just like, nah, I heard you talking. OG said, I heard you talking too, so it's gonna annihilate there. And OG has also been a menace around aimbot. It's not been so much a team aspect. It's literally like, OG, go do this. OG, go find. OG, go find. Right? Like, that's been the job here. And OG now getting into that feeling, into kind of that flow, that state of awesome interpretation of the game. Finding somebody in mid, already locking down a good position. And it's Bryant University that are being forced into this inopportune movements. These rotates that they're forced into and exposing themselves like that.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing I was alluding to, right? Is like you need to keep your eye. This is such a big map, but there's so many angles you need to keep an eye on. Even if you move as a unit, you still need to check your corner. You still need to watch long angles. No angle is really, really safe when you know there might be an op on board. So looks like Shed will manage to get it down, and that will eventually sound the horde of Champlain to come in and contest.
Well, they're not doing it again. This is the exact same thing Shed did not plant, and because of that, it is going to be a slow wander in Champlain. Just going, okay, yeah, we're fine with this. They're going to stay off on long, and that's going to be a chance, but no dice. Shed just giving away their position, and Spike is still not down. Spike was not planted. I do not like this situation. That's going to be a call out. Now it's going to be a chance to
oh no!
Standing still. The ultimate goes up, and the ultimate immediately falls. Champlain find one of the most crucial rounds here in game number 1.
That was worst case scenario. You needed to kind of get yourself into a position. You hadn't even cleared sight yet. That was a bold play and was punished for it. So,
I mean,
I get it.
I don't think you needed to clear them. They were on there, right, for at least 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I know I'm not a good player, but that is one of the times where I think you just plant and then worry about defense later, because then you're the ones working against the clock. That's the only thing I could see there.
I mean, the other part of the equation, like we said, Shed losing Empress was big. They tried to commit that too late into the fight, thinking they were in a good position. And I understand wanting to make sure you get value out of it. Like we're not trying to use it too early to get no value, but now you don't even have it. And that's probably going to hurt you down the line. And you're running out of time, as it's 11-9, and the Olders will continue to fall the way of Bryant.
Nowhere to run!
Gonna be trying to round it up here. That's gonna be a
Stellar.
Catching a bit of information, but no kills. Enough to hold off the major force of Champlain. And the spike is down. This time they get back in position. Tucked into a box corner is gonna be that Viper, and Champlain are gonna go, what do? We have our own Viper. Technically, you could overlay and try and hold up. But it's not gonna be. Instead, it's Stellar just wiping kill.
I mean, Penumbras has to be safe here. OG does find aimbot, though. That's a big pick. Stellar striking back with 2 of their own for 3. And there's one more to finally cleanse that monster off the face of the earth, but the pit is still up. Sebi finds one in the middle there, but is taken out, and it's 2v1 with time running out.
Penumbras with the point-blank shots.
Last player
At this point, it's just hunting for kills. Luxy, you can't defuse it. So that'll be the run out.
it.
And what do you know? Bryant called the timing. And it will be 10-11, and Bryant still chasing the tail. But it's close. Champlain have to understand that they are knocking on death's door right now.
They are, but at least they have a nice full wallet for this round. So they'll have their rifles. They won't have any other tools in their bag. And meanwhile, Sebi has a pit of their own. We were talking about earlier about how it's pretty much just given that you commit the Viper's Pit into B. I really hope they don't just kind of fall into that trap, though. Like, this is kind of a point where if you've been paying attention, you should know that you probably have one of the only ults on the board, and it's going to be so crucial that if the spike goes down, you need to commit it to counter that. No, they are going to commit it. I am a sad, sad man.
It hurts a lot. They're gonna try and push through it.
Oh, wow!
They found it! What? Rock!
What?
Oh, that's a pick. That's a pick. They're gonna try and push through this. Teal is able to follow back though. Shed is gonna go down. Some very, very important frag. That ultimate got almost no value. Penumbras is gonna drop down and get the plant. That is gonna be a little bit of lockout, a little bit of suppression. Gives a lot of information away. Champlain gonna try and chase through. They're pushing really hard here. And around the corner they go. OG looking. J-Breath is gonna find Penumbra. Stellar is gonna find J-Breath. They're trading back and forth. Look at the blind. The blind is so big. Champlain clear house. They go ahead and get the kills. And even though the Viper's Pit went down, they are 3 left alive to put themselves on game point.
What a retake. What started off when could have been a tragedy there from Champlain absolutely turned around. They rewarded Tour de Force is on the board. They might even give, Teal might even give that up. Might even just give it to somebody else to hold an angle. They don't need it. If they sense that this is it, they have the tools to win it. They have very aggressive tools in Tour de Force and that Blade Storm. They sense it here, and this puts Bryant on like a half buy. This is worst case scenario for Bryant. They are going to need to play just the peak Valorant right now to turn this and keep themselves in the game.
Literally nothing but a few abilities and your own. Welcome, regular FPS. They're going to give it a go here. They're going to try and chase through. Wall goes up. That is one of the most crucial use to deny information about it. So,
You want to play? Let's play.
Information is available, and they are using it. The null command has been perfect here. Teal trying to take the wall, not finding anything. They've had their own ways. 5 minutes go out, and Sebi is able to find Shed. OG finds Rock, and now in the corner, they've almost found another quick teleport out into the safe. They're gonna look for more. Aimbot is able to shoot down OG. JPEG finds Aimbot, Numbers finds another, and
there
it's
it is.
over! It's over, Champlain! Your first seed coming into the finals. Take game number 1.
What a tremendous game out of the Champlain varsity team. 13-10, they definitely had to earn it, and they fought it tooth and nail to make it work. Breeze definitely coming in to be quite, not a vacation spot for them, that's for certain. So they will go up 1. There's still a long road ahead here, Orbital. There is still several more games to be played, and that was not a, you know, you can breathe a sigh of relief, but you're not quite relaxed yet, I think, if you're Champlain.
Yeah, and we saw some identifications that are giving us a lot of hope for the team starting to merge their thoughts and their ideas together. Number 1 was Aimbot. Early on was finding a lot of routes on that defensive side and getting shut down by OG. And then OG doing the same in the second half as well after a few adjustments, after watching where Aimbot was going to go. So those are important to kind of figure out here. For Champlain, you have to be reactive. You have to be able to mold yourself forward. And I think they're doing very well with that.
I agree with you. I think that's kind of the difference, right? Was to be able to respond to that. And Champlain did that. They were able to identify, all right, look, we're just getting blown out because we're not looking. We're not checking our angles, and we're not keeping Aimbot in check. Once they started to do that, everything kind of fell into place. And it's not necessarily just Aimbot, but it's whoever the problem child is in the moment. It's just being able to stop and say, like, look, we can't allow this to happen. We need to. And going into map 2, which is Ascent, I mean, they're probably not going to change too much. We're probably going to see a couple different agents come in, but we're still going to see this chamber duel. It's probably not. I say that, but the Killjoy could make the return here.
Oh yeah, and it could, and we'll have to wait and see if they do. So let's go ahead, send it over to Foof to round out this game number 1 and get ready for game number 2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of the grand finals under our belts, and it was a riveting one going almost the entire distance, and just teasing perhaps in overtime, but that is only the taste tester of a best of 5. Champlain up by 1. Bryant taking back, and the Bulldogs circling the wagons, trying to find a way back and equalize this series. More NECC Valorant Grand Finals coming up after this.
we're back and ready to go. There we go. We are here and ready to go for game number 2. And I mean, game number 1 almost went the distance. One game off of going all 24 rounds. And that would have been insane, right? We are seeing some back and forth action no matter what. It feels like Bryant have found an opportunity, and then Champlain are like, no, we read that. Sorry, you can't do it again.
Yeah, and that's kind of been what it's looked like, right? The second you start to see aimbot on the side of Bryant pop off, it's just kind of been like, no, we can't let this happen. That's not happening here. And then moves on to there. But now we're going to Ascent. It's not as big, it's not as wide. So I'm expecting to still see about as much maybe long distance shooting. The chambers will still possibly be there, but the other thing I expect to see is just a bit of differences in some of these lineups. I expect those omens back in, and we're seeing quite a few different things. OG's picking up the chamber here. Okay. I didn't see that coming. That's all right. I don't hate it though. That's an interesting choice. And meanwhile on the other side we see Shed picking up Phoenix. Yeah, it turns out Phoenix has been getting the value we're looking for, and aimbot is back on that Killjoy. Both of those things make total sense to me because they were so successful in their semifinal game that I see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I personally think it's going to be really funny because at the end of it, I also noticed that it was OG that was being sent on like run aimbot down duty, and this is going to be even worse because now they're both sentinels, right? They're both just kind of positioned up, and they're like, well, you got to walk into me. No, you got to walk into me. So we're not going to see kind of that cat and mouse game that I thought was very, very fun. Because again, getting into the mental game, there's so much more that goes on than just the agents being selected, the ultimates being up. There's a whole underground network of mental games that you play with each other. And hopefully we got to see it even more because we saw Champlain do it. I want to see Brian do it as we get underway. 1-0 to Champlain Varsity as they are looking to get a leg up once again in this grand finals. Best of 5 on the board as they will take to the defense first. Bryant University to attack.
And this attack is going to be a little bit tougher with the Killjoy. They'll have to use that a little bit more uniquely than what you might see on the defense. So keep an eye out. I expect they'll play a little bit slower, especially with that Sova waiting for the information to come in. No fade for the side of Champlain, so they are all in on figuring out. And you can see the lone turret just hiding out in the back, keeping an eye out in the back lines.
And it's quiet as well, right? It's very, very stock standard again. I want to see them stat check each other. I want to see them skill check each other so bad.
Soon. There's the turret pickup, and it looks like
there is no soon. You know these teams. They're calculated right now.
Yeah, we're too busy thinking. All right, what exactly do we need to do? And we love that because that's the setup we're waiting for, right? We're waiting for them to decide. All right, what's our plan? What's our execution? How are we doing this? And it looks like it is going to be a B site. So did they pay attention and do they know it's coming? Because this is a full 5 here.
Yeah, and they don't actually have any real defensive utility on the other side.
Oh.
So they don't. Brian just come out full guns blazing. OG able to put the hand under and find a bit more, but Shed is going to heal up. So it was a rebuttal. But again, you are realizing now, Champlain don't really have defensive utility. They have get on the site utility. They have re-entry utility. But they don't have prep like Bryant University do, so it's going to be a problem. Sebi going up in the air, and this is the only real piece of util that they have. A little bit of a draw as well as the Storm. See what they can do. Aimbot getting a little bit vulnerable here. It's going to be dangerous. Swing left, swing right. Penumbras and Shed take one apiece, and they annihilate Champlain. Champlain are left scurrying with only one alive. I mean, you can't run away from Penumbras. J-Pet falls to the bullets of the Ghost, and Bryant University take round number 1.
Yeah, that's the advantage of the Killjoy, right? Is once you get in, you have a lot more tools to really keep yourself fortified and in that position, and that's kind of the advantage that Bryant brings to this with that Killjoy, is being able to just say, all right, even if we're attacking, we just get in, aimbot gets set up, and kind of like you were talking about, here's the cat in game. We're just stapling the spike to aimbot to say, like, look, now the cat is right here, and the cheese is around its neck, so you have to engage on this. So we will see those. It'll just be a little bit harder to get to, but aimbot not the hero of that round, but they will have the guns up going into this buy-up round.
And a huge thing that I want to identify as well is keep eyes on the number of rounds Bryant win off of this. Because the fact of the matter is their competition is not built to play right. Their competition is not necessarily built to win on the attack as much, right? Yeah. They're built actually for the defensive. You can take a look at the suppression, you can take a look at the kill. Even the Sova is built for that defensive. So that's what I'm really, really curious about is if they are able to win 4 or 5 rounds, that's probably more than they were expecting. Because then they get to deal with Champlain's aggression on its own side. So really keep eyes on that one. Right now, they're doing a great job once again. The Champlain really stuck in that gun duel situation up in heaven right now, and immediately Penumbras and Stellar just annihilate 2 back-to-back. And it's only Teal who's not feeling really good about this one. Spraying through the smoke as that is perfectly done. A flawless round. A little bit expected here as Bryant, we're taking the anti-eco, but it feels great. No extra money headed Champlain's way.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the best you could ask for Bryant, but I think you've nailed it, though, at the same time. Like, this is not a team that attacks. This is not a squad that needs to attack and plays aggressively.
Yeah, and not the players. Please remember.
No, the players.
It's
the agents. Yeah, we're talking agents. We're not talking. Obviously, aimbot is going to haunt me in my dreams, but these agents in particular aren't necessarily strong at that. But what they are strong at is countering the strength of Champlain, which is those retakes in a lot of ways. So they're playing for these retakes, but it's very hard to retake against a Killjoy who's set up, against a KO who has such great intel for you, and against anything else. And let's not even, there's so much different pieces, but it is a hard team, so they are playing into a tougher scenario. Bryant just has to get the upper hand for them to have the advantage. And it is going to be a tough way to get that advantage here, given that they can't find it. Ooh, but Japheth does find one in mid there, and that is enough to keep this push slow to a minimum here.
That felt rude. I think someone was crawling up a catwalk, and Japheth was just like, nah. But again, it is guns in their hands, so it is appropriate first blood.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can do anything about it. Again, after that first blood, they didn't want to chase any further. I was actually taking a look. It was a catwalk to beat Pop that zoned him out, and now Teal gets a phenomenal set of shots. Teal lights up aimbot.
Go!
That's going to be a lot. Shed now chasing him with that run it back, but can't because of the Whirlpool. When you're stalled in front of the door, that feels really bad, especially with such a huge piece of util right there. So they aren't going to get enough, and now it's Champlain just biding their
30 seconds left.
They know they have the player advantage. They know they have the health advantage, but they're going to use it as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's not as difficult of a fortified comp there to play into. So with the player advantage, it should go their way. Does come out, and Sebi finds one, but an OGE falls in the path. The trades continue to come in, and it's just the lone Omen will eventually get caught out in the back, and Champlain brings it around 1-2.
Very, very nicely done. It was to be expected as well, but Champlain lived with 4, kind of paying back that flawless that we saw earlier. So I like that. Now we get into real Valorant. For anyone watching, 3 rounds are done. The customary dance of the first 3. Now we get into the big buy rounds. So taking a look, we are seeing those Phantoms come across, which I will say it's always interesting, the debate between whether Phantom or Vandal is best. I personally like to have the Phantom because I can shoot more without giving away as much sound. But the Vandal still, I think, feels good to everyone.
There's a reason and a rhyme for everything. That's for a later date and not when there's a grand final to discuss. But that knife will come out, not really find anybody, and the rest of this utility will eventually see if it can spot anything out. But I think the other important thing you kind of nailed on is that Bryant, now that guns in hand has been harder. They've been kind of forced out of their comfort position, especially with aimbot getting forced out early. And you can see aimbot lurking over on the catwalk end, but just not in the greatest of positions. Stellar, though, does find a great position and one to open it up.
Oh. And aimbot just set like a little turret down and said, all right, here you go. But again, great frag, as you said, and this time it's B. B completely undefended here. No one decided to set up. And so it's just going to be a straight flush out.
Okay.
Very easily done. Champlain will give it up, and honestly, I don't think that's a bad idea. Once again, Champlain are a team that I think excel very well in those retakes. It allows for a bit more aggression to come out from their composition, so I think it's appropriate. The question is the Killjoy going to get this off the flank? Maybe, maybe not. And you aimbot gets a flank, and now that's a huge hazard. Teal throwing out a little bit of a paint shell, and then a satchel. But such a danger. Aimbot
for 3.
Third. Teal peeked up above at the wrong time and place. And now Japheth is just like, bro, I at least got to get this one of Minnesota forcing. And Japheth down to 4 HP. One for getting shot in the toe every so often. Stellar, just like, bro, I'm gonna find you. All right, and
No!
JPES said, listen, I got 4 HP and enough. And the rest of the attackers came around. So well done by Bryant University. Strong play.
I was initially worried because the Killjoy wasn't in that position, didn't have bot up. Like I was like, all right, we know aimbot is fine lurking, but I was like, there's nothing set up to really do anything with that. He's gonna get value, and turns out he was going to get value there. So a couple of ultimates on for Bryant as they take this lead up 3-1, but the rifles are a little bit forced. The economy's a little bit all over the place, so they really need a little just a win to kind of come up before they have to start looking to band-aid some of those things. Meanwhile, for Champlain, it's going to be the old save round. They do have suppression, but I don't think that's going to be anything you really waste too much time and energy on. It's probably just going to be let's take anybody we can on the way out as that lockdown gets thrown down.
I love it. I love this.
It's so good. It's so good. It's classic.
Killjoys are fun. Again, I am a very stalwart patriot of don't do anything and win the game. That's what I do. I lay down util and that's it. So Killjoy is great, and it flushed out the entirety of that B site. No reason to worry. And now you're gonna take that chance. Oh, but Stellar. Stellar tried to clear the bag, make sure no one routed on them, and immediately got hit. So very nicely done by Champlain. Now they have free entry from the south, from the north, and from the east. The only one that they have to enter in is the west now. And they're going to give it their best shot. In goes the Nanoswarm, slowing him down and allows Shen to take the pick. Beautifully done. And now Rock is going to find Luxie. And this is more of what we expected. A bit stronger from the gun-wielding team. But Sebi is going to make it expensive. That's 2 low HP bars on
1 enemy.
Finisher. Shen comes around the corner, annihilates it, and Bryant are up 3 rounds.
They needed this, right? After that tough round, game 1, they really needed this to come together, and they are looking very strong with this slight variance. You know, we were talking about the importance of these different Sentinels, the Chamber versus the Killjoy, and we have to give it because OG over on the Chamber has been really quiet. It usually has been kind of a leader on their team, but has been kept quiet this time around. And aimbot still continues to reign at the top of the red board. So going in, they won that. They'll have a couple ultimates still. They didn't commit a lot, and Japeth does have that null field. So you know, again, it's just the question of what needs to happen for Champlain to put their foot down and get this back under their control.
Well, that's a start.
That's a good start.
Once again, OG is on aimbot duty.
Yeah. Yep.
OG is on find aimbot, kill aimbot, do nothing else until we're done. That's I'm so happy about that. I'm so happy. So let's go ahead and take a look here.
It brings such joy.
Sick 'em. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's just constant. But again, with that early frag, Bryant are actually a little bit worried about chasing into this A site. Champlain gonna be looking to spread themselves a little bit thinner once again. And Sebi just saying, I can hold it down. I can do this. I can wait. 55 seconds. And no real movements once again. And
Joke's
this is still
over.
a trademark
You're
of
dead.
both Bryant and Champlain. In goes to run it back. Now slow, and they found it. Sebi taken down. Entry on the A.
They will get in, and Spike will get down, and you know, Penumbras, we've been following a little bit, has been playing incredibly well here. So 44 retake, but Teal takes one out.
Welcome to the Paint Shell Dome. Great frag to slow him down, and Luxie is going to find another. Oh, Shed. Shed is on very low HP, and you're not going to get much value here. You are actually going to get a lot of value. It's one left, and OG found the opportunity and took it home. It's a step in the right direction as Bryant still lead 4-2.
I mean, look, you laugh, Orbital, and you joke about being on aimbot duty, but let's be real here.
It is actually the plan.
Yeah, I mean, OG is just playing spyware right now. He's just playing like spyware eliminator right now because he's just the anti-cheat right now. Like, that's just kind of what it is. It's just the second they eliminate aimbot, they really take a lot of pressure off because they're keeping everybody else in check, and that is also a lot of utility off the board. So that is going to be their key to keeping this in place. And Champlain will also have 3 ults going in, so they'll have that going in. This is that swing back they were looking for, and they need to start swinging it back because we're getting to the halfway of this half.
Swing left, swing right, swing up and down. Don't swing all the way around. You might swing yourself off the swing.
No, don't do that.
No, that hurts. Personal experience. That was not a fun time. Champlain varsity, 3 ultimates on their side, so the swings are pretty heavy. I don't think they'll fly off anytime soon. Bryant on the other side are going to have to ride this one out. it's pretty difficult. They are worried about some of the ultimates that can come out here. So these Showstoppers, the one that I'm kind of watching for the entries, and Champlain are just like, yeah, we can use it. And then the Cosmic Divide, I don't know if it would be used here, but it's just being cautious, and I agree with this. Bryant University, they want to find the first frag. And again, where's OG? Because if OG is hunting aimbot, use that to your own advantage. Luxy, though, said, we ain't hunting anyone. We're hunting whoever walks through the door first. And again, that was a spray through a wall.
That was a wall bang.
Yeah, that was just... It's not even a Sova. It was just, I want to do it.
You're not quite Sova with an Odin, but you are a Fade with an Ares, and that's something. Aimbot does find their counterpart in the Sentinel, though, and that is a good enough go button for me.
Yeah,
and for Bryant, too.
Aimbot's running. It's like, let's go.
Like, we got him, boys. Let's go. Let's get in there.
I love it so much. The one-way might even find the one underneath. No, they're still searching.
No way.
They don't know. They don't know. They're standing beside each other. They're going on. What is that? Semi, the absolute mad lad. Make it happen. That was so great. No, it's going to end here. No, Semi with the 4K. Welcome to Valorant, everyone. That is the most Valorant thing I can Literally, they were... You see for like 3 seconds, Semi is in the top left of the HUD. You just see a barrel of a gun. And I'm pretty sure the team's yelling at him, bruh, turn left. Look freaking left. Oh my god.
I think Semi actually double took for a second too. like started to turn and like saw it on the corner and then went, wait, what? Excuse me? Didn't get the message that this was occupied.
That is what smokes will do though. Like they walked right by it, and Bryant had an opportunity and just went to absolutely crap. It was so bad.
I mean, but that speaks to the quality, like the tier player, right? Because it was very easy to just be like, I'm here, and let me just take this easy pick. No, just waited it out until I knew it was played. They were punishing for it, but that knife is equally punishing. So B has been taken. There's one in Boathouse, and you will eventually fall, but the sight is there.
All right. Penumbras might be a little bit pissed off that happened, by the way. Penumbras might be a little bit pissed off. Stellar is finally down. Luxy taking that one through a wall bang and is now going to chase back. 3 hiding in Boathouse. 3 are all the way in the back corner going, yeah, give me a chance. Every single one of them.
Oh, wow.
And get punished. 3K and Luxy is the last one alive. Will Luxy be able to pull it out? Luxy is just like, bro, I did so much work there, and I'm not getting any other value, so this is going to be a dangerous territory.
No.
And Shed finishes it. It is going to be a 5-3 setup. Bryant University, 1 step away from getting that important 6th round.
I really think I need one of these teams to call a timeout. I'm still struggling. That's just, there's so much to take in from all of that. And Sevi, sitting at the top 6 and 6, has been playing, really well. Played out very well there. Does have their ultimate ready, and I expect them to kind of lead this. But it's a tough buy for the side of Champlain. They're kind of hurting in the economy, so it looks like they are going to just take the save. You can't buy enough. Unfortunately, Sevi isn't that rich, so it's going to be a little bit of a mixed buy from both sides, it looks like. But Bryant still has a bit of the upper hand going into this round.
They'll give it their best shot. Again, when it comes to the bargain buys, I feel it lands into Champlain's hands a bit more often than not. Right now, everyone does a great show of it, and Stellar said, that ain't the bargain bin. I found this. It is a treasure. Barrel.
No.
And Stellar just getting even more. Rock is going to annihilate OG, and remember, OG being down means aimbot. Well, thought aimbot was going to go far.
Well, yeah.
Still, 2v4, and Luxy, once again, one of the remaining members alive. Bryant University making a call to go A here, and going to try and cement a 6th round for themselves. Chase up, getting a bit of damage. Luxy.
One enemy remaining.
And just look at that. Rock finds JPET and Luxy. You don't really have much of an option. Shed finishes it off. It is 6 rounds to Bryant University Gold here in map number 2.
And they are sitting pretty there as they go in with their time. Finally, they heard me. My timeout was called, and Sevi calls it and just says, look, I don't know what happened. I'm still recovering from that. That's fine. Let's take a minute and catch a breath. And I think, I think that's a good call here. This hasn't been really your ground, and granted, you haven't picked this. You didn't pick a set, but this is one that you probably should feel comfortable on. So, yeah, take a minute, figure it out, get OG a treat before he goes back out hunting. And I think that's kind of the game plan here. Because, again, like, it's been kind of keeping these two leaders in check and not necessarily decided based on who finds who, but there has been something to, OG getting a first pick, finding aimbot, or aimbot just kind of getting a pick and the team just deciding, okay, that's it, we're good, we've got a pick, we're going. And I gotta give it to Bryant. They've acknowledged when they have the advantage and they press that. And that's really important in this game to know when, all right, we got a pick, we have 2 picks, we don't have any information, we haven't heard from anybody on the side. Let's go, let's make a proactive move and be aggressive on this. And that's important here.
And I think that's what really separates the good teams from the great teams, right?
Yes.
Identifying that a kill in of itself can be the window of opportunity that you need, right?
Yes.
Knowing that you got the kill and they're down a single player, and most of the time, I always see it this way, is if you're on the attack, the defenders can only allocate so many people at one time.
Yes.
There's very rarely a time that you're going to see a 5-stack of defenders when they have all guns available. So why would you assume that, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing, be confident in your skill and push. Yes, it's not easy. Don't get me wrong. You shouldn't do it all the time. But it is a great function of use. Lockdown is going down. Teal's going to launch out a little bit of a paint shell.
I think he's trying to get it.
Yeah. Come on, let's go. It's not going to lock out that lockdown, but it's close enough. That's going to be the call. Shred is going to be chased in. Is going to find a few players, and 2 players detained.
Oh,
and they
okay.
can't make anything of it.
Oh, that's tragic. No, they rotated on. They just let that be the distraction. Said, all right, fine. Y'all are waiting for us over on A. Surprise, we're over at B, and we'll just punish you for it. Yeah.
That feels so bad. I feel like that was one of those that you're kind of kicking yourself like, man, we could have made something happen
planted.
from it, right?
Yeah.
2 being detained is huge.
That's huge. Cosmic Divide up too. They are committed. They're committing everything on this. They are all in on this decision. I'm not totally sold myself.
Gonna have to wait and see. Aimbot trying to chase away.
Oh no!
But Stellar on the back end. He's gonna shoot through the teammate to hit the opponent. The numbers is gonna find OG. Sebi tries to get more. Down to a 2v4, and this is dangerous. Oh, and the Hunter.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, great angle.
Through. And you just need one more. Aimbot gonna line it up. And Bryant University Gold looking absolutely golden with a 7-3 lead.
They're looking very strong here. I don't think they saw this prior. I don't think we saw this out of them prior. So, I mean, they looked. Oh no, they did, no, we saw this on them. Sorry, we did see this out of them, and they looked strong then too. This was, I believe, this was the 13-1, 13-2 map too.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. But to do this against Champlain is
that's what I mean.
Terrifying.
That's what I mean. Like, they were extra prepared here for us, and they clearly knew what they wanted to do, and they clearly felt like they had a great understanding of this. But this is an aggressive take from Champlain. They want to play out in mid here. Wow.
For the tempo, and Aimbot and Stellar said, usually you guys are chasing us. This time you do it a little bit too much. The cleaning up. It's spring cleaning in winter. They take 4, lose 2, and send the Astra into the unfortunate shadow round. Sebi is sitting on a sliver of HP, and you don't want anything to do with this. Sebi is just like, bro, like, let me live, please. Just don't kill me.
Just fall over, please.
Yeah.
I'm begging you. Like, don't even plant a spike. Just fall over. Are they?
Oh.
I was saying, are they like?
Oh, the turret!
What?
Yes! Yes!
Last round.
Look at me. I am your sentinel now.
I told you. Yes.
Oh, goodness.
All right, I can go home. I'll see y'all later. Have a great week.
I guess it'll be me casting the rest of this
Oh
high.
my
It's just
God.
me.
Oh, I love
Orbital has ascended.
I told you it's great. Like,
Yeah,
just...
I agree. I agree.
There's something about being killed by a lowly turret that does maybe 5 damage per shot and misses about 50% of the time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's unintentional BM by a Killjoy.
Yeah,
but the
it really
Killjoy
is.
feels great. The Killjoy feels like they did something.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. I love it. And poor Champlain. I'm
Yeah,
just ripping
that's
into him. It's a single
mental,
moment.
but like that's a mental hurt, right? Like just to see the final pick is the turret. That's just like you want to talk about. We've talked about Champlain being a team that needs to like keep their mental up and get themselves into a rhythm. Nothing hurts your rhythm more than being like, did I just really lose to that? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It makes you feel like you messed up, like
Yeah.
somewhere. Like it is one of those moments that unfortunately I do have to say it's just like you were caught off guard. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
you were really just, it's one of those moments that you weren't
Placing swarm
keeping your awareness up.
Swarm grenade out.
I mean, it's thankfully only one, right? Like, it was a round that was also kind of already lost.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, that's not too bad. You can't let it happen again. So right now, Champlain setting up here. Last round of this half. And they're praying. They are praying that everyone on Bryant University's side lines up to have a perfect, you know, just spray pattern. That's what you're hoping to see. Penumbras, though, on catwalk. Waiting to see
30
what they want to
seconds
do.
left.
Looks like a full push from the side of Bryant.
Yeah, and they're taking quite a bit of time, 30 seconds. They have to make a decision here. They've cleared out that A cubby on the outside, but I don't think they're ready to commit to it. There is the Astra Star, there is a dart, and it looks like they're finally ready to move in. Who's there? Teal is there. Hello, catches 2. 1 off guard, paint shells out. I don't think catches anybody there, but Teal's still looking, hunting for more. Finds it. 4-3, make it. It's the damage is done. It's over.
And that one, I give huge props to Champlain.
Yeah.
That's also one that I give props there.
Yeah.
But I do say Bryant took a little bit of a long route, and I will go on record in saying this.
Yeah.
I dislike teams that assume that 20 seconds is enough to get on site.
Agreed.
It is true. You can
you
get
can
on
do
site
it.
in 20 seconds, but you'll be running your absolute breath out of there.
Yeah.
You need about those last 40 seconds. You haven't decided to make a slow entry, because that is what happens when you are rushed. So Bryant had a good idea. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out the way they wanted to go. And Champlain now looking with a 4-round difference. Bryant hoping they don't do a ridiculous comeback.
No, but the other part, and we've alluded to this, is that now the Killjoy is set up on B. We know exactly where aimbot will pretty much mostly be all of the time. So this makes it even harder even going into these pistol rounds, because the Killjoy utility is set up, it's there, and it's just so aggressive. They will take this aggressive push onto B into market, and I think that is the correct call, because it'll catch aimbot off guard.
Yes, they heard what I said. Champlain heard me. Go Champlain. Please, please. Go ahead and answer my dream. And the challenge has been thrown down. Lexi gets one. Semi gets another. OG lights up the kill feed, and JPEG is shut down. That'll be 4 taken away in a matter of seconds. There's left 2 and 3v3. I love gun checks as much as possible. And OG sends him another one. Champlain Varsity say, listen, we're going to skill check you to absolute oblivion right now. 2v3. OG inside of the smoke. Not going to be looked at. Back in a boathouse. You're going to take a swing peek. Rock is spotted out. Now has to watch her own back. It's going to be a question mark, but Shed was ready to go. Teal finds Shed, left to 1. Teal only has a few bullets left, and Luxie takes it away. That's going to be pistol to Champlain Varsity.
And that is the big swing to a comeback here. They'll get those guns and come up a little bit ahead, and they'll initially, hopefully, take 2. But we've seen quite anything possible here, so I write nothing off. But it should go the way of Champlain as long as they continue to play like that. And I agree with you. That was a great aggressive push that caught Bryant off guard. So if they can just even run it back and do it again, nothing says they can't just push it twice, especially if they just are given control of mid like that. Like, that's so important to have control of mid on Ascent, and they just got it with minimal pushback. Yeah, you take that. You absolutely take that again and again.
I mean, will you do it when they have guns in their hand? Maybe not.
No,
We
probably
don't
not.
know. But again, I think that also lends into, if you're confident in your kills and your shot ability, even if you have certain weapons in it. Rock, though, getting a lot of good information, knows it's about force sprinting into B once again. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Teal goes ahead and sprays down Shed. Stellar finds Teal, so it's not a full entry in, though. Luxie flushed out the last defender in the back. He's not going to be looking for that quick plan. And again, Champlain with weapons in hand. Classic is going to do no more than tickle them along their chins. And Bryant, you only got 2. I mean, what can you really do here? And
Shorty. That's not where you need to be. No utility, and a shorty is not a good place for aimbot to be. Has to be some magic happen. Does find 1, but it's too late. OG comes up with a cleanup. And 2 go the way of Champlain.
You like it? You like it.
Yeah.
That's all we can talk about. Champlain grabbing 2. Now here comes the real test, right? If you're able to win this one, that's going to be a huge boon to your own side, right? You're taking a look. It will knock Bryant down in the econ scenario, and it lends Champlain a massive advantage, because for them, it's playing catch-up, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to match up to that 8 rounds, and you're hoping to take the lead, because again, in a best of 5, the faster you close it out, the better. So will they buy? Teal and JPEG not going to buy up. A Sheriff and Friend is only in hand, so they are deciding that it's not worth it to buy up right now. However, Shed takes a bit of damage on the back end.
No!
But Numbus is able to get one more frag. And it's going to be a weapon in hand. Aimbot swings on OG. And Champlain, you're going to try your best here. Hey, you're able to find Champ.
I mean, that makes this manageable, though. 3v2 is not an unplayable take. But the problem is that they're surrounded. They have Spike in hand. But if they're paying attention, and Stellar knows that they are nearby, but might just get caught a little bit off guard on this double swing.
Well, they swung at the same time.
No.
I think that would have been amazing if they had guns in their hand,
Yeah.
but they just didn't.
They just
so, Champlain, 9-6 here. Gonna be enjoying their time and only 4 rounds away, right? This is still very doable. And I am sad that we don't get an op this coming round. I think it'd be funny to watch, but we're not gonna see that. So, keeping it real, keeping it the same. And it'll be Champlain Varsity, all Vandals, all hardcore. And again, this is where their team composition excels, right? We talked about it. Their team composition is specifically for aggression. Let's see the aggression. Let's see the fight.
Yeah, I expect this Nightfall to get some huge amount of information when used properly and in the correct spot. They should spot out somebody at least on either on the attack or on the retake. So whenever they decide to move forward on that, I expect that to come in and hopefully score big.
We'll look for it. Slow goings as Champlain saying we have the gun. We really want to find that first kill. We want to find aimbot. I think they're still chasing.
Yeah, they're still chasing that. Yeah.
And I will say it is sad to see that aimbot is still on that B-side duty. I love when killjoys are rotated out. You know, you can still block off a majority share of A with that connector and main. But you just don't want to, so it's understandable.
Face your fear!
He's gonna send it out, and Penumbra gets a massive kill. A little bit of a nade fracture, and just like that, Penumbra gets the ulti, tosses it down. It is gonna be the no command to try and fight back against Champlain. Huge sprays through the random smokes against the purchase, and it means Sebi and JPET find a window in 3v4 here. As Bryant University are sent to the shout out and now have to work on it.
And it's going to be a tough retake because they're all coming from a couple different angles. They do know where JPET is, but they have to capitalize on it. The KO on KO is done. And 6 HP for JPET and 2 defenders. Not really going to be a good retake here.
How they spread
One
out,
enemy
right? It's
remaining.
a rough setup and it goes. Stellar's able to find top side, but you can't swing to the left in time. Headshot by JPET pushes Champlain closer and closer. 3 carried over from that round.
And I think you've nailed a lot of it, right? Is that they were hunting down aimbot before, but now we're just kind of saying, all right, look, we know where aimbot's going to be, or we think we know where the utility is, so that means the Killjoy's here. Let's just not go there. Let's just not deal with that. Let's make them retake us, because Killjoy doesn't retake well, especially without all that utility. So that's very smart play, recognizing that kind of fault in this composition and playing that way. They're playing aggressively and then punishing them for trying to basically just be set up and play defensively.
Powerless.
We are going to hear the call out. A no command from the side of Champlain themselves, but
Aimbot
Aimbot with the only rifle, by the way. This is a hero rifle play from Aimbot. They are going to try to light up the absolute world here. Being shut down by that no command. Aimbot reloading very quickly. And Sebi able to find one in the back end. So the defender is down in Boathouse. They're going to look. Turret is up, immediately destroyed here. So information is given, and now they rush over. Side of that wall. They're going to plant it, but you get a chance, and you do.
Wow.
Shed and Aimbot take an opportunity, and now it's actually Champlain that are on the scramble. OG able to find Rock. Are they going to find a little bit more? Remember, the guns are hot. Sebi finds Shed. Gotta find a bit more. Aimbot gets a 3K, and Lockdown has been destroyed. That was a big play. Are they going to find a 2v1? Both are going to swing from the same side. This is very, very dangerous. OG. Get a 3-1. Oh! OG! Clutch it up!
Wow. Wow. I mean, they had the time. They thought they had the advantage, but they had the time. They should have played a little bit more patiently. They knew exactly where he was in Boathouse. All they needed to do was just kind of force the error, and they would have had it instead. Champlain, here we are again, 8-9, coming to the wire. There's a tour de force available. There's a wall. There's tools there on both sides, and I mean, I'd like to see Shed get a little bit more value using this run it back. I think that's the one thing that they can do to really give themselves an advantage here is get that run it back and get a pick with it. If they can do that, they'll set themselves up for a great success here.
There. Execution is what we're going to be watching for. Will they be able to pull it off? As you said, so are they going to use that running back? Are they going to use that re-entry? Or are they going to use it to sprint in through mid? So far, none of these are true. Champlain do not want to make a wrong move. They do not want to cause that catalyst, that avalanche of misfortune to fall their way. Because they're so close. If this gun round is broken, I do believe Bryant are completely out of econ. The Creds would be in a rough scenario, so it's been a challenge, and Champlain know it. If they win this one, they have a chance. They'll be 2-0 and only need one more win, and one agent suppression by Penumbra. With the fact that they're launches like a big satchel. Penumbra goes keep shooting and finds the perfect 100. Not get the others on the ground. Penumbra gets a straight through the smoke. Penumbra sending up Penumbra and gets the third. Ain't no way Penumbra gives a 1-4, can only find a 3K, but that's more than enough. Rock TV follows up. And would you know it, Bryant University out of nowhere fire back.
Great sense of game. Just great knowledge that there's one, there's probably more, and we're just able to look and say, look, like, I'm just gonna make them think I totally disengaged, fire through the smokes. They won't expect it. They'll think I'm out. Great play. Penumbra dropping 20 here on the KO, coming to life at arguably the time they needed. You know, Aimbot's been kept in check, Stellar's been kept in check, and the Penumbra is the hero that Bryant University needed right now. But now that that's happening, there is a tour de force open for OGE, and well, that is gonna be a tough. That's gonna be a tough thing to deal with.
Everything is tough when you look at it from the losing team's perspective. It's just like, oh, what are we gonna do here? How are we gonna play this? Right now, taking a little bit of a roundabout approach. Champlain once again attacking this mid lane. Not the mid lane, the mid center court, whatever you want to call it. Man, I've been playing League for a little bit too long. Checking left and right here. The spike is all the way on the back corner of B lobby, so it's just like, bruh, like we are going to chill. We are going to wait and just see what's going on here. Stellar, even lining up their own side of things here.
I mean, free information, the best information, and that is what they are playing for right now. So, I mean, any free information, like knowing, hey, we can just take market, that's free, let's just take it. And they'll have their way in, and they just have to make sure they can figure out where they are as they go in.
About finding the information. Here we go, though. Pistol out for Lucky Double, meaning that Sheriff Bird is going to be taken out. At least you don't die to that one. Another back line is trying to hold off so many, but they can find zero. Still able to play. Aimbot is going to aimbot one down for another inside of Pizza. They do spot him. That's going to be a second JPET. Gonna watch their life drain. Teal is going to watch Shed fall to the ground, but it's more than enough. Rock able to swing afterwards. Grab two.
They know.
And you're looking for one more. OG knows. OG knows. Draw the circles. Draw the symbol. And ball. It is Aimbot that cleans it up with a 3K. Full house to Aimbot and Rock as they close in 2 rounds away from tying the series up 1-1.
This is exactly what you hoped for. This was your pick. You felt comfortable here, and the adaptations you've made for this map are coming up big here. And shout out, I mean, there's 2 with 20. Aimbot and Penumbra both have come up and done so much work there. So going into this next round, I mean, it's going to be full rifles, but Champlain, this is it. They need to commit to this. They know they're running out of time, and if they lose this round, it's just likely going to speak the end. They will have a couple ultimates, but no economy means that this is going to hurt if it loses.
No economy gives.
The economy takes.
Yeah. We'll see what they can do. Champlain getting ready. Again, 3 straight up market. Yeah. It's like, nah, we're good. In goes Angel, just comes out that back corner. Because they're opening up the opportunity on the B side once again. Teal and finds Aimbot. Again, that's Aimbot down. Teal on the hunt. Means that Stellar in the back line is dead. The clothesline worked. The absolute walloping of the rush catches Bryant University off guard. And now they get to check themselves. They get to try and rush forward and find an opportunity of their own. Champlain, all 5 members healthy, alive, and raring to go. Bryant University Gold, what can you do?
Find somebody with the flash, comes in, no one's there, but the presence is detected, and Japheth does find one. It is looking like Champlain is ready to close this off, 48 HP. I'm just trying to see if they can angle, while the double peek does find one, and they complete the flawless. They needed this round, Orbital, and they made it work.
They didn't just make it work.
They made it look
went
easy.
ham.
Yeah, they made it look easy, too. Man.
A flawless in that scenario is so ridiculous to pull off. And
yeah.
We're seeing it now. They are now stacking their own econ because, again, that helps so much. And the fact that now, even if you do lose this upcoming round, you're like, okay, we still have guns, right? We can still go in to game point with a fresh set of weapons. But you don't want to. You want to keep running forward. You want to hang on to that same gun for as many rounds as you can and say, gimme, gimme, gimme even more. Champlain Varsity, you can also see a stark difference in terms of how they are winning this round, right? It is 11 to 9, yet most of Champlain are still sitting in the 16 and 17 kill range. That means that it is a majority share of the team that is just kind of working together to flash fry some of these opponents. It's very, very nice.
It really, really is. And again, they kind of get the sensation that mid is free, so they'll consider taking it. But I think, if I had to guess, Bryant is just going to play a little bit more passively, let them think they have control here, and play for the retake. They have the tools to do so, so just not taking any early losses will be
Teal said absolutely no losses because he spray and pray to absolute high heavens, but Penumbras finds Japheth hidden in the corner after that blind. And now with the paint shell going out, no Teal is inside the mid. So where do you swing, where do you peek, or where do you put up your defenses? A side now being aggressed on as a chamber, getting on his sight, and they're going to swing the spike over as well. Teal has to watch her back. This is going to be so dangerous. You're not looking, and you are killed. Penumbras picks up one of the easier kills this round, and Bryant University are 3 kills away from moving to game point.
3 kills away and several ultimates on board. Speaking of, there is the Hunter's Fury to kick it off. No value to be found so far as the spike goes down, though. So that one just kind of there. There is the null field, and that will eventually try to take someone down. And the lockdown, they are committing everything into this.
Welcome to Valor. This is a situation that can occur. Been destroyed. However, Stellar and Aimbot take perfect opportunity and swing back to Luxy. 5 HP. Gonna try and go for all headshots here if you're able to. It's going to work.
No turret kill this time.
No turret. Shed will make it even, and we are now looking at a 12-9 scenario. Champlain Varsity scared of what could come by, maybe in a 1-1 series score.
Match point.
So the plus side for Champlain there is that through all of that, you did buy out most of it, and OG will call the timeout. And yeah, this is too important not to put some thought behind. I agree completely. Yep. You did pull out most of the ultimates available for the side of Bryant. That's a great kind of a start for all of this. So you do have guns on your side, and it's going to come down to raw gunplay. You have shown in the past that you can win 1v1s. You just need to set yourself up for success, and you need to take advantage of it. It's just going to come down to who gets the opening pick and who can set the rest of their team up for success here.
Well, let's see them hold out. Again, plenty of time to talk, but where do they want to go? They need to win 3 in a row to be able to close things out here, or at least go to OT and then force another 2. So, you know, it's got some time to work there. So it's all about what decisions they are hoping to make. And again, this situation would have been very different if they lost the last round.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We probably wouldn't have called the timeout. We'd probably just be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's just, like, we don't have guns. We don't have money. Let's just move along here. But there is a sign of life here, especially given that they have both the Nightfall and that Astral ultimate. So all those things considered, when they get the spike down, they are in a good position to keep this going, especially because what's on the other side from the beyond, like there's not much the Omen's going to get a lot of value out of on that short of a flanking that you just don't expect.
Really isn't, but they do call for the fast push once again straight up through mid, challenging Bryant University to actually put someone there, and they do rock points up there.
Face your fear!
Teal though is able to find Stellar. Now they're chasing back. Aimbot able to find Teal, but OG is already on the site. It's gonna be a big problem here. 3v4. Things are falling into place here. Keep eyes though. From the shadows is available, not really gonna do much, but frags could turn their way. Champlain Varsity spread in a 1-3 Unorthodox setup. 3-member setup through the mid, and Shed is going to find an opportunity for 1.
2.
Completely
3.
open. Shed swings on 3. Guess what? You get the heal, and it's 4.
That's
Ryan
it.
finds the other one. It is the round over. I was worried about that formation, and it caused so many problems. Shed came around the corner and absolutely put them, 4? Bryant University take game number 2, 13-9.
Oh, we are going the distance, Orbital. We are going to see so much Valorant. It has been an incredible day here, and man, they just look so good. They look very clean on that. And the choices they made for Ascent were just all in their favor, from the economy, from the ultimates, from down to agent selection, all looked good. They just looked like they knew what they wanted to play there. And now that we're changing maps up, this is a wild card, the next one. This is a real wild card when we go to map 3.
Oh, the fact that this game 3 is not even going to be the end of it, that we're still going to see map 4 come out, like, that's even crazier. It's just like, no, we're going to get some of the crazier maps. You know, we're just going to go to Fracture, the one that almost everyone wants to ban out.
Yeah.
And we'll play it. We'll have some fun here.
Look, if no one scrims it, is it really, like, is there really a problem? Like, if we're all bad at the map, we can all, at least we're on a level playing field, right? Like, that's kind of the thing to it all.
All right, well, there you go. And again, a huge shout out to All Systems Go, who have given us such an amazing space to conduct this tournament. It's been such an amazing time here, and they do so much, looking to expand into 2023 and give so much back to students and colleges around here in Massachusetts and hopefully beyond, allowing spaces that may not be able to field a facility, offer up opportunities and connections for those players. So huge shout out to them. They also have amazing food, which I'm am going to be grabbing later as well. This place is phenomenal.
Yeah,
so go ahead, if you are in the Massachusetts area, come on down, go ahead, check this out, and come watch the last possible 3 extra games that we're gonna play. We're gonna send it to Foof to take us away.
And game 2 equalizes the series 1-1 apiece, ladies and gentlemen. Now we stand Champlain with 1 and Bryant with 1. The Bulldogs find an answer, 13-9 instead of a 13-10. And so a best of 5 was what we started with, but now we're back at a familiar situation. It is a race to 3, possibly 2 or perhaps 3 games left. It's NECC, it's Valorant, it's the Grand Finals, and we'll be right back after this.
back, ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, you're stuck with us through almost the entire day, and so are the players. And we're excited to say, we're not done yet. We are not getting ready for a final Game 3. We are getting ready for a Game 3 that will determine who has a final leg up moving in to Game 4. We are at 1-1 here. 1-1, something that we did not expect with Champlain, who we were expecting to come in as one of the heavy favorites, and we have been shown that the Northeast has something to say about that.
They sure do, and you know, this map is going to be particularly interesting because I don't think either of us really have a clue what to predict about as we go to Fracture, of all places. Like, which makes sense by the bannings, but we talked about this in the break on our own. But like, we were expecting this way down the line. Like, people were going to avoid this, but here we are. We're going to Fracture of all places, and I don't know if either team prepared for this. But I'm so interested to see what they bring out. So we can dissect it, because Ascent had two different looks of different comps, but we saw one team come out very dominantly prepared for that. And this is going to be another one of those to see, like, do we have breaches? Do we have fades? What are we really bringing out here? Because it's so easy to kind of guess just based on some meta picks, but we really have no idea because no team, I don't think up until now, had really even considered this as an option.
Yeah, this is actually one that I will say I will give a single prediction is I would like to see a Neon.
Yeah.
Neon is the only one that I think I've seen a lot of people like to use on this one, because the wall that you bring up with Neon is actually a lot more...
It's more versatile.
Yeah, it's versatile, but also it's a much longer lane to work with, so it gives free entry, and it also blocks on both sides.
Yes.
So that's the main important thing. So it gives you direct line of access to one of the sites if you wish. The other one that I think would be really good is Harbor, right? So many different angles that you're actually taking a look at, and many people do forget Harbor brings a lot more than just a kind of dynamic wall.
Yeah.
The bubble that you get actually reduces a lot of damage that goes in there. It actually blocks. So if you are having trouble getting in to get the plant, and if you want to play fast, Harbor is one to go for. So I honestly think Fracture was kind of made for some of those golden opportunities, you know, those singular players that want to stand out, get that unique pick in, because again, if you lose this game, you are one step away from getting knocked out of the finals. It is the final resting place. You don't want to go home without that trophy.
I think my question to you is, and this warrants a whole other conversation, but I mean, Harbor is still so fresh, because I do actually agree. You've sold me on that. I don't see it coming, but I mean, like, I don't know if it's worth putting a gamble on such a new agent coming into this at this point. When Fracture's been around, we've kind of tested some things, but remember, there's so many different ways to attack this, and a lot of the successes we've seen from places like on Ascent and on Breeze come from creating those crossfires, and this is just so easy to have them given to you in a lot of ways. I do think if someone picks a Harbor, I'll donate money to somewhere or something, because I just don't believe that's going to happen. But I would love to see that. Don't get me wrong. I really do want to see that, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I would like to point out that we do have a live feed to the players, so you may have just dunked on yourself.
Look, if someone wants that, if someone wants me to donate money somewhere, like, that's fine. I will do that, because I really do think, like, because I agree with you, really. I want to see like a curveball come out. We've seen Phoenix's come out. We've seen the Reyna come out, who have been kind of an odd choice based on the things we've seen so far and how these teams have been playing. So, like, yeah, let's just full send the Harbor. Let's just get it out there and throw it out there and see what happens. Let's just commit something that nobody is really probably prepared for and see how we play when that comes out. Because we're on Fracture. We're kind of in, like, the weirdest scenario in the multiverse here. And I think that going into that, you might as well. What does it hurt?
Yeah. There's not really much that you have to give up here, and I think that's great. And of course the auto Teal. No. Teal, are you gonna do it? We haven't touched on your buddy. We haven't touched. If you do this to me, I'm gonna have some question marks. If you win with this character, I'm gonna have even more question marks. That can't be real. I'm not gonna touch on it for right now, because we have everything else. Like, so much else is going on here. We do have the mirrored KOs, the mirrored Brimstones, the mirrored Chambers.
There's the raise. That looks better.
So we are now completely mirror matchup.
Yeah, I don't think you do have the verticality that could work for a Jet, but but I do think Raze just has a better chance and ability to kind of clear out angles you don't want. Feeding one of these small hallways a paint shell just gets you so much value, and the chip damage will eventually just add up over time. So yeah, I do think the Yoru would have been a fun pick that you could maybe get away with, but come on, just like Harbor, it was never going to be. We knew that was never coming.
Why do they have to dunk on my unique ideas?
Look, we both know in our heart of hearts we wanted a Cypher here, but we're never getting, like, let's talk about things we're never getting here. We're never getting that either. So let's just take what we've got.
To be fair, the Chamber main subreddit was kind of popping with how many of them were like, I'm going to go change the Cypher.
Yeah.
So I think we were close. We were on the cusp of something. And then it all fell flat.
Look, Cypher Nation, rise up. We'll get there someday. But for now, we've got 10 seconds, and we've got the start of this game going on with Bryant University on the first defense. I'm intrigued to see where this goes, and I'm intrigued to see who pops up as a leading person here.
Oh man, we're gonna have some fun. So eyes out right now as Champlain, and this is something that we also have to identify. The reason Fracture feels so different is again, it dictates split up action. It is always multi-level, completely distinct fights that happen, and it brings about a situation like this where you individually have to step up. It is very hard to coordinate a single play action for anyone. So see what they can do here. Numbers hiding around the corner, still ready to go down one of the long hallways. And it's going to be Stellar. Stellar again opening up. In goes a little bit of a rattle. Look at the breach. Holding it off. Semi is not going to be caught out. Immediately taken out by aimbot. J-Pack, though, is going to follow suit as OG cleans up again. Champlain open up with round number 1 in style.
Yeah, in a very dominant fashion. It committed a little bit on the Headhunter, but OGE made it work. I mean, it was what you needed to do. And like you said, this is such a difficult map to really maneuver because the attack can come from any angle if you really aren't set up. It's kind of just a tough place to be in general. And going into this next round, they'll buy up for Champlain. They'll have a little bit of the advantage, but as we've learned, that kind of means nothing in some ways. It does mean you do have a better odds, but hey, anything's possible. We're on Fracture in a collegiate finals, and that's plenty of enough for me.
Well, that's going to be a double pack in and just immediately clearing out this B-side long area. And they're going to chase. They're like, hey, listen, we got the guns and it's individual wins. Yep. So, yeah, this is the cleaning of the house here. This is more what we expected in Champlain finding their rhythm here. So I really like this. They are, it feels like, kings of getting the interesting rolling here. So far, they have identified that they are more individualistic and these kind of team play oriented situations they don't want to deal with.
Oh gee, come on, man. Speaking of popping off and
okay.
I think that proved your point well though. Like really, the 3K just to close that out. Yeah, I think that proved your point. But I do think that this, like you said, it works in their style. They are kind of individual carries, and we've seen these big 2 and 3K pop-offs, especially from people like OG, who comes up in his, 5-0 in round 2. So going into this round, they will be outgunned, but that doesn't mean anything. This is their map pick, so maybe they will continue to catch off guard on this attack. They did want to go here, so maybe there's some reason for it going into this opening pick.
I still think the first round should have been a joust, though.
Oh yeah.
Funny.
Oh yeah. Agree.
I miss those, just funny rounds.
Yeah.
Might not have it though. Shed is in the long shot of paint shell and trying to take a look, but the number slows them all down. And look at that double up with the paint shell only. That is, we've seen a Hunter's Fury take it. I don't think I've ever seen that happen that quickly.
That was
But numbers is just.
Absolutely not. Yeah, that's fine. We've gotten exactly what we want out of this. We're done here.
Now taking a look, we are chasing onto that A site for the first time this game. We're going to go ahead and take a little peek here. And again, for the side of Bryant University, they're holding steady. So one inside, one off to the middle, and then another in a long flank position. So very, very spread out, just trying to find this option. OG finds it. Are you kidding me? Great frag there. Hops down. Penumbra is going to lose her life.
Down A.
And Champlain are saying, listen, when you're coordinated, you're strong. But right now, they're looking like absolute animals.
30
right
seconds
now
left.
On this Fracture map, aimbot. Can you be an animal too? Do you have it wired into your settings? You have the bandle. You have the gun. But now another paint shell stalls him out. Full 150 It's going to be a quiet play. 2v1. What do you check first? You swing left. Nothing there. Stair top. Nothing. Around the hallway. Nothing of the sort. Complete hiding scenarios in Teal.
It's set.
Teal's ready. Teal's ready. You hear the door.
Set.
You do. And oh, he gets it! Teal! Teal! Oh, man! The freeze up!
Clutch!
Teal had the moment and just couldn't hit the shots.
The crossfire was there. Everything. The trap was laid. It just fumbled out of hands. And sometimes that happens. I would be remiss if I didn't say I fumble pretty much every play I ever make. So I can't say much about that. But oh man, that's a rough on the mental.
Yeah.
So
And we can actually chalk that up to the fact that this is mentally straining. I feel like that was not so much like they had the playbook, right? But the mental taxation that's going down, it's just like be plugged. That's it. That's all that.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is a game of mistakes, and not necessarily who makes mistakes, but just who happens to make mistakes at the wrong time, who happens to get caught out when they're making mistakes. But there is a tour de force. The gadget is caught out, and aimbot on lone on A. No real sign of anything, so we'll see if on the other side that tour de force comes out to be anything as they slowly approach and just kind of get an idea of where anybody might be.
Well, they're gonna take a chance. Stellar. Waiting. Playing with his iPad. Wondering, you know, maybe Candy Crush. I think Candy Crush
is it connected to Wi-Fi? I don't know.
Do they have Wi-Fi in Fracture?
They
have a giant satellite.
They
You
have
would
to.
assume so,
Yeah,
right?
there has to be, right?
It's a giant dish. Like, he's still looking. Oh, he didn't find the hotspot. Okay, he has to get back in the game now. So, moving forward, Teal is going to watch as Sebi is down. Aimbot still being an absolute aggressive master. But guess who gets found in the cross when they're trying to transfer over? Teal is now going to get the full force of this shorty. And Teal says, I don't even care. Shoots past the shorty, finds Penumbra, and is now going to look for another shed. Is going to get a share of kill. But will Champlain find even more? No, they will not. Aimbot is going to bring it down to a 2v3 as Bryant University are looking to tie this up.
Spike is down, and aimbot has the information. He knows the critical information and a 3K on their point. They just need to get their counterpart out, and the Spike will be there. They have the body block. There it is. And 4 for aimbot to clean it up.
Took a little bit of time, took a few moments, but it was done, and it's a thrifty of all times.
Yeah.
Of all times.
Of all times.
And remember, at the start, it felt like Champlain had that main focus going, right?
Yeah.
It felt like Champlain were just like, we know exactly what we need to do. And then that last round just rattled them a little bit too much. And again, this is what I always say. First time is a coincidence. Second time, maybe a pattern. Third time, you got a problem.
Yeah.
That's what I always say. And right now, it doesn't look too bad. It was just one singular moment, but that might be enough for Bryant University to punch up. We are now tied once again, and we are seeing this team.
You want to play? Let's play.
The absolute next level. In goes a little bit of a clutch up, though. It is going to stall out this push. You can see Champlain just wondering, okay, we were hit by a little bit of a stun, but where else do we want to go?
I mean,
where do we want to check? Everyone lined up. Look at this.
I mean, they're all just on lower buys. There's shorties. There's a little bit of everything. They're gonna try to make a quick execute and just try to ride off the back of that course. So as this comes in, they'll hopefully have the advantage to get on site and kind of overwhelm them. Ooh.
That's not ready.
Teal finds Penumbra sleeping there. The Champlain opening up with a great shot. In goes another stall. That is gonna be another little heat seeker that's gonna go through the wall and try and find a little bit of a slow.
That finds 4.
And the 4.
That's
Holy
huge.
crap. Luxy just got an absolute read of reads, and with 17 HP is going to try and make the most of it. Suppression is down, though. Now the 2 of the force is out.
Caught looking.
Knew it was going to happen. Now looking for the other one. Rock is able to finish it off and says, you only get 1. Champlain with 4 still alive. We're gonna keep looking.
Okay, Stellar finding out. OGE trading them back though. There's still a moment to be had here. So Spike is down and it's running out of time. They will get the touch, but the glass is going to take. Oh!
Beautifully done. Opportunities abound. And Rock is gonna get sprayed down. Champlain bite back. 3-2 as the crowd cheers.
Last player standing.
Yeah, they will. JPET will unfortunately fall to the Spike, but hey, I guess that's a couple bucks for you. You take what you can get. Considering that was a bit of a low buy, yeah, you're happy with that. They'll buy up. They'll have the full rifles this time around, and Bryant kind of left wondering, all right, we have some money. Is this a buy? Do we sell up? Do we commit our ultimates into this? They do have 3 on board, and they could easily play for the retake here, but it's just going to be a tough decision. It looks like it's going to be most forced. They got aimbot the op, and I do think that that is pretty important. It's just hard because there's not as many great sightlines for it here.
I mean, if you're a chamber, you know all the sightlines, let's be honest.
And there's one!
Why did we ever doubt?
Yeah, we should have known that was coming. Yeah.
Well, no, to be fair,
I did.
Soev. Okay, anyone listening out there, Soev is the one that doubted.
I'm a doubter. I'm a hater. I admit it. Look, we're on Fracture. Like, this is supposed to be like small, tight corners, and aimbot's out here just clicking heads on 5-foot angles. Like, that's totally fine. I take fault in that.
As Cypher players, we saw drastically different outlooks on this match, apparently. So.
Teleport's ready.
So, moving forward, we are hoping for a little bit more. Bryant University sitting with 3 ultis of their own. And still looking for a bit more, right? That initial offshot has slowed down Champlain to snail-like pace. You see how split they are. 3 up top and 1 on the lower lurk. Actually, 2 and 2. I'm so sorry. It's a 2-2 lurk situation. And now with the challenge, OG is actually going to find a great opportunity, taking down to 23 HP, but breaking open this A site now gives a full rotate call. All 4 members of Champlain are going to start rotating over. And again, for them, if they're able to win this round, they lock Bryant out of an econ situation. They will force, I do believe, a safe situation, and that's what they're trying to do. So if they want to win this round, if they want to try and break away from this consistent tying, it's all going to be there. Bryant University needs a bit of time to rotate over. Slow 4th player.
No command out also. Flash, I didn't think quite mix where they were looking for, so that's that. Will find the chamber. There's the flash this time. Just spending that utility a little bit freely, but they still have to take here, and aimbot is looking for any sort of head to click.
I mean, there isn't because all 4 members are so spread out. Take a look at this. They're still having 3 on lower end, and Luxy said, hey, I found it. Numbers is able to chase through. The OG drops their main weapon, and Luxy is still firing away. The Vandal doing so much work. Strike came down and didn't really catch anything, but it did create another space. Bryant University, though, that'll be the finish, and they clean house. Champlain Varsity, we said it. They needed a bit of time, and they get it. 4-2.
That's all it took. It was a little bit of time and a little bit of patience, and that's a good patient play. They're keeping control of the game and keeping themselves in the right mindset for this. So now that they're back in control, spent a couple ultimates, they have the guns, it will be a save from Bryant. So it's pretty reasonable to expect that unless something big hits with his Rolling Thunder, Shed could just absolutely pop off and find something with a showstopper, could find 2 or 3. Wouldn't be the first time, but unless one of those ultimates comes up big, I think it's pretty safe to say that Champlain will continue to extend this lead.
And that's something that we really haven't seen either team hold on to. Game number 2, I think it was the only one where we saw, and it was Bryant of all teams, right? Bryant was the only one that was like, yeah, we got a significant lead, and it still came very close, but that's what we're kind of waiting for, right? We are waiting for Champlain to have that moment of brilliance so they can run around forward. That's going to be double surprise. Right now, Rock on the side. He's going to try and hold it off, and a nice little satchel. Teal, of all things, hits a blast pack kill, and OG's going to follow suit. It is Bryant University on the cusp of losing this round. Again, it is necessary to see, but after a couple shots, only 1 goes down. Is able to fire right back. Luxy fires on Shed, and aimbot finds Sebi. It's down to a 1v3 as aimbot, wondering where the heck to go, might just take the Vandal and go nowhere else.
Yeah, I think it's time to see scenic other side of Fracture here, but they will get caught out by that trademark if they move much further. So just gonna play it safe, maybe try the exit pick on the way out, and I don't think that's the incorrect play considering. They found a gun. I mean, they were on a save. If you can get a rifle and get out, that's kind of net gain in some ways. And I think you're happy with that. The rest of the Champlain will get out alive and keep themselves going for the next round, and they'll extend their lead 5-2. I think they're feeling pretty good for Champlain here. It looks like we joked about them not preparing for this, but they do look pretty prepared and they have a pretty good understanding of this map.
I'm just again surprised. It's the upwards trending factor, and again, it leads into Champlain how they have been playing. Again, it leads into these individual gun duels. It feels like we haven't seen the full, wombo combo setup of every utility thrown in one singular direction. What we've seen is little patches here and there. being taken in hand. And again, it's Bryant University that's actually overloading some sites,
Yeah.
right? We saw them, I think, last time they were on A. They kind of overloaded the... it was either... No, it was actually on B, I believe.
It was B.
They overloaded the entire site and just didn't seem to get too much. It kind of overlapped too much. So we're seeing Champlain sparsely sprinkling their util, and it's gaining so much out of this. Rock currently trying their best to hide as they're down to 7 HP. Still able to wash through 2, though. And aimbot saying, hey, I did the best that I could. Champlain with 4 alive to, again, be fast and quick to get their 6.
And plus they have now these angles, so they are ready to surround on this retake. They just need to continue to play it slow and keep control of the pace, wait for an error to get made and capitalize on it. Penumbra's looking for somewhere out of his utility, and there's one, but OG finds one through it. Shrek is 2 though!
Oh!
Shrek is 2!
Well, Shed got themselves in 2. That's, you know, that's a net 0 is what we give you. That's a net 0.
Net 0.
And Penumbra is like, bruh, that was the catalyst. That was the problem. Sebi cleans it up, and it's 6. Maybe a Shed didn't, unfortunately, SD there. That's fine.
That's the tragic of it all, but, you know, the heroic effort was made, and it's kind of all you can really ask for in a lot of ways. Like,
at least you took someone else out with you.
Yeah,
right?
like
hey, we're good.
Yeah, at least you didn't just like accidentally fire the showstopper into yourself or anything. Like that's pretty good.
Was that it wasn't Champlain that did that on
No.
Who was it UML? I think UML.
I think
were the
UML,
ones that
yeah.
double killed themselves.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen more than 2 at least.
Yeah.
So we're good there.
Some early utility to kind of push back on Champlain as they might have some knowledge that it's going to be an 8 push, and I would like to see Bryant rotate a little bit faster. You know, they are getting the information that there is a push coming, but again, you see it's 3 and 2. It's kind of split out. You kind of almost want someone to play the mid just so they can help reinforce these pushes a little bit higher because it's a full 5 on A, and there's the Rolling Thunder to open it to kind of push back and wait for the delay.
Oh, but Teal finds a perfect satchel again.
No.
The paint shell is good, but Chet this time said, hey, no showstopper to kill myself. I'm going to be good. I got 2, almost 3, but OG swings back, and OG swings hard. That's 2. That's enough. Bryant University, 1 left alive. The lone holder of B is now forced to rotate to A, and up on high heavens, you're going to have a difficult time. However, Champlain are both locking into that left side. That's what's dangerous. They're on the lower grounds. OG is waiting and ready. And aimbot.
Teleport's ready.
Aimbot just really wants a single frag. Can you find it? Oh, that's
Oh, they gave it up. No, they heard
100%
that.
they gave it up.
Yeah.
So they know. Now it's all on Champlain. Are they going to choke again? Are they going to whip their shots? It's going to be a choke. 1 down. No. Not again. Not again. No! I am sorry for all eardrums, but that is the 2nd time now that Champlain have choked a 2-1 setup. Bryant University are absolutely the momentary winner. The clutch factor is real. Maybe not an FF moment, but my gosh, does that break the mental.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. The 2nd time you've been punished for that. You knew. He gave it up. He gave up the space.
They both looked
They both
that
looked
way.
at it. They both went, oh, he's right there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's so tragic.
Oh.
All right, but Champlain, look, it's a full roster. You have guns. You have literally every ultimate. Like,
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to jinx anything, so I won't say anything more. But I will say that they are positioned well in this round to continue the lead. But man, that's the 2nd time they've been punished in that way, and aimbot again just continues to clutch up, continuing to look just incredible good. And as we're looking down the tour de force, you know, a pretty clean vision of no one there.
And the thing is, and I know it's not always kind, right? We understand it's but the fact of the matter is Champlain are a team that plays off of their, well, okay. Well, that was an angry shot. But they're a team that play off momentum, so to have that kind of happen, we do give them a lot of credit. And the fact of the matter, it looks like Champlain didn't let him affect it too much. So huge ups to this squad. 4-2 right now, but unfortunately, aimbot is still alive, so it's still going to be a little bit of a problem here. Taking eyes and checking corners. Bryant University goal live. Rock, you are nasty with it right now. Open the doors and swing hard. Sebi, though, is going to find Rock. 1v3. All right, it's 3 this time. It absolutely
cannot happen.
Right?
It cannot happen here again. Utility is out. Even if you die with the spike, you can't let this happen.
You can't.
You just cannot.
This would be the mental breaker. This would 100% be the mental breaker if aimbot swings.
No, aimbot, no.
Aimbot. OG is out. OG just left. And it is going to be round over. It is round over.
Okay.
But are you kidding me? If time went longer, aimbot would have absolutely gone for it.
Aimbot is absolutely a menace at this point. There's no world that man should have essentially won that. Just getting those two and getting those guns out of hands, that's pretty much as good as you're going to get out of that. That's insanity. That's madness. Aimbot at 14-5. Man, absolutely. Look, 7-3, it does not look good for them. But aimbot is making them earn absolutely every single moment and every single frag here.
This is one of those players that you're just like, bro.
Please.
You're just like, bro, stop.
Please stop.
You're making this so hard for us.
Yeah. It's almost time for OG to kind of end up back on duty, I think, at this point. Like, you just can't let that continue to happen.
It's so... Oh, my goodness. We're just in shock. Every time we see that, even though we know the spike's going to go off, we're just like, no.
No way. But...
Right. So now let's take stock here. Again, as you said, 7-3, so 2 rounds left, and with the tour de force out for Champlain, it should be a done deal. Shed in the back corner. Still hiding in wait. And Bryant University, where do they want to go from this? They're still waiting, and it's a deep spread 2-3 setup here on Fracture, and I think this is one of the few times that we're seeing them take it slow and what can only be considered the attacking default setup. Now rotating over to be OG swings on Rock, and that is a good pick. Looking for just a little bit more. And there it is. That's aimbot. Aimbot is down. They can now push for all that is holy here. They are rushing. They're just like clean house, everyone. Get the kills, please. Don't let this go the distance once again.
All right, look, they have all 5. They didn't lose anybody in that push, and that was exactly what they needed to do.
And aimbot is dead.
And aimbot's
Get the right conditions down.
You're right. I forgot that very important state. You're right. But that's all important things. Like even keeping all 5 and getting the in for basically free is so big. They didn't have to commit a lot of utility. And OG just finds the third with that tour de force, making it look so easy. I mean, even we couldn't almost miss those shots in some ways.
I'm loving it here, and honestly, the adaptation from these teams has been phenomenal. Right now, Champlain, they're 2 rounds that would absolutely destroy the mental. They bounce back hard from. They look great. And again, they're getting in their own rhythm. And I got specific word that Teal, Shred is now finally dead, but Teal and...
Last round before the switch.
Teal and OG, these 2 players that consistently run the top of the scoreboard. They have what we can only describe as handlers, which is very entertaining. These are 2 players that are sat on opposite sides of the team, just because, like, bro, you're gonna do your own thing, but you need to play with the team sometimes. So we'll let you know when you need to play with the team, and I think that's great. And this map, I think, exemplifies it, because again, I feel like this map is specifically gun duels, and I'll say that until time immemorable. It is a map that favors gun duelists and those just hardcore 1v1, 1v2 takers. It will consistently do so. So the fact that Champlain are currently sitting at 8-3, 1 more round to go, 2 ultimates in their bag, and these are the 2 largest, I want to say, site clearing ultimates to work with. It's gonna be great. But aimbot's still on that. Aimbot is still on that.
Yep.
Gets first blood, looking for another one, spraying smoke, getting random business damage. OG fires back. So Stellar is down. Bryant University working for Spike is down by 7. The number of spikes, J-Pet, that was refrag.
Oh, he gets aimbot.
Aimbot's dead. Aimbot said, alright, GG, we'll pack it up. Champlain is fine. There's absolutely nothing that can go wrong.
I don't know about that. Rock might disagree with you. He'll find 1 there, and that's an important one in OG, so they just need to get full site control, and they'll start to do this. Is there going to be time for it? Oh, he's going to drop it.
And that's the right play.
That's the right play.
Yep, and Luxy was able to find Shed on that back end. Now with the blind, though, a long swing instead. Just keeps running. 1v1 now. That's all that's left.
No time, though.
You don't actually have to do anything. Yep, you're just playing on top, and it is going to be a chance.
2 HP to dream.
I mean, you're not doing anything here. Yeah, it should be
no,
time, right?
no.
It should be
no!
There's so much time left. I'm so sorry. Luxy just watched that happen, and it feels so bad.
Switching sides.
Mental breaking, baby. It's mental breaking.
Oh, God. We talked about the difference of being on LAN, the decision-making, the crowd around you, but, man, that hurts. That hurts. That's just those moments that really just end up hurting you in the long run. But you know what? That's fine. We're on a new set. We're on a new half. And, I mean, it's Champlain is looking very, very strong. They've got 3 players into the double digits of kills, and that is something you can run with because Luxy, again, coming in, and look at that, just 10 and 12 assists. Luxy has been putting in damage everywhere, and that's a noteworthy number. Even if you're not completing the kills, you are at least helping make the success happen. That's something you can read from the board, at least.
And now let's see if it continues. Champlain on the defensive. And again, these are direct mirror well, okay, Teal. I was about to talk about the fact that it's mirrored, and you just don't care. Aimbot is lost in the sauce now, as they have to watch Bryant University continue forward. That hurts. It is a good plant, though. They do get the plant, and Stellar and Rock just run straight through. They're angry. They're pissed off they lost aimbot, and they're like, get over here. We're going to lay a smackdown here. It is Champlain Varsity going. What is that? What is going on? You are doing it again. Stop. Rock, that is the second time I've seen you do a stupid flick, and I don't believe it's real. It didn't even look like a flick. It was a casual swipe to the left, and you took a head.
Look, the best shots, as we all know, the ones that look so easy, that look like you didn't put in any work, and they'll be rewarded for that, all things considered.
I'm so done.
Look,
I'm like, Rock shouldn't get any of these kills, and yet they are.
I mean, they're just doing it. They are putting in the work. They're getting the shot. Sometimes it pays to be lucky more than skilled, but that's not to say there's no skill involved. So,
I mean, if everyone had that, you just go to Vegas and be fine. Look, agreed, though. Agreed in that situation, 100%.
Yeah. There is going to be OGE fighting, too, though. Continues to be a nuisance with that Headhunter and just dominating control of these pistol rounds. And got to give it, OG has looked good. Just absolutely on the start of these hats. So, you know, Champlain putting the resources into it, and Japan coming and finding another one. You know, they just look good on these. Champlain Varsity does look good. It's so hard to deny it.
The fact they're doing this on a Thrifty as well, the number's gonna try and make it work a little bit more, and it's not gonna
No,
it does. This one, a bit more understandable. You have the guns, you have the available utils, so much better in that sense. And not just that, they have the full weaponry available. So, where are Champlain gonna go? Both swinging this long hallway. And do they choose? To go. Again, they picked up the Spectres, so they picked up extra weapons. But how much noise are they going to make? Both kind of walking forward very quickly.
Oh,
gets an ace. I have never seen that. Take a look at the numbers. Take a look at the numbers. It showed 5 first and then 4.
What?
That's how quickly it went down.
Wow.
Brutal ace.
That's a well-deserved ace to keep themselves playing here, but wow. You know, we've seen several 4Ks in quite a spectacular fashion. I don't even think we were expecting that. No. I don't think we couldn't even hype that. Like, we couldn't even hype that up. There was no chance. We're like,
sat there, we're like, huh,
that's an ace, I guess. Okay, cool, moving on. Like, that's huge. But at the same time, I don't know that we could have seen that coming. Like, that was just, the collateral on that was so big, and they'll ride that high going into this. Yeah, the mental for Bryant is getting up there, and Champlain, they need to find something to keep it swinging back in their favor here.
I think they're going to be able to, because right now Champlain are rocking those Vandals and heavy weaponry all the way through. Aimbot, though, peeking Luxy. Oh, and Luxy doesn't take the bait. So, Aimbot throw down the rendezvous and just like, bro, come on.
Come on.
Luxy knows something's up. Luxy definitely knows. Luxy's like, I don't want to do this.
I have no desire to be here right now. But their escape angle's basically caught. They have to back up to rope, and meanwhile on the other side, the rest of their team is advancing, so they'll start to get this push onto B-side here. Oh, they're rolling Thunder too.
Yeah, rolling Thunder is using Aimbot is gonna spray down, so it's a good trade one. Aimbot more than happy to take the kill, but Aimbot immediately falls afterwards. Numbras is gonna fire right back, but it's a trade all the way through. 3v3 here, as Champlain are gonna hunt for these. Penumbras waiting. Penumbras wants to get a huge flank. Take a look at the angles. Look how far Penumbras has to go. Still holding that side. Just trying to give it. Rock finds Semi. OG finds Shed. Teal finds Rock, and Champlain are on the verge. 2v1.
OG finds the last one.
Nope. No upset this time. Absolutely no upset.
No. OG really just putting the weight on and just trying to make sure they can continue to keep themselves in this lead here. And you got we've been singing OG's praises all season. Like all this whole series has just looked good, has been able to clutch out in those moments, and it's just been kind of moments of who's hitting more. OG, again, just dropping another 20 and 9 on a Sentinel, making it look pretty easy. Man, just putting in the work. Already has another tour de force so early into this half, so they'll ride that going in with what looks like a pretty mixed buy on the defense. Maybe they're deciding if they can afford the full buy up.
I think they can, but they don't want to adjust too much, right?
Yeah.
OG's going to run that tour de force. That's fine. But I think it's more than enough. Right now, 9-6 is the score. Bryant University, the ones that have to chase into this bye. And again, the judge is one of the scary ones I'll actually give it. It's like, do you really want to walk into that? Do you actually want to run into this situation? And OG is like, bruh, you're going to have to. You're going to have to try and peek.
Walk in.
Flash. Rock waiting. Ingo's a little bit of a stun. Great stun, actually, and then the blind, so OG has to get out of there. Immediate rollout, and Teal again with a ridiculous U-turn kill. That paint shot has been brutal for whoever steps in it.
Oh yeah, they've been hitting so much value with that, and that is enough to keep it going there. There is the smokes, and the rest of the attack will come its way in, but Bryant, man down, has to find some value here. Teal finds another, an OG pops a third.
One enemy remaining.
And this is the Champlain team that we have been expecting to see.
There it is.
They are awake. They are ready to go here. And this is what we wanted to see. They have now stepped up. That is so important.
This is huge. This is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them take these bad apples and make something out of it, and they have done it. And OG continues to be a leader in that forefront. As much as we might, give him a little bit of ribbon, the OG show, sick him. He's putting in absolute phenomenal work on this chamber, and is absolutely something that needs to be dealt with if you are Bryant.
And the fact that they've overcome their situation of losing 2v1s, which really it's just don't be in a 2v1 situation. It doesn't matter. They do that. They felt that was the most coordinated they felt in a very long time. It felt smooth. Like there's just rounds where you go, you can feel it. You feel like they are in the right spot. So let's see it again. Sebi flies straight to the wall, and Rock turns them into absolute pace. That's gonna be 2. Luxy and Sebi falling, losing control of that street house spot. And now you're looking, this is Champlain. We were just singing their praises, but Bryant University came out with an absolute nose shot. I don't know how else to put it. It was great. It was great to watch.
That's not ready.
Champlain shows off another on the want to set it. OG gonna hold steady and find Shed. That's important. They still haven't found aimbot. Teal gets one, and they're turning the table. It's now down to a 3v3. This is doable, but time is running out. Keep that in mind. Time is almost out. Aimbot finds Shape, and I think that's it. With time out, there's nothing.
Showstopper finds him.
Shot on the ground, you get it, but you have to get on the defuse. OG is gonna get a nice little roll. I don't think they got it.
I think there's time. There's no time.
One enemy.
No time.
Yep. And that's going to do both as well. Bryant University get the best of both worlds, knock out every single member at Champlain, and move to only 3 rounds behind.
They really are making Champlain earn this victory. They really are. This was Champlain's pick to go to Fracture. Eventually we're going to end here, but they are making them earn every single step of the way. And now that they are burning out that economy a little bit, it's just going to be tough for Bryant to recover. They didn't have the money. They really needed to kind of win that a little more handedly to keep themselves alive here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Champlain, still economy to burn. They'll have a Rolling Thunder. That's going to be a great way to just kind of halt this attack. They just need to find some sort of value with it to keep themselves closer to completing.
Here we go, another little chance here. It's going to be a swing up to both teams rolling in. And the Rolling Thunder being set right back in. As Bryant University are getting charged on. Shed is going to find Teal though. That was aggressive from Teal to push on their own. Take a look, no one else was really ready for it. OG was like, bro, why did we shut that? There was no one to do so. Luxy finds Stellar on the back line. It's a trade back and forth. And now Sebi is able to find Shed. So retribution for them. And again, if you trade round for round, Champlain's going to come out the victors here.
Yeah, you can't afford to take this 1v1, and because they have just shown to been able to do this. And Sebi is taking that flank angle. They are going to get the advantage here. You need to keep your eyes open. This map has so many wide angles. Penumbras does find one to balance out a little bit, and they'll try to set themselves up for success here as they look to eventually probably take this B site.
This side is open for the taking. Again, this is going to dictate a lot of the later rounds. 3 members are on, but gets up on top. Really good find. Was ready. Doesn't get the spray. So taking out that defender. It's 2v3. What are they going to do here? What do they find? OG swinging wide. You gotta flush out every single member, and Aimbot's holding it. I swear, Aimbot and OG
Last
have a
player
sixth sense for each
standing.
other.
Yeah.
Rock finds JPEG. Aimbot is hiding and waiting, and Rock senses another member as well. This is going to be a difficult situation to close in on Rock.
Oh, he had to
and they had to pick the crossfire. Looked so good, and Bryant University claiming 8th round.
And they forced him out of that teleport too. That was so big. It was just outside that range, but he knew he had to make a choice there, and OG tried to put their hero backpack on but couldn't quite get there. So 8-10, couple ultimates for Bryant. They can find value with it. That's already keeping them going. They have the guns, and Champlain is slowly running out of economy here. They will have an orbital strike of their own, but they need to get the post. They need to get something down before they can really find value with it.
They're gonna try, and right now
rush.
they're getting into the late game.
Rush.
Late game, and Penumbras and Aimbot make it difficult. Luxy was able to trade 1, but take a look at how far behind Champlain is chasing. Look at this. They went for the push, and both teams went for a push. Because of that, Bryant only lose 1 as they watch the trailing go, but they stop. The orbital strike slows them down. They don't get the plan down, and now everyone's on that chase. So, where did they go? Plan finally lands. It is going to be a hold, and Rock is ready to rock and roll. Over the slow orb, and remember, the problem for Champlain is because they all push one direction. They all have to enter from one direction.
There's still an orbital laser on their other side. If they can force them out, no, they're just gonna give it up. They're just not having this. We'll see ourselves out. Thank you. That's, you know what? I don't blame them. It's getting a little close for comfort here, and you might as well keep those rifles. But meanwhile, Aimbot is going to meet him on the other side. No way. He's going to meet them on the other side.
This is great.
No way. No way.
This is amazing. We're gonna get a challenge here. Oh, and they do again.
They go under. Go under the path. Oh goodness.
Clown music commence, please. Yeah, we're doing it. So that is.
Oh, he died.
Oh. Poor Aimbot.
Okay,
Aimbot's like, I
only
wanted
have
it so
like
bad. But
78 grenades left.
we're there.
Hopefully that's
Look
enough.
at that. The timeout's been called. We
Yeah.
are there
We're
now.
here. It's here.
So we are sitting on the cusp of that takeover.
Oh, goodness.
Bryant University. This is just game 3. We are at
We still have
1-1.
more.
We're still working our way forward. We still have so many games left.
There is so
This is great.
This has been impressive valor across both teams. Like like you can look at this and just go, yeah, this is probably a close game. This is probably a great finals. Yeah, you'll be sad if you'll have missed this. In fact, if you were in the area, just get down here. Just come down. Like there's no reason stopping you. Get down here to AGS and just come hang out, because this is gonna be great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the timeout here buys like a little bit of mental, like we've talked about, right? Like this is exactly what you need to do. You're realizing your lead is escaping you. You need to do something. Let's call a timeout, get our head straight, and just kind of take in what needs to happen, because we just kind of got hosed there. I'm just gonna call it. We hosed ourselves because we took an aggressive play. We were wrong, and then we kind of just worked ourselves into a corner. We had to give that up. It just kind of was like, all right, we're making silly errors. Let's get our heads on back straight and do that, because there's just 4 ultimates on the other side. There's 4 ultimates and rifles on the other side, and you can't afford to give up anymore. This is going to be, we're coming to the end of match point, and suddenly Bryant University is looking to take the lead.
They're looking to try and hang on for dear
You want
life
to play?
here.
Let's play.
They're fighting tooth and nail for every little bit of this, and if you told me this finals was going to be like this, I would not have believed it, honestly. This has been such a treat. Aimbot, the one on your screen, being an absolute menace and a pain in Champlain's side. It's going to continue. It will never, ever stop. A 1-4 on the southern side of the map. A and B both being looked at here. If A is seen as a little bit too difficult, B side is still fairly open. That's not impossible to work for. But Champlain don't want to give anything away.
They aren't giving much away, aside from maybe a little bit of noise from the door. But Aimbot just keeping an eye on that angle, seeing if anybody crosses, looks across. No. There will be some action though, and Shed will look to kick it off. Finally, get punished by OG, and that is enough to kick something off there. The rest of it, and the trade comes through, but it's about even. Luxy comes up with 2 of their own and taking out Stellar, but Spike is down, and I mean they will get control of it. But where do they do from here? If they have been paying attention, they should know to rotate.
30 seconds left.
Their way up. Again, Champlain for the first time in what feels like about 3 rounds have an opportunity to get control, and it's really on Luxy. Luxy has been a surprising force to be reckoned with every so often, right? Maybe not the top fragger, but as we said, the quality of the kill, stepping up at the right moment. Aimbot, yeah, you gotta run. I mean, you don't have anything.
10 seconds left.
No, you don't.
No, you don't have
You
time.
have nothing. It's over. Round is over, and you can see it. Yeah, FF this round. That is it.
Yeah, that's it.
It is gonna be Champlain off of time lost. Granted, in 11th, we are at 11-9 right now. They need 2 more to take a game 2.
Yeah, any win is a good win. Any round win is important, and every round win is valid, and that's what it takes. That's what it takes. You played that well. Again, OG and Teal, they got up there with 20. They are playing so very well and just continue to kind of put these moments on their back and be the heroes the team needs them to be. So close to closing this out. They pulled several ultimates out of Bryant also, so just that Rolling Thunder and that Orbital Strike, I mean, there's tools to be had for Bryant. They just need to find some value with them.
Let's see what they can do here. We've been watching to see what they can do. These teams can all do a lot.
Yeah.
Every single player has stepped up in one capacity or another, and we're only midway through this series. We got a possible 2 games left. The players are literally taking this into 20 rounds apiece. At the end of this, if we go to a game 5, no doubt in my mind, we'll be playing over 100 rounds in this series alone. Stellar getting caught out a little bit, has to run away. Barely got the plan down though. Very, very close.
Oh, the
moment.
flank.
OG though. OG's doing OG things here, and the plan is good. Teal is gonna find a rock, and you just need a few more, but Penumbras and Aimbot are still alive and swing so hard. 3v3, and they're looking up top. Take a look into that low gauntlet. The tree house with the rope is waiting for an opportunity. The molly has slowed them down. The constant buckshot, the 3 buckshots are gonna slow them down. Are they gonna get the shot? OG finds the headshot. You need 2 more. No, you can't. Aimbot is gonna swing. JPEG. JPEG gets 2, and they get it. That is 12. What a breaking moment for Champlain. They can breathe a sigh of relief. 3 rounds difference. 1 round to game point. 1 round to game. What am I talking about? They're on game point.
This is game point. This is that moment. And there's so much on the line here. They need this. They really do. The #1 seed Champlain, they need to prove that they earned that #1 seed and that stunning record 7-1 going into this. They need to continue to show this. They'll have a tour de force if they need it, but they have rifles. They have the spirit. They're looking good. The only thing going for Bryant, they do have 2 ultimates on board, including suppression. They have a couple. They just need to find some value, maybe get a pick with one of them. But Stellar goes too early.
Oh, that is horrible. That is a huge opportunity.
3?
Stellar is cruising through. No, not 3. It is only 2. That is going to be the no command status put for Rock. You can't finish it off. You have to swing, and Shed uses the opportunity to catch OG unawares. What a moment. Shed is going to swing on Sebi. What is this, Brian? Brian University come out of nowhere and take their lives. They're still in it. Bryant University saying, you may be on game point, but we'll make it there just as well.
This is going to go the full distance. We already knew it. We knew it. We knew it going into this. Why did we doubt it? This was going to go the full distance. But, I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. OG hitting 30 for the first time. First one we've seen today. I just let that speak for... there's nothing to say. Like, let that speak for itself. OG has hit 30. Multiple games of 20 in the first 30. Absolutely just a stellar player on the side of Champlain.
There's not a moment where I'm sitting here going, this is going to be boring.
Yeah.
There is never a moment where I'm sitting there, it's going to be boring. Maybe on one of the anti-ecos, which was at the beginning of, like, the first half. The second half even got really crazy. Like, there's no way you can sit there and say you are not entertained. If you are not entertained, you do not like Valorant. This is peak Valorant action here. Yes, it's messy. Yes, it's crazy, and that's what we love. Stellar finds Luxy to open up here, and again, for Bryant University, they are doing it. They are hard-pressing W, placing a spike before a minute ends. And they are forcing Champlain to play to their tune. It is a thrifty setup for the Champlain squad. And if they lose this, they get 1 chance, 1 opportunity to close out the game before OT hits.
Playing man down, but the rack opens up and is immediately traded out. The chaos starts. Aimbot finds 1 though on that flank, and suddenly this spike is looking well defended.
Yeah, this is great. They have tried to go for the fake defuse, but it was all for naught. Bryant University, one step away from tying things up. Champlain, can they do it? You now have guns available. That's the most important factor. They have guns now. They were worse for wear in that situation, and would you know it?
Oh my god.
So, they have the exact same ultimates.
Oh my goodness.
They have the exact same ultimates ready. There are no other ultimates.
There's nothing close. Yeah.
There's nothing close. They have the single same ultimate to work with. It is all or nothing right now. Ladies and gentlemen, to see who takes a 2-1 lead in a best of 5, we are down to the absolute wire. Let the tape roll.
The only difference maker might be if Teal can pick up those 2 and get a showstopper.
No way you get 2, right?
An orb and a kill.
Oh! Penumbras. Penumbras is spotted out. You get 1. Can you get any more? You are sprayed through that wall. And you're gonna try and
It's a distraction!
Oh,
it's
no!
just a distraction play!
No! Oh, that was painful. You tried to launch the Rolling Thunder and it doesn't go off. A massive mistake opens up a window. Rock is gonna get the plant. And Penumbras has done their work. A full 4 of Bryant ready to go for this retake. And now look at this split. It's a 2-2 split. Oh, this is so crazy. Champlain taking a massive chance right now. It looks like they're challenging. They're challenging on this lower side. It's going to open up the top side for Champlain.
Rolling Thunder.
This is it. Rolling Thunder right back, and they're going to swing. JPED finds 1. Can you look at the right? Yes, you do. But you don't get the kill. Rock gets 2. Rock took 2. Are you going to get it? Bryant needs just a few more. They just need 2 more. Rock sends it out. They're able to gather a bit more, but aimbot is able to find OG. That's when the defuse are going to swing. Teal gets it. Do you get 1 more? When you look for it, I got it. Oh my god. Got it. We are going to OT.
Switching sides. Overtime.
All right. The real hero here. Look, say what you will, but Penumbra has been the real hero of this game. Like, absolutely. Just making that choice to just say, look, they're just rushing us. Let me see what happens. That was the craziest football comparison. That was the wildest Statue of Liberty play I've seen anything out of this. And here we are. It's overtime. It's all basically set to even. So now we're just back to raw fundamentals, and we've seen Champlain win on fundamentals. They just need to do it again, and aimbot does opt in. They're going to give up the armor for that operator here. They are all in on playing aggressively.
I'm dying over here because this series is taking so much out. This is the best way I think I've ever seen to end a series out. Aimbot is ready to go, can't find the snap, but is still alive. That is such an opportune moment. You are allowed 1 more shot to snap home some kills. Shed currently suppressed out and gets taken out by Teal. Champlain get the first blood and are looking for just 1 more. Teal has been instrumental in some of these moments of finding a glimmer of hope, and they're trying to do it again. Bryant sitting out on 4-5, and that is Teal. Stellar and Rock, though, turn things around. It's down to a 3v3. Welcome to the absolute Thunderdome. These 2 teams are not giving a single inch. They are going blow for blow over and over again.
But OG's still up. This is kind of the difference maker, right? OG has been leading and found it. Nobody gets picked!
1 enemy remaining.
OG gets the kills. It's down to a 1v3.
There it is.
And JPED finds it. Champlain bursts into applause as they go 1 over. Now,
Switching
they have to
sides.
defend. Now, you get 1 more round, and you are on to 2-1. This is crazy.
This is insanity. This is madness. This is absolutely the best way you could have asked to see this season. And there's still a game after this. There's at least 1 more.
You know, there's a moment where you take a look at a game and just go, what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Is it the teams not being able to close out? Are teams making bad choices? Like, what's going on? And no, you can't say they're making bad choices.
No.
It's just the team is consistently one-upping each other at every single turn. OG now with an op, again, is going to snipe down 1, was able to take out the enemy chamber, and that is a massive power play for them.
Yeah.
That is going to be an opportunity. Bryant University don't really have an entry of sorts, but they do get the plant. What the main thing is they now have to figure out a way to defend here. Smokes are being set up. They are going to drop 1 in. And 3 posted up here, so a little bit more of a stack than maybe they would like.
Yeah, they don't really have they didn't really have the ability to
stack.
set up.
Oh no!
Oh no!
4 suppressed.
They know
all
where they are.
information is given, and now they have to run away. Oh, this is so dangerous. Champlain have gotten so much information. They're gonna try and chase in. 2 more rushing back out. Teal is just a hit. You know exactly where they are. Teal sprays through, and they get another. Look at the play, Champlain. Make the move. They make the moves! Champlain with a flawless game! They go ahead and take it the flawless round to put them at 14-12.
What a statement to make at the end of that round. My goodness. What a statement. Absolutely just refusing to give that up on Fracture is just insanity. And even pushing to overtime on this, Champlain just, you're seeing how badly they want this.
You're seeing how much they're willing to give and throw at this. But we're not done.
No?
There's still more.
Yeah.
We got at least one more.
I'm watching the Heavens right now because the Heavens are absolutely going to crash down on us. This has been a phenomenal series so far.
Yeah.
If you are not keeping up, you need to tune in right now. Tell your friends, tell everyone, tell the other collegiate members. Go ahead, tune in as we are going to go to a very short break. We're going to send it to Food to close us out and get ready for game number 4.
Wow, I think it's already on me. Hi, how are you? It surprised me too. But after 3, we find ourselves at an interesting impasse. Champlain able to get their second win. And now that forces the reigning champion to dust themselves off. The Bulldogs looking down at what crown they used to hold so highly. And now it rests at possibly only one more game. A best of 5 still hanging in the balance. Both teams, 5 minutes breather. I'll be taking one as well. This is the NECC. This is the playoffs, and we'll be right back after this.
And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go for game number 4. And so we've been here for quite some time. We have seen so many maps be played. We have seen 5 games throughout the semifinals. We saw 5 games through the semifinals, and that was 2 semifinal setups. We are now on the cusp of possibly running for 5 more games. I had about 12 of these off on the side earlier, little cough drops. I've run through 10 of them already, and I'm about to go through the last 2 here. I'm excited. These teams have now pushed the boundaries of about 60 rounds of gameplay between them, and they have not let off a single inch. Normally, we start to see some cracks, and we have. Granted, we've seen a few cracks here and there, some of those mental crumbling, but they immediately repair it. These 2 teams are absolutely defiant.
Absolutely. Neither one. Just refusing to give any sort of space in regards to that. And I mean, now we're on bind. We're on a familiar map for most of these players, from most of these teams, to really kind of know what's going on. Look, we've been through Breeze. We saw a win there. We saw a win through Ascent. We survived Fracture, and Fracture was absolutely insane. But now we're on a bind. We're back to kind of a standard. And with Champlain Valley up 2-1, I mean, they want to close it out. They are sitting here. They are full feet on the gas, ready to go. But they just need to continue to apply the pressure and keep it going. Because now we're at the point when the mental starts to slog. Like you said, this is LAN. We're on LAN. This is game 4. You know, we've been playing all day. This is where you really start to see where you as a team comes in. And I don't think it's been mentioned yet, but you know, when talking to the coaches of Champlain Valley, they've been tested through a lot of things, including a lot of distraction-based training. So I'm very excited to see that work through. But looking at agents, we're seeing the return of Fade. We're seeing some classic favorites. We saw this a little bit earlier, especially out of Champlain. They're going to lock what we saw them play earlier, and Bryant looking to basically do the same thing. I see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we're getting underway here, and to also give another little tidbit just to the strength of Champlain, they're the only team so far to play every single possible game they could have.
Yeah.
And if they do go all 5, they are going to hit 8 games. Now, that might not sound like a whole lot. That is almost, I would say about 7 or 8 hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
It is a ridiculous amount of time spent playing this game.
Yeah.
And also, the maps have gone as such as it went 13-10, 13-11, and then 14-12. Like, we have only gone up in the number of rounds taken. So let's see if Champlain can close it out here, if the varsity squad can take the finals, or if it is going to be Bryant University Gold to come out with the gold and slam down a game 5.
I am really going to be keeping an eye here on these initiators, on the fades for Stellar and Luxy, and I'm going to be keeping on these Skies too, because Skies, you know, losing a Sky early keeps you in the, you know, can take away some rounds. It's easy to heal up some of that chip damage, especially when those raise nades start flying. So really keeping that Sky up to kind of negate some of that chip damage will be important for these initiators to kind of, you know, not just necessarily help the fights go forward, but to also keep these fights going longer than you might think they will.
That AoE heal is ridiculous.
It's so good.
I'm also kind of salty about that. Like, it's one of the few ridiculous heals that we're gonna see. But right now, Stellar is setting up for a mid to be pushed. The hookah has been allowed for so many, but this time to no kills. Couple little pieces of utility taken out, and Stellar really wants to open this up with the game. Bryant, bang, whatever that is. Bryant University Gold. Not going to find any kills. And again, the call of the rotate forces a rotate out of Champlain, who are playing a little bit more decisively. Calling the rotate so quickly and then immediately flushing back to a default leads me to believe that they are playing a little bit more on their toes, right? Not so much just kind of waiting for the final push, but instead trying to anticipate the rushes.
Yeah, it's very important to do that, because this is a map where once you get set up, it's very hard to push back in. These doorways are very punishable. So they're just trying to make sure they keep all those angles covered, and you can see the chamber all the way over in Bastion. Even slowly just trying to make some sort of space there. The smokes do come down, and there is the push on the B.
Oh, and JPath was not flushed out at all, and that's such a good corner. You get a great spray, but it's still Champlain, that fall to the wayside. Bryant University recovered very, very well, and Sebi trying to put in some work here. They're gonna rotate out, but they're
trapped in elbow.
I don't like that call, because again, Sebi was over in the other side. You need to flank in from multiple positions. You need angles, but they're gonna give it a shot. Maybe we're completely wrong. Maybe they have an opportunity. Are they gonna look? Oh, peek. Aimbot saw them. Aimbot called it out, but Luxy flushed it out the long side. Rock is gonna get the other. And Luxy needs to do a 1v2. We've seen it happen before. Are we gonna get another? Oh, a little bit of a tag. Aimbot is almost dead, and 77 HP on Luxy. Are you kidding me?
Playtime.
I think it's plenty. I think it's plenty. I think they're gonna get it. They should hold it up, and no, they're there. We're back. We're
Luxy
back.
got
And
it.
it's there. Yep, Luxy clutches it up, and that's bread and butter. Champlain turning it around and getting themselves a 1 for 2.
Yeah, that's Luxy coming up the hero there. Absolutely putting in that work. 3-0.
The game said they couldn't show something that gory on screen.
Yeah. We couldn't show that. We weren't allowed to. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, the one thing that Luxy did having going for them there, they had a full health bar, right? Like the members of Bryant were basically chipped away. They didn't have the Sky to heal up, but Stellar came in, not really taking damage, having one off of that A site. So, just kind of played in their favor, a little bit of an advantage, and let it be known that, hey, just sometimes having a little bit more health just is enough on its own. So they'll have guns going into this defense and hopefully try to keep it going a little bit longer and pull themselves back.
Well, only time's gonna tell. And right now, the laser light show is giving us great line of sight here. Look how close everyone is. The A-side attack is gonna bring a little bit of power to Penumbra, who's going, man, I'm tethered up, I'm shot out. No, the paint shells. Teal is gonna find one. What a brutal shellacking. And Semi's gonna follow behind Champlain. What a show. What a cleanup here. They lose no one, and they take everything. That will be a flawless second round. Yes, it was the anti-eco, but it was so needed.
The important thing is that they didn't lose anybody, right? Is that they were able to keep their guns and they roll into this. That just gives them an even better chance as they go into this round 3. So exactly what they were looking for in Champlain. We were wondering, can they hold this long? How are they tested? Do they have the ability to keep this rolling? And it looks like they are looking good to close this out and keep this going. It's still very early, but a 2-0 lead is a good commanding start as they go into this defense here. And now Rifles on the other side, you can kind of predict it's the same old song and dance. But, I say that, but with how Champlain has been playing, it's not impossible.
No, these teams play anything but standard, right? Like we've seen at this point, it's a toss-up, right? 50-50 chance of it going the standard 2-1 or an unorthodox 2-1. And I mean, this feels like it might be a little bit more orthodox. Aimbot is absolutely on one. Shed is gonna find another, and JPET is gonna find a back shot once again. That is ridiculous. Just shooting him in the back is ridiculous because again, you're not checking the corner properly, and it feels so bad. Teal though finds out aimbot, and that's gonna be a roller here. 3-3 now. That's gonna be Util branched out. Penumbras is spotted and not killed, able to retreat to safety. But JPET again, the angles are just too good. Champlain giving us a show. Teal with the 3K says, give us those 3 rounds.
They are hungry. They want the win here, and they are continuing to roll in what probably should have been not their round, but it will be the eco, In a lot of ways, it could have been not their round, but they really are pushing against everything here, and it'll be an eco from the side of Bryant, so it's kind of a tough moment here. No ultimates really online. Teal pretty close to their showstopper, but with 5-1, with the way they're shooting, they'll have it this round and maybe even commit it if they need it. They probably don't, but they can have it. It's nice to have the options,
I mean, we're not forced to, but we want to make it look good. Yeah, let's do it. It's that kind of
Look, if you're going to do it with flair, right? Like, you might as well make it look good.
Yeah. You're going to send yourself careening off the edge, at least have a cape behind it.
Yeah, exactly.
Make the highlight reel or whatever.
Yeah.
Champlain varsity, though, they look great, right? And they are rewarded with their efforts here with a very nice save round coming out of Bryant. And it's not just like that bargain bin save. Yeah. It's a full save, right? Full save, all classics. This one hurts. And I feel like this is, again, Champlain, huge breath of fresh air. And they're just like, let's go. We got one more game. So close to victory that we want it once again. And JPET setting forward here. Asuka and Long are going to be the 2. And there it is. OG and Luxy make one enemy remaining. More OG with the headfirst. And then shoot back and forth. It's a second flawless in a row. Champlain start things off with a 4-0.
We talked to the players, we talked to the coaches, and they said they are a team that comes alive under pressure, and they really are showing it. Aimbot going to finally call that timeout, and I mean this is kind of careening out of control in a lot of ways. You've kind of lost control now that Champlain has got their foot on the gas. You don't have the brake for it. You kind of need to get something back into your control, and this is one of those tools you can have to use. So they'll have guns. They just need to figure out what their plan is on these attacks because they pushed B with unfortunately not enough success. So It's just kind of it's just going to take figuring out what do we need to do to get even a sliver of a hope going and to kick the ball rolling.
The nice thing is no matter what in these situations, every other round you will be granted an opportunity.
Yeah.
That's the best way I put it, right? And the reason for that is, again, the economy pings back and forth. We haven't seen it too much.
No.
Reason being is these teams love to go back and forth in rounds. But in this sort of setup, setup where Champlain is kind of rocking the show here, you do get a chance. You can basically sit down and go, okay, every other round we will have an opportunity to get guns in our hand, to get the util completely set to go, and we will fight back from there. It's the mental reset that they need to do, and that's what they're going to be aiming for. Right now, Luxy is 4-0-3, Teal 6-1-2, JPAT 5-1-3, OG 4-2-2, and Seb at 1-2-0.
Yeah.
All of these players have been playing immaculately, and Bryant University need to take a hold of that, right?
Yeah.
This is not like Game 3. This is not like Game 2, not like Game 1. This is a refreshed Champlain that are one step.
Yeah. Oh, Teal finds 2 immediately.
Gosh.
That is not what you were hoping at the end of that timeout. Oh.
This can't end like this, right?
No, it can't just be like a...
No,
I won't have it. I won't have it, Orbital.
No, you and I are both sitting here like this is not going to happen. But if it does, it's going to be scary for anyone facing off against Champlain.
Yeah.
So, moving forward, Shed trying to find an angle. Boombot goes out, doesn't really find anything. But it is giving information.
Okay.
In the back corner, you know someone's there, and they're going to try to satchel right in the face. Teal, send Shed home. That is a lesson in almost humility-like status. Like, Arrays doing that to Arrays. That's rude.
That's rough. That's a mental herder, and it's sitting at 4-2. They're kind of stuck in U-Haul here, and Penumbra again just still looking, finally trying to find some sort of value. Shoots through, doesn't find anything, but they're trapped here. They're kind of stuck, Orbital, and they don't even think they do have Spike, but they don't have anything for it.
The rotate actually being called, though. Okay. They might not have had anything on A, but B, they do have a free open slot, and they're going to go for it. One of the few times that the audibles are quick work. Of course, the question is going to be, how do they do on this retake? 2v4.
I've got your trail.
Oh, Seekers go out, and yeah, Seekers giving a lot of information. 2 sent the way of Hookah, 1 sent the way of Defender Spawn. 3 in Hookah right now, and the Molly is going to flush him out. Teal wants the ace. Give Teal the ace. Now Fluxy takes it. And Champlain Varsity, where was this team before? 5 in a row right now.
Man, they are absolutely feeling themselves after Fracture. That was a tough map. But it feels like they've hit that point where they said, look, we overcame the overtime on Fracture. We can do this. There's nothing stopping us at this point. And I don't disagree. I think they're in a good spot. They are ready to force another eco. They have ultimates in the bag if they need them. They'll pretty much have everything online. They'll get these orbs too, probably for free. Like, Bryant University just seems to have just hit the wall and can't seem to run themselves through it here.
Yeah, really, really rough spot to see because it's so glaring as well, right? Like, the rotates aren't as clean. These firefights that they've been trying to break out, it's just not been good enough. And it's scary, right? It's so scary to watch. So let's go ahead and see. Again, this is still the first half, still plenty of time to play in this game. But Champlain Varsity are looking like the absolute kings here. If you just tuned in, you would not have thought that we've already played 60 rounds of Valorant over 3 games. You would not have expected that at all. JPET in the smoke is going to watch. JPET gets one and a swing. And then more! JPET cleaned them up! You have not gotten the respect you deserve, and this time around, you make it known. Your name is there as well.
I mean, it's just a save. Aimbot gets out, right? Like, what are we doing?
What are you saving? You saving a 2 or a 4?
You save your dignity. You save your dignity, Orbital. You save your dignity by not adding a 1 onto someone's stat pad. You try to take someone out with you, and you get out alive because you're not getting the spiked out at this point. Aimbot has to make some magic happen here.
I mean, we have seen magic happen. Yeah. But that was when you could shoot the 2 or the 4s faster. That's when you can actually get the shots off. Right now, you're 51% slower on that. Oh, man, do you shoot the door? No, absolutely not. 15 seconds left. This is Aimbot just trying their best. Gets blinded out. The response should be good. And then she You get one.
Take one.
You're able to
That's
take
fine.
it, but it's
Sure.
still Champlain looking like B6 in a row. Where does it stop? Come on, give us a prediction, Soab.
Where does it stop? At this point, it don't stop until the game's over at this rate. I mean, they are just looking phenomenal. They're almost at, full eco. You can see it. Teal almost basically at 9K. 3 ultimates on board. Just phenomenal looking play. And it's on the counter side, it's just the unfortunateness for Bryant. Penumbra and Stellar, who have been putting in so much work on the previous maps, have just been kept quiet. And it's really just been humbling to see that happen. Stellar will refuse to be silent, though. They will come up with one, and that's an important one, too.
I think that was actually inside of mid. That was a big challenge in mid. And so for once, the gun duel goes their way. Aimbot, though, playing that lurk position once again. And Luxy is calling it out. Take a look at this. A is currently being challenged 1v1, but B is completely overrun. Bryant University saying, yeah, we're on site. What you gonna do about it? You have no response. Except Luxy says, I got one. Give me a chance. Aimbot is dead. That's so important. Now the flank is gonna come through. Champlain might have a chance to frost them out. And remember, this is a gun round once again. If you lose this one, Bryant University are gonna have some problems. Stellar finds Teal. Great crack. Now the showstopper goes out, and Shed is gonna find Sevi. So great options here. And that's going to be the orbital strike. Orbital strike to slow them down. One left alive as Shed finds J-Path. And Luxy is going to get annihilated. It is a 6-1 standing as Bryant University Gold finally stemmed the bleeding.
I'd like to retract my answer. It stops in round 7.
Yeah, okay.
So there we go. Yeah, that was the answer we were looking for, was round 7. But I mean, that's what it takes, right? One step, 1 foot down is all it takes. You do chip into their eco. They still have pretty much everything else. They still have a couple rounds on it, but that's all it takes. And that was a pretty clean retake. That was pretty good, all things considered. They looked very good going into that. So they just need to keep that momentum going and run it back a little bit further on these attacks.
I mean, they got to work on it. Whatever it is, Bryant University, they got one. But it's about 3 more rounds of pain with guns that they got to deal with. And it's going to be a send out. So, a lot of info. Trailblazers sending all the way into Lantern to try and figure out the option here. And they're going to chase in 4 sent from one direction. And they are here to go. So, it is Shed going to find Sevi sleeping a little bit out the wheel. Nightfall goes through and catches out multiple members. So, plenty of info given, but OG said, I'm still here. OG swings on 2. Oh, that's huge. An opportunity. Champlain still working. No, you shoot right over the left shoulder. Come on, find that corner. That's what you're hoping for. Satchel in. That's going to be the option. OG grants a 4K. Champlain fight back. The mental is strong.
OG just said, absolutely not. Absolutely not going to let that happen again. And wow, what a show of aim from that player. I mean, man, 4 and 8. That was their first 4. That was their first 4 from that. That was the first 4K we've seen from them in quite a bit of time. But I mean, 9 and 5, not at the top of the board. Teal, holding that top spot for right now. But man, OG absolutely just deciding that no, we're not done. I've still got more to give, and I still want to see us go home on this.
I'm just
wow.
Looking at all the rounds won right now by Champlain.
Wow.
It is crazy, and this is what I love about Valorant. Every single time you play, you have to mental reset. You have to be willing to put your mind into that conscious flow state. And it seems like we're doing it. J-Path ringing the bell of victory. Says, give it to me right now. I want the dub. Blind goes out. Rock shuts it down real quick. And Shed follows through on Sevi. 3v3. We know the situation like the back of our hand at this point. It's a plan. On B. Champlain. Setting up. Getting ready. Retake. Defense. On ball.
They need to hold, though. They know where they're coming from, so they just need to play for this.
Shed. And Teal able to find Shed, so down to a 2v2. Molly gonna go out to slow them down. They were thinking of entering in from that one singular doorway, and now Elbow might be the option. Rocket's gonna send in a little bit of inside of a smoke as well. They have to fly blind here. The Numbers just trying to slow their attempt. Finally, we're gonna get the satchel up. Information given. 1 at middle, 1 in long. Oh dear. This is the challenge. Teal's able to find 1, but you have to chase. You have to go forward. Paint Jump goes out. I think the spike is almost down. You have to get halfway. Do you get it? No. The blind goes out. Bird able to slow it down. And Teal finds it, but you can't get that spike. It is a round to Bryant University as the slate is wiped clean once again.
They'll take that. You're happy with that. If you're Bryant, every win's a win. Doesn't matter what it looked like. Spike went off, and you got the point there. So they just need to keep that energy rolling. You did burn down a lot of the eco, a lot of the money that they were holding on to. So that is something in your favor. But they're now ultimates still being wrapped up. Orbital Strike, Showstopper, a lot of heavy damage ults are there. So any one of those could really put in a lot of work if they find the information early.
I'm trying to look here, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what Champlain want to do in their defense. And Bryant University have kind of sold themselves on this full push on the A side, and Champlain call their bluff. Take a look at the deep flank both teams are calling out here. Teal's looking around the corner. They're going to find it. Luxy is going to get aimbot down, and that's a huge lurk position now. Now they're going to chase back, and they're immediately going to fall back into showers. This is so smart. Sebi now waiting for that perfect situation to drop the orbital strike. Teal is hiding, and they're locked in there. Rock is going to lay down. Oh, look at that move. And the orbital strike as well. Oh, no! Sebi sends him open and shed. Penumbra get kills galore. Bryant firing back. It's down to a 2v2. The spike was planted. That was enough. That is a hard-won victory of sorts.
Oh, eventually gets spotted there. You can see it from that laser vision. They know where at least one is. There's the Showstopper. Just fires it out. 5 HP and a dream for Teal. Doesn't find anything, but 1 HP and a dream for Shed. Just waiting for the moment. No, they have to buy for the defuse. There it is. Just find one with it, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Teal with the sacrificial play is going to open the opportunity for JPET as we are 8-2 right now. Champlain learning to call sacrifice the work of a team, and they are 6 rounds in the lead.
That's the team play we wanted, right? Like, that's the team play we want. It's just someone saying, no, look, just do the important thing. Get the spike out of the way. Doesn't matter if I take the L, if I die here, if I can trade out and I can set you up for success, that's the team play you want to see. That's what gets you here to a finals, and that's what makes you a winner. Yep. That's that kind of play you need to keep going, so it'll be a save out of Bryant. And again, these attacks have just been continuing to struggle. They will have the orbital strike still going on their side, but I mean, they're just going to push aggressively here. They know that they are up. They know they don't have guns, so they'll use that to their advantage for Champlain.
They just feel gassed. You can see it in their actions and their movements. They just feel out of gas, and that is worrisome. They need to find some reserves. They need to find that random, 10-gallon bucket full of gas for them to start charging forward, because if not, they're going to go out with a whimper. You do not want to be known as a team that went out in the game 4 in almost a 13-5, 13-6 situation. I want to see Bryant University Gold fight back with absolute fervor. Right now, though, they're still struggling to find an entry, and Sebi takes the time to steal away Stellar's life. Such a great opening frag, and Sebi ready and waiting to go. A side is going to be the plant for the rest of Champlain Varsity. Once that plane goes down, they know what happens. And Teal stopped it. Teal stopped it. Such a brutal movement. And now Bryant University has to figure out a way to get back on site, but they can't. They have to fake plant. They have to dodge out Teal. No, someone's shooting and gets a beautiful headshot. It's shell. And that's it. OG finds Rock, and that might be one more left. Teal with the 3K. A flawless in a crucial moment. Champlain are 9 rounds in and 4 away from victory.
This is the last one. This is the last one of the half that we get a reset, but I think the biggest reset that needs to happen is for Bryant University. They need to find a reset to something that's going to keep them in this, because this is so heartbreaking to see that scoreline and try to fight back, just knowing that you're tough. Teal already almost at 20. It's just been such a rough game for Bryant, and you need to find something to keep yourself into this going into the back half. It would be such a shame to lose and go out after such a hard-fought series in this way.
And I mean, we're not taking away from anything that Bryant University have done, but it's just OG look to be absolute annihilators. OG, the slaughterer of Bryant right now. They are not being given a single chance to play right now. This B side is all OGs. OG didn't look up, but enough is enough. Into those wings, they're holding it down. JFest was ready with a little spray of their own. Rock is able to finish that one off, but it's still so much damage. 3 dead on this side. But the call has been made as well. It's like gonna go in, but it's OG with a 3K. Look for another Stellar. Finds OG, but it's a 1v3. Stellar, you are now being routed, called out, and you look the wrong way. Champlain moves to 10-2.
What a half.
Switching
What
sides.
a half. Champlain absolutely knows they are ready to clear this out. They have decided they've played enough Valorant today, and they would like their trophy, please.
Yep.
And
They're just done.
They are ready. They're like,
so
no.
done.
We would like our trophy, please, and we are going to show you we would like our trophy. And oh man, it's just so tough because that was such a rough attack for Bryant, and now they have to put up a defense against that, considering how just mechanical and just calculated this Champlain team has looked. The #1 seed absolutely proving they deserve to win this finals and making it look there. And they're willing to bet pretty hard on this in this eco round too. In this first round, I don't blame them. They are feeling themselves. They are ready to go, and they deserved it.
And it's also for the fact right now that for Champlain, you're at 10-2, yes.
Yeah.
But you need to win 3. And that includes, if you win the pistol, it's an anti-eco and
Trap
a bonus. But for the side of Bryant, they don't even want to give that one up. They're going to fight back. OG is going to find Penumbras. 4v4. Aimbot brings back both pieces of utility. He's going to try and rotate out from there. OG, though, clears out everywhere. It's going to be a safe plan. So, Champlain Varsity lay down the gauntlet. They say, hey, get your butts over to the site and challenge us. Bring us a moment of brilliance. Bryant University, going to try. And Chum goes out. On the other side of the wall, though, so no damage. To go in from Teal, spotted out here, is not going to try and spray on their own. And Rock is going to find it. Shed finding one on the back end, and it seems that they've done it 1v3 now. As Champlain fall all the way through, and Aimbot coming alive, as we know Aimbot does, and not a moment too soon.
No, every moment counts here, and this is the important one. That's a first great start, and like you said, we can kind of, predict what happens in these next couple rounds, but as much as we'd love to say, this next round should go the way of Bryant University, it may or may not. They may even just choose to kind of save down here and play into that third round. I don't hate that if that's the decision they decide to make, but it looks like they will opt up, and Aimbot is going to full force for that Vandal too. I can't say that's a bad idea. Getting that full gun advantage has worked for them in the past, and it may continue to go forward here, but a half stack of rifles is pretty good just to keep themselves in this game, because they need every round from this point.
Every single one is necessary, and OG opens up on Stellar. That is a huge momentum swing against Stellar on this Fade. Has been giving so much intel to the rest of the team with those Fade abilities, and it's just been a menace all over. The Nightmares going out, those secret. It's been ridiculous. And losing that so early on, losing control of showers now gives you a certain fear that you have not felt in a while. And even OG knows it. OG knows that they might have found the absolute pivotal kill here for a round to swing back. Champlain Varsity, they're trying to collapse in and gather around where they have no right winning. By the way, they are working with just pistols. I don't even think they bought up into sheriffs.
No.
It's just like classics. That's all it really is. So Penumbras is going to take a look on their own. They'll spray down long. Aimbot is going to find JPET. And now multiple swings on either side. In goes a little paint shell, and Shed is able to find OG. So at least that nullifies out a lot of what Champlain Varsity were looking to do. Bounce up on top. Aimbot is going to find Teal. It seems Bryant has done it. Bryant have fought back and said, we are going to go with the status quo, at least for these first 2, and then look for more. Jump out on Hookah.
Last player
Bit of a shot. Aimbot still takes out Luxie.
Spike down B.
Wow, that is brutal. Aimbot turning it on right now. Oh, the Sebi at least wants one. Able to take down Aimbot.
10
still
seconds
alive
left.
Though. Still alive, but the play gotta rush, right? This spray can't get the transfer though. Penumbras lines it up, and it is 4 total to Bryant. Here comes the kicker though. In comes this bonus.
Yep.
And Champlain Varsity are rolling up the sleeves to get the last bit of work done.
So the question is for Bryant, do they decide to just kind of force something? Do they commit all their money into something? The Aimbot does have a tour de force up. That's at least a little bit of something, so you could spend some money elsewhere, but they are looking like they're just going to keep this half save. It's kind of like forced buy. They're just going to save down and just try to hope that they can pick up. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on aimbot here to come up big. And I can see that working, but they need to enable aimbot for success.
I mean, they're going to try. Aimbot's just having a glorious time sitting up here again. But look at all the smokes. They lock out every single option, and that's how you do it. If you're trying to lock out a chamber, you know the angles that they're going to play, and you deny all the vision. This is going to be a quick plant by Champlain. They say, not today. Teal is going to find Shed. A great frag to start. Rock, though, finds Luxy. Teal fights right back. It's going to be a 2K in their pocket. Looking for a bit more. Takes out a bit of util, but now gets zoned out by that Trailblazer, and then a blind of their own. And now he's going to try and swing out Penumbra. Takes their life, but OG says, Stellar, you are mine. Down to a 1v2 as Penumbras takes a second of their own OG. OG says, OGs, please help me a little bit more. Molly goes after slow down Penumbras, who is now going to look for the frag. He can't do anything with the Molly there. Swings right. Oh! Gets a 3K. Penumbras, can you get it? Another Molly lineup. Prepared for heavy. Oh, the orbital strike. That's so well done.
Oh, he gets a pick.
Sebi finishes it. That's 11-2 away. That was by far the most annoying but most macro heavy Brimstone play we've seen so far.
Absolutely. Like every single piece of utility was textbook exactly what you needed to do, where you needed to do it in the perfect moment. That's a clip. Put it in the frame of perfect Brimstone plays right there. I would clip that myself, and I've played enough Brimstone to see that. I'm keeping that one for my own books because that was very well done. So they'll have some rifles going into this last one. They are almost there. They're going to try to close the door, and that tour de force is going to come out also. But Teal finds one immediately. That is so big.
Aimbot is dead. The script that was written for Aimbot might not be there anymore. Teal ready to close this one out. Can smell the victory at the end here. Just needs 2 more rounds.
Teal's like, I need your soul.
CSGO. Yeah. Don't be rude. Well, you could paint shell. Teal, pull out a paint shell. Pull out a paint shell. You can hear me. I know you can. Dang it.
Do it. You know you want to.
Luxy has no idea what's going on, by the way. Luxy's like, da-da-da-da-da. I just want to kill, and
I just
literally planning a team kill behind their back.
But they are playing this slow, and it's you know what? Sometimes the time to think can work for you and against you. They'll fire out. You can see it. Brian is getting a little bit antsy. They're trying to find something. They'll even drop the smoke just to say, no, we don't want you to see what's coming.
Yeah, and the Seekers are gonna give so much info. So that Hookah is currently residing at least 2 members here. And look at the lasers, right? Just aiming high. I love this fact. You are aiming up above, waiting for time to go through. 30 seconds left. Champlain are going to have to chase in. They find one. Teal is going to find a little bit of a satchel up and help out.
Penumbra
holds off the entirety of Garden. Oh, that's so dangerous. But look at that. Teal swipes a 4K. Teal, you mad lad. Turn your name around because you are elite.
Match point.
This is the moment. This is it. All it takes is 1 more round. Teal does have a showstopper in hand. 26 kills to their name.
And look at the inventory.
Look at that. Yeah, and it's just a save. It's a save. Bryant spent everything thinking they needed to put their foot down there, and they just couldn't do it. So it's going to be a couple shorties, whatever they can get. This is worst case scenario for Bryant. They need to just find something here. They need to put Teal in check. Otherwise, this is it.
They can try. They can try, but right now, Champlain, a single step left on the staircase to victory here. A single step is all it takes. They have left Bryant in the dust this map, and I say dust with all the respect in the world. A 12-4 setup is what they are working against. Bryant, on the edge of defeat, are firing as many bullets as they can, but Champlain do not care. They will run the time to the beat of their own drum and tell the world, we are here. 3 brutal games.
Too far.
3 brutal games is what we have taken to get to this moment. 6 games total for the side of Champlain. They say no more, no longer. This is our moment. The spike is picked up, but they want the kill.
Teal fights 2.
Lee gets 2! Lee, you mad lad! Bring it on home! Orbital strike ain't gonna stop nothing. As it is almost done, Bryant sent the final orbital strike. Rock is gonna try and pull something off with this sheriff, but it is almost done and dusted. Sebi finds the 4th. 1 more left as Rock looks in Lantern, finds nothing. You are alone.
He wants 1.
But you got a 3K. You got a 3K. And that's it! Semi take the victory in 13-4 fashion. They are your NECC Valorant Challengers Northeast champions.
So well deserved over such a grueling amount of games and times. My heavens, Orbital. Just I can feel that energy from through this wall. I can feel it through this wall. That is just so. They just played their hearts out, and they deserve it. They really earned it. Just with how, just that performance in the last round alone, you could tell they knew it, and they could tell it was on the cusp and right there, and they wanted it. They wanted nothing more in this moment.
Yeah, and I mean, hats off.
Yeah.
To Bryant. That was something that I don't think a lot of teams could have done. To push that hard and to just get to the limit. Because, again, 60 rounds is ridiculous to think about. To get that far, I do not fault them at all for losing Steam. That is so difficult to keep up for so many games.
Yeah. I mean, considering how close a lot of those games were. It's so just trudging. It's just, you're just pushing so close to get so close so many times to take 1 or 2 and to push yourself to game 4 and then just to get to this point and just be like, I just can't do it. Kudos to them. I couldn't play 60 rounds of Valorant. I for certain could not do that.
I mean, that wasn't just 60. That was also previously. This was a team that swept through their semifinals. They did so well. And I think every team here today needs that respect. They made it here in the semifinals.
Absolutely.
No match, I will say, was exceptionally easy. Even Bryant's semifinals had some amazing moments. All these teams have given us such a great show, and I think that's the glory of collegiate, right? You get so many different schools coming in here, so many different groups just banding together, and you see players that maybe, we talked about it, the young versus the old, or the mix and match of the old guard versus the new.
Yeah.
And it's so much fun to watch. It's so action-packed that you cannot predict what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were to just look at that single map score out of isolation, you might be like, oh, well, they just tore right through them. No, those moments were just swinging. There was at no point where was this team really dominant. By the map and by the rounds, they were dominant, but every single round, all it needed was one pick to go a different way. Yep. And you could see that by the previous 3 games to that. That last game was kind of the outlier, but it was a well-deserved outlier for our new champions.
Yeah, and I would also like to point out, we set this all the way up at the semifinals. But Teal showing up out of nowhere. So Teal and OG, we said this earlier. If you go all the way back to the beginning of this day, we said OG is a very consistent player. Extremely consistent. Consistent 20 bombs every time.
Yep.
But there are just random moments. There are just moments of brilliance where we see Teal pop up out of nowhere.
Yeah. But it's not even just in the moments of frags. Look at the hero play. Yeah. Look at the play of just knowing look, I'm going to give myself so we can get this 2K and get this fight down. It's just that moment of just not just shooting, but quality play from them.
Such an amazing time, and I mean, huge shout out to All Systems Go. It would not have been possible. This is an amazing venue and stage for a lot of these players. First ever LAN. I want to point out, I talked to the players of Champlain, and I talked to the coaches and managers. They literally said this is first time ever for a lot of these players. So the fact that they got a stage such as this, I think speaks volumes. They overcame the early jitters, and I think that will persist into 2023. I can't wait to see what a lot of these teams can do, and also this venue. So again, huge shout out to All Systems Go for giving us such a glorious time to be here. Also, their food is amazing. I just want to point that out. That's really great. I've been munching.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible to be here. It just feels almost like the biggest stage in a lot of ways, because it is for collegiate. This is a big stage for them in a lot of ways.
All right.
And you take that. You love to be on that kind of stage. You live to do it. So. We're just giving it all, but I think we're ready. I think we finally got everything set for the kudos, really.
Yep. So let's go ahead, throw it over to Foof without further delay. Please, Foof, take us away with an interview with our brand new Northeast Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone. This is Caroline Shaw from the NECC. And I am extremely pleased on behalf of the NECC to present the trophy for Championships Fall 2022 Challengers Division Northeast Conference to Champlain Varsity.
We'd like to thank everyone who's helped us get this far, mostly our director, Christian. He's been so helpful in bringing this program in the last few years into the upper echelon. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors with Felinos and Akron. We'd like to thank all of our friends back home, our families back home. Thank our academy team. Thank our bus driver, BG. We'd like to thank everyone who's helped us get this far. These players have been playing together for a few years. I've only come on the last 2 years, but we've been in the program for so many years, and it's just really great to finally bring a trophy home back to Champlain to put in our brand new space and our brand new trophy cabinet and have it be the start of something new. So.
You missed a shout out. Yo, special shout out to our other teammate Grady, who wasn't here today. Yeah. He put in a lot of work this season, and we really miss him and wish he could be here with us today. Yes.
Now we're going to throw it over to a post-game interview with your favorite host, Foof.
Well, I'll be honest, I got a microphone, and it's going right back into the middle of the mix here.
Yes, thank you. Hello,
I
I'm
gotta
back.
say, first and foremost, this is going to be to everyone, pass the mic around, yell. But we talked a little bit beforehand. I asked about expectations, and you felt very confident if you made it past the semifinals. You did just that. Yeah. Then we got to the finals, and there was you start off with a flawless round, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, all right, well, this is going to be interesting. And then immediately, it happened 2 games in a row. First round was won, then 4 were won against y'all, and you immediately had to answer back. How did we get to that point, and how did we answer each time?
So we've talked multiple times about how we're very much a momentum-based team. So as you saw in our first series, we really struggled on our first map, but then we immediately bounced back and took 2. We're super happy to take time, take breaks, and fix our mental, lose a few rounds as long as we know we're going to get a positive game out of the future of the game. We always are willing to give up rounds if it means we could take 4, 5, 6 even back. That's how we felt even on Ascent. We haven't played much Ascent this season because a lot of our teams play it, so we always ban it. So when we were put onto Ascent, we said, this is their map. We accept that. We put up a really good fight. We knew we were going to come back in the next 2.
All right, now I have to ask you a very important question here. All right, so at what point in the comms did you feel like this was it, that it was turning the corner, that y'all were going to put it away?
So it was on bind. We were almost like, I want to say like it was like 8-2 or something like that. And I could just feel, Brandon was literally on fire. Joey was getting picks left and right. Like everything was just falling in line. We had our list of notes and we did everything what we were supposed to do to a T, and it was just working every step of the way. It felt like we were just like meant to win that game. Yeah.
The second I stole Brandon's ace was like, okay. He's mad now. I woke the monster. And Joey's, yeah.
So is there any punishment? I saw push-ups earlier. Is there punishment for stealing an ace? Are we going to see crunches or laps or something,
I'd like it to be known that in the last 2 weeks between scrims and whatnot, Luxie has stolen at least 5 aces. It's genuinely a problem.
So is this the moment where we're like, hey, we're here to support you, but...
All right, to answer your question, push-ups were my thing. So I haven't had the really greatest day, kind of been sick. So I need to get the blood flowing somehow. So I counted the number of deaths I had, did that many push-ups, did that a couple times just to get the blood flowing, just get back into it.
That's old school, Coach. Yeah. I got to say, I do like that. Either you're going to get good at the game or you're going to get swole, son. And so I have to ask the important question. You talk about a lot of news. You got the new place you're going back to, got the new trophy case, got the new trophy. I'm going to ask a loaded question to you guys. Is this the new dynasty?
Yeah, I think so. We in the last few years with Christian's help, have really brought Champlain Esports to a new echelon, a new level. We were an entirely student-run program until Christian came in. The school started supporting us, and I think the results speak for themselves. So I'm happy to say I think we're starting something new here.
I hear you. I like the confidence. I like the smiles on the face. I like the results on the board, but I got to say, I enjoyed this, watching you guys play, watching the excitement we bring. This is the NECC. This is your Northeast champions in Valorant. And ladies and gentlemen, I only have one small question for you. Is it Sunday yet? See you tomorrow.